Chapter 1. Day 6. A high-pitched scream went off in the distance like a noon whistle slicing through the falling snow outside. On cue, they stopped chewing, wide eyes silently meeting for confirmation they weren't hearing things. The lone candle in the middle of the living room flickered against the fear in their eyes. No one moved because out there, under the moonlight, the frigid temps weren't the only thing that could turn you to ice. "That sounded closer," Dan whispered, ears nearly poking through his stocking cap. "No, it didn't," Paul lied, glancing at Matt and Mike and brushing his hand against the 9mm strapped to his right thigh, just to make sure it was still there. A new tick for the new world. Dan's wide eyes flickered to the two boys, Adam's apple bobbing. Probably just the echo that sounded closer. Paul returned to his so-called dinner, staying as low to the stained carpeting as possible. The sporadic shrieks seemed more like warnings than anything else, like those things were fucking with them. Ready or not. From what Paul witnessed back in Des Moines, those things didn't care about anything except satisfying that goddamn sweet tooth. Whatever the reason, the cries of pain were enough to give a guy goosebumps if Old Man Winter hadn't beaten them to the punch. The snow-covered farmhouse was cold and drafty, caught in the clutches of Iowa's snowiest winter in 99 years. Polar vortex. Of course. At least that's what the weatherman said just before every station switched to wall-to-wall coverage of the worldwide outbreaks. Paul took his gloves off and blew into his hands before rubbing them together. They would have to get to warmer weather and fast, because if those things outside didn't get them, the freezing temps would. Sophia leaned in closer. "I told you I had a bad feeling about this place." Paul cringed. He was positive they would be okay this far out in the middle of nowhere, at least for one damn night. Was everyone dead? Jesus Christ, it must be worse than they thought. He started to tell her they would get through this mess, but 4 years of marriage made him take another bite of his partially frozen Hostess fruit pie instead. At this point, it didn't matter who was right or wrong. They were screwed now, and there was no going back. Ghostly plumes rolled from his nostrils as he ate with his mouth closed, staring blankly at a stack of dusty board games on the bottom shelf of a bookcase against the wall. Even through the dim candlelight, he knew Scrabble, Connect 4, and Monopoly when he saw them. He snorted, breath rushing from him like a bronco. Nobody ever won at Monopoly because nobody ever stuck around long enough to finish, and he wondered if this would be any different. "Do you think they can get in here?" Carla hugged her boys, scanning the many windows through wild eyes. Dan followed her jumpy gaze. "We've got it sealed up tight." A silence as deep as the snowfall outside settled around them, pressing against the walls. They exchanged nervous glances through hollowed-out faces, their expressions changing in the flickering light. It had been a long 6 days, and don't forget about the 3 painful days of building news coverage before that. There were plenty of recorded attacks on YouTube before the power went out, but Anderson Cooper was the first to go down on live television. Paul would never forget it. Why that man thought he could roam the streets with only the protection of an overweight cameraman, Paul would never know. This wasn't some fucked-up revolution in Egypt. Regardless, that's when the public started taking things seriously, but by then it was too late. Paul's bloodshot eyes gravitated to the family portrait above the fireplace. A man with a brown mustache and big glasses sat on a stool, posing next to his wife and a young boy and girl, all dressed in their Sunday best from the 80s. Their eyes followed Paul wherever he went in the room, watching his every move like the home intruder he was. He exhaled a slow breath, wondering where they went, wondering where everyone went, because maybe they could go there too. "Mom, are they gonna eat us?" Mike asked, pulling his Iowa Hawkeye stocking cap down over his ears. Carla rubbed the back of his heavy ski coat, the look on her face defying her words. "No, sweetie, they're not going to eat us. You are the one who needs to be eating." "I don't want to die." Matt turned on the waterworks and plunked his face into his mom's down coat. "Peanut, will you stop? No one is going to die." Paul and Dan looked at each other, jaws slowly grinding their dinner. After getting her minivan stuck on a snowy rural route road a few hours ago, Carla couldn't have been any luckier to have Paul's Grand Cherokee come upon them before the infected did. Luckier than winning the lottery. Now, here in the darkness where they couldn't see the shame pulling on his face, Paul felt guilty thinking about how much easier this would be without them. Carla was out of shape, and Matt and Mike were so damn young and afraid, and Paul didn't blame them, but silence was golden in this world. Shit. Matt, they have guns, Mike bravely reminded his younger brother. That's right, Carla replied, struggling to hang on to a heavy smile. Paul looked away. The poor woman was scared shitless. They all were, and it worried him to no end. They were just normal everyday people, and normal everyday people could never be ready for something like this. A week and a half ago, Paul took his wife to the best restaurant in town for Valentine's Day. Now they were sucking on frozen apple pies in some rundown farmhouse, ready to kill the next motherfucker who walked through the front door. And if they were lucky, they wouldn't shoot each other in the process. Matt, we won't let anything happen to you. Sophia gave the kid a warm smile that melted Paul's heart. Even in this world, her compassion knows no bounds. Matt pulled his wet face from his mom's coat and sniffled. You promise? I promise, Sophia replied, squeezing Paul's hand. We'll be playing volleyball on the beach in no time. I'll teach you guys how to surf. Dan shifted on the carpet and bit into his cherry pie. Just as soon as I learn first. Carla raised her brow. See, sweetie? Matt studied Sophia for a moment with a mixed look on his little red face. Hesitantly, he stuffed another stale graham cracker into his mouth and crunched down. Can we go fishing? He asked, spitting a piece of cracker onto the carpet. Sophia's green eyes glittered in the candlelight. You sure can. Can we get boogie boards? Mike asked. Of course. Matt stopped chewing. Can we have guns? Sophia opened her mouth, eyebrows drawing together. No, you cannot have a gun, Carla answered, bailing her out. They grew quiet again, a current of tension running through the old creaky house. Paul was dead tired, but it would, more than likely, be another long night of tossing and turning. He'd probably bagged less than 15 hours of sleep since this shitstorm blew up, and fatigue led to mistakes, and mistakes led to death's door. Dan leaned over and whispered in Paul's ear. Dude, I have to poop so bad right now it hurts. Paul furrowed his brow. Again? My IBS is flaring up something fierce. Then go. Dan pulled his cap off and ran a hand through his tangled yellow curls. Both toilets are overflowing with frozen turds. Go in the snow. Are you insane? I'm not going out there. Dan did a double take, noticing Matt and Mike staring at him with their mouths gaping. Do you mind? This is a grown-up conversation. Both kids replied with weak shrugs and went back to barely eating as another guttural scream pierced the night, this time definitely closer. Paul blew out the candle, plunging them into a moonlit darkness that smelled like lilacs. I told you, Sophia whispered. They'll never know we're here if we're quiet. I'm just saying, we have kids to think about now, Paul. He tipped his head back and blew a stream of visible air to the ceiling. In the old world, they couldn't have kids, no matter how many doctors they saw, but in this one, they did, and it was the last thing they needed. Right now, they just needed to eat, sleep, and shut the hell up. His eyes migrated to the family portrait, and Paul found himself wondering what they did immediately after the Sears photo shoot. Did they go out to eat? Did they see a movie? Or did they just go home and piss the rest of the day away watching standard definition TV and playing Monopoly? He shook his head, knowing he'd never get used to hiding out in a different house like this every night. Not with their rotting smells and furniture and pictures of the people who used to live there, a continual reminder of the way things used to be and the way they'd never be again. Shit, Paul had had a hard enough time sleeping in a hotel room, let alone in this icebox. At least in a hotel room, nobody came pounding on your door at 3 in the morning, unless it was security. And oh, sweet Jesus, what he'd give to see some security now. They hadn't seen a single cop or National Guardsman in over 3 days. 3 days. It was numbing how fast things were changing. 6 days in, and they were already on their own. Sophia shivered against him beneath the musty-smelling blanket and tried to hide it. 2 weeks ago, she managed a vintage boutique. Today she walked with a pink gun on her hip at all times. 2 weeks ago, she blew a gasket if a spider showed its hairy face in the bathroom. Today she had 3 kills and counting. The back door opened in the kitchen with a slow, rusty creak, drawing their startled eyes. The cold wind slipped inside as Paul set his pie down on the coffee table and grabbed the 12-gauge lying next to him on the floor without looking. Rising coolly to their feet, Paul and Dan slid shotguns into their shoulders in an eerie choreographed symmetry. "I thought you locked it after you grabbed the water from the truck." Dan tightened his grip on the Browning. "I did," he replied, following Paul into the kitchen. Paul stepped onto the cracked linoleum and studied the open door with the wind blowing in his face. Free of intruders and wet footprints, he rushed across the room and locked the door before turning back to Dan. "Obviously you didn't." Dan lowered his weapon. "I'm telling you I did." "Then how did the wind just blow it open?" "Paul, you think I'm forgetting to lock the fucking door with all the shit going on out there? I sleep with a shotgun now." A dull thud drew their eyes to the ceiling. "Holy shit, someone's upstairs." "No, they're not." "You just heard that." Dan held up a hand and cocked his head to the side. "There it was again." "That's impossible. We checked every square inch." "No one could have gotten past us," Dan said, tucking the shotgun into his shoulder. Carla screamed when someone pounded on the front door, making Dan jump so bad Paul was certain he would accidentally shoot him. The candle whisked through Paul's mind as he pushed past his best friend and stormed into the living room. The front door rattled with each bruising wallop, vibrating the pictures hanging on the walls. Carla hugged her boys on the floor in front of the couch and spoke in a cold whisper. "They found us." Paul glanced back into the kitchen, the back door still shut and locked. He jerked his chin to the front door, and Dan nodded before quietly crossing the room. Only 6 days in, and they already had a new language, one without words. In this world, words could only get in the way. The hammering stopped. They stared at the front door, their shallow breaths the only sound in the room. Dan stepped through a stripe of moonlight and peered out the peephole. "I only see one, but he's a big one," he whispered. "Perfect," Sophia muttered, standing next to Paul with her pink 9mm pointed at the floor. Another bone-shattering blow to the door made Dan flinch so bad it was almost funny. Almost. Paul took aim with the Mossberg. "Open it." Carla pulled her boys closer. "On 3, Dan whispered, gripping the worn knob. Normally they didn't waste ammo if they didn't have to, but this son of a bitch would eventually get inside, and it wouldn't be long before he attracted others. 1, Dan started. A window broke out in the kitchen behind them, and this time Sophia screamed, "Open it!" Dan yanked the door back, and the thing barged inside, slobbering and snarling. Floor lamps shook with each heavy step, and despite the man's speed, everything slowed to a crawl in Paul's mind. He had time to adjust his aim, and time to notice the Rick's Heating and Cooling logo on the man's coat. Bloated hands reached for Paul through bloody sleeves, clawing at the frigid air, desperate for purchase. And holy shit, Dan was right. He was a big one. Had to be close to 300 pounds, yet moved like he was half that. Paul unloaded a shell on him right away to keep most of the mess outside. They still might spend the night here. He watched the ghoul slide backward across the front porch and bounce down the steps head first, leaving his only shoe behind in the doorway as a souvenir. Dan scanned the porch for more decaying visitors, with his gun leading the way, while Sophia put her back to Paul's to cover whatever was coming in through the kitchen. To her chagrin, Paul insisted they start practicing these SWAT-like moves after they fled their home, and now it was paying off. Common sense was a hell of a thing to go to waste.
"Look out!"
Carla shouted. Sophia's body recoiled as she sunk a hollow point into the slight kid limping out of the kitchen. Paul whirled around so fast he bumped the coffee table and knocked his apple pie onto the dirty carpet. Last one, too. The kid jerked backward onto the linoleum, with his sunken eyes staring vacantly at the useless kitchen light above. Matt bawled louder than ever, reaching the boiling point for 8-year-olds. His older brother sat beside him, looking like he'd just seen a ghost, and he had. "Matt, it's all right, buddy," Paul said, gliding across the living room while Dan shut and locked the front door. "It's over. They're gone." "I want to go home," Matt blubbered, clear liquid gushing from his eyes and nose. Carla hugged him tight and told him everything was going to be okay. Another blatant lie. Paul stepped over the dead kid's body, careful not to slip in the pooling blood, and examined the broken window above the kitchen sink before turning back to the fair-haired little boy on the floor. Blood matted the kid's strawberry blonde hair, and he probably wasn't much older than Matt. Paul stared at his blood-stained John Deere sweatshirt, wondering what nearby farm he shambled from, wondering how far he traveled through the snow with no shoes. "Damn," he whispered, looking up to find Sophia's frightened eyes. A tear streamed over the apple on her cheek, and she was about to say something when her gaze slowly rose over Paul's shoulder. He turned to see a woman with long gray hair and a dirty nightgown folding her bony limbs through the broken window like a poisonous spider. Paul raised the shotgun. Her thick toenails perched upon the sill like a gargoyle. She stared at him, and he stared back. Paul adjusted the weapon and she screamed at him, baring her bloody teeth. He winced with the painful cry and squeezed the trigger, blasting her back out into the night. Paul spun back to the farm kid, positive he would be getting back up right about now and looking for an ankle to munch on, but he was as motionless as the look gripping Sophia's face. She stared at the boy on the floor with her chest heaving beneath her puffy red coat. Matt's cries in the living room 100 miles away. "He looks like Jason." Paul's incredulous gaze dropped to the kid. She was right. He did look like her nephew, freckles and all. Paul sharpened his gaze. Or were those blood spots? Matt suddenly stopped crying out in the living room, turning Paul and Sophia to stone. Their eyes met, the wind whistling through the busted window, stinging their cheeks. "We should check upstairs again." Paul turned to see Dan standing in the archway, with his hand resting on the Glock tucked into a paddle holster clipped to his hip. Dan stared at the dead kid on the floor and blew out a long breath. "If we're not safe way out here." He looked up, a grave look in his eyes. "There are over 320 million people in this country alone." Paul tried rubbing the wrinkles from his forehead. It didn't make any sense. This kid should be home in bed with a Thor action figure tucked under his pillow, not lying on the kitchen floor in a pool of blood. Paul ran a hand down his grimy face, grief blocking the air from entering his lungs. How did it come to this? 2 weeks ago he was running the #1 rated morning show in town. Today he was running for his life. Movement out of the corner of his eye spiked his adrenaline. He turned to see the frizzy-haired lady stand back up outside the window and stare off into the backyard as if something had snagged her attention, something like an easier meal. The moonlight turned her skin white, and Paul had to know what she was looking at. Were more of those things coming? Perhaps a lone survivor lost in the storm. Paul took a step closer and she turned to meet his eyes, his heart sinking when she reached her arthritis-twisted fingers through the window. Sophia said something, but it sounded like she was talking underwater, and Paul was too busy watching the old woman grab the faucet and pull her skinny ass inside. With the shotgun tight against his shoulder, things slowed down again, giving him too much time to notice she didn't feel the piece of glass slicing through her back. He also had time to observe she had a new wordless language as well. She grunted and snarled, and Paul took her head off with a booming indoor blast. Her body jerked back outside, fingers taking a piece of the laminate countertop with her on the way out. Paul stared out the window, ready for more if she was, heart pounding beneath his heavy coat. Sophia lowered her gun, a long breath streaming from her red lips. I told you I had a bad feeling about this place. He turned back to the dead farm kid on the floor. Paul was positive they would be okay this far out in the middle of nowhere, but apparently the middle of nowhere was just as unsafe as everywhere else. After all, there were 320 million people in this country alone. Chapter 2. 2 days before outbreak. The Friday night crowd went wild when Paul took the stage, punching their fists into the air and rattling the rafters with their enthusiastic screams. They knew him as much as they knew Lars Ulrich, and it was a hell of a rush each and every time, a perk of the job. With a cordless mic hanging in his hand, Paul assumed the front of the massive stage and rested a black boot on a monitor, scanning the sea of black staring back at him inside Wells Fargo Arena. His silence only made them grow louder, more restless. They knew what time it was. They'd been waiting for this all week, and he was about to give it to them. Most radio jocks would have opened their stupid mouths by now and stepped on the moment, but not Paul. No. Paul waited for them to get louder without a single word, making eye contact with each and every Hellraiser in the house. The crowd roared with anticipation. Sometimes less was more. Satisfied with their passion, Paul brought the microphone to his lips and spoke in a calm voice. "You got anything left in the tank, Des Moines?" The crowd screamed louder, 20,000 pairs of bloodshot eyes all on him, including the blue pair belonging to a pretty blonde with huge tits in the front row. She waved to Paul, and he filled his lungs with a deep breath. "I can't hear you!" The crowd roared again, vibrating the metal scaffolding and shaking the floor. "All right, I hear you. I'm standing right here for Christ's sake. What are you people, drunk?" They cheered, and Paul let them settle down before speaking again. "Listen, it's an honor to stand before you today and introduce one of the greatest American rock bands of all time, and I have just one favor." Sticking an index finger into the air, he linked eyes with the pretty blonde in the front row. "Make 'em feel at home, Des Moines, and please welcome blackened recording artist Metallica!" The crowd orgasmed, and Paul left the stage, receiving a sweet head nod from James Hetfield on the way out that Paul would never forget. A long-haired roadie swung a flashlight ahead of him as the two sinuously navigated the darkened ramps and taped down wires running like veins across the backstage flooring. A long guitar chord ripped in his ears, making the crowd cry out louder than Paul could ever get them to. The band's manager fist-bumped him just before he slipped into a winding concrete tunnel. Paul waved to the roadie and kept going, pulse racing with something no drug could ever touch. Back in his station's skybox, co-workers and friends high-fived him to "Wherever I May Roam." Finding a patch of carpeted wall to lean against, he checked his phone to see that Sophia had made it okay to a small business seminar in Minneapolis for the weekend. He began texting her back when someone stuck a cold can of beer in his face, blocking the screen. He looked up into a pretty pair of hazel eyes and smiled. "Thanks, Beck," he said, cracking the can open and stealing a look down Rebecca's double tank top, black on white. Falling somewhere between a C cup and a D cup, he guessed they were real nice. Rebecca tossed a sweet-smelling river of black hair over her shoulder and leaned against the wall next to him. "You have such great stage presence." He cheered her with the beer. "Liquid courage, my lady." Her eyes glittered under the skybox lights when she smiled. "Were you ever in a band?" she asked, her left breast brushing against his arm, flushing his side with heat. "No, and that's for the best." In a shiny pair of red fuck-me pumps, she stood at nearly eye level with him, peering into his soul. "So, what's the plan for after the show?" Paul glanced out into the arena, stage lights flickering across the standing crowd below. Under his breath, he cursed Dan for picking the worst night of the year to work late at the mall. Paul needed a reverse wingman to stop him from acting upon the knot of need tightening in his gut. His eyes glided across Rebecca's plump breasts again, heart pounding at just the thought of it. "Not sure what we're doing yet." Chapter 3. Day 6. Dan leaned against the farmhouse front door, peering out the peephole with one eye closed. "Man, that is one big dead dude," he said, jerking Paul from his thoughts. Carla's wide eyes cased the room and landed on Paul. "Why is this happening? And if you tell me everything happens for a reason, I'll smack you." "Terrorists," Dan said bleakly, turning to face them. "Or the rapture." Carla frowned. "So we got left behind? But we go to church every other Sunday." Paul leaned in the doorway to the kitchen and scratched at the stubble on his neck, keeping his back to the dead kid as much as possible, because it was easier that way. Carla turned to Sophia for an explanation, but she was too busy slouching in a dog-hair-covered recliner to notice, staring distantly into the smoldering fireplace they put out just before dusk. So far, the farm kid was the youngest any of them had put down, and Paul could see the gravity of it weighing on his wife's shoulders. He closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, intestines twisting into wet knots. These were good people making an honest living and didn't deserve to go out like this. No one did. The more he grew accustomed to the horror show confronting them on a daily basis, the more the whole thing pissed him off. Anger danced with sorrow, and it was anger's turn to lead. Fucking shit. "We should leave." Carla gripped Matt and Mike on the couch like someone might steal them out from under her nose. Both boys shook beneath a hand-knitted afghan, and it was hard to tell if they were cold or scared to death. Probably a lot of both. Paul crossed over to the front windows and carefully peeled the dingy drapes back. The full moon above painted the snow-encrusted landscape with an angelic glow, leaving pockets of shadows hugging the tall pines and peeling barn. At least it had stopped snowing. "It looks clear." "Well, we can't stay here, not with that thing in the kitchen," Carla barked. "Plus, the window is broken." "It's too dark and snowy to clear another place tonight." Paul let the drape fall back into place, struggling to restrain his voice. "If more come, we'll take off in the Jeep." Dan jerked his jittery gaze from a living room window to upstairs like he just heard something again. He reminded Paul of when they rented an old house on Sailorville Lake right after college. It was the perfect place to launch their trusty Mark Twain ski boat, and didn't take long to figure out why the rent was so dirt cheap. After spotting a few beady-eyed mice sneaking around the house, Dan started setting traps like he was on Scooby-Doo. Eventually the mice, more or less, disappeared, but Dan always thought he saw something scurrying across the kitchen floor or hiding under the couch. He was like that now, seeing things, hearing things, eyes rising to the ceiling, even though they'd already rechecked every square foot upstairs. Paul set a hand on his shoulder, making Dan jump. "It was just some snow sliding off the roof. Relax." "What if those things heard the gunfire?" Carla asked, pressing the point. "Let's just get in the car and go." Paul bit his tongue and reloaded his sidearm. "I say we stick around and see what happens." "See what happens?" Carla's soccer mom hairdo bounced when she cocked her head to one side. "Excuse me, but I have 2 young boys to think about here, Paul, and I'd rather not just leave it up to chance and see what happens." "We all have 2 young boys to think about now, Carla," he said curtly, holstering his flat black Beretta PX4 Storm. "I have a wife and best friend to think about as well." Carla opened her mouth but thought better of it and turned her pointed glare to a window over a messy desk. "This place isn't safe," she muttered under her breath. Paul groaned and tried to think of a nice way to tell her she was free to leave anytime she fucking wanted, just not in his truck. Mike and Matt drew air through gaping mouths, round eyes locked on Paul. He noticed Dan staring at him as well. They all were. Paul's brown eyes darted back to Matt and Mike. They were so young. It wasn't fair. They should be building snowmen and drinking hot chocolate, not covering their ears and screaming when Sophia shoots some random farm kid in the kitchen of some stranger's house. Paul let out an exhausted sigh. "We'll board up the window and leave at dawn." Carla opened her mouth to protest. "We'll be fine," he cut her off, tapping the nylon holster strapped around his right thigh. "We're not carrying Nerf guns here. Try to get some rest for tomorrow. We'll need it." Carla's jaw came unhinged, her eyes toward the others before falling back on Paul. That's your plan? Board up the window? His face soured. Do you really want to drag your 2 boys out there into the dark, the cold? It's suicide and you know it. He paused to lower his voice. Look, I get it. I don't want to stay here either, but we probably just took out the closest neighbors around. We'll be fine, I promise. Other than an incredulous huff, Carla didn't respond. She planted a kiss on her boys' stocking caps, bravely staving off the tears for their sake. She reminded Paul of his own mom. After he and Sophia abandoned their dream home to rescue his mom on the way out of town, his mother had been panic-stricken as well. What mom wouldn't be? Then she got sick. So sick she didn't even want to crochet anymore, and she loved to crochet. With her cat softly growling under the bed, he remembered her telling him about the flu shot she got at the pharmacy the day before. 2 days later, she shut her eyes and stopped breathing, the cat still hiding beneath the bed. Hiding like they are now, with the devil snapping at their heels. Paul turned his attention back to the window, wondering if there were others like them out there. He shuddered when he thought about out there, because out there is where the full moon cast tangled shadows of withered branches upon the pearl-white snow. Out there, even the shadows reached for you. His glowing reflection swallowed thickly in the glass. During the first few days of the pandemic, the majority of zombies they'd seen on the news were children and the elderly, which played perfectly into Paul's flu shot theory. When the government and medical communities started dishing out H1N1 warnings like white cake at a wedding reception, the young and the old had been the first to get in line. They'd also been the first to turn, but that was changing. Case in point, the repairman, who was probably close to 35. Paul took the family portrait into the kitchen, trying to piece together a grisly puzzle in his mind that, in the end, would never make a lick of difference. It didn't matter what caused it, because it was too late to stop it now. That ship had sailed. He held the picture over the broken window to check the fit, staring into the father's probing eyes. With some nails and a hammer he found in the basement, Paul attached the portrait over the broken window with the family facing outside. The picture wouldn't stop much but the wind from getting in, but it was nice not to have to look into those eyes anymore. Back in the living room, he knelt next to Sophia in the recliner and placed a hand on her leg. His swollen brain searched through endless combinations of reassuring words, each one sounding worse than the one before it. Hey, you know you had to do that, right? She stared past him with unfocused eyes, lower lip quivering. He was just a little boy, she said faintly, wiping a tear from her cheek with the back of her glove. He used to be, baby, but he was gone before we got here. One of us could have been killed or infected if you hadn't protected us like that. In spite of his careful choice of words, they still fell on deaf ears. Paul hung his head. They would need her back in the game by morning, or next time they might not be so lucky. Chapter 4. After setting the dead kid behind a small garden shed, Paul and Dan took a long look around, with the moonlight reflecting off the freshly fallen snow. Not counting the monsters hiding in the shadows, it was beautiful, peaceful. From here, you would never know the industrialized world was busy collapsing. Dan jerked his head to a swath of bushy pines. "Did you hear that?" "No," Paul replied, pulling his coat up over his neck and jogging for the back door like vampires might swoop down next. And at this point, anything was possible. Once back inside the kitchen, they locked the door and tried shaking off the cold clinging to their clothes like smoke. "I can't feel my fingers anymore," Dan said, removing his gloves and blowing into his cupped hands. "I'm serious, man. This shit hurts." "Let me see." Paul lit up Dan's hands with the flashlight, examining his fingertips for signs of frostbite. "Do you want to go turn the heat on in the Jeep for a few minutes? Thaw out some more water while you're in there?" "By myself? No thanks." He rubbed his hands together. "Plus, we're low on gas." "Jesus Christ," Paul whispered. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Because we were kind of busy rescuing a family and it was getting dark. We'll siphon something in the morning." Paul nodded and went back into the kitchen to mop a towel around the blood-stained floor with his snowy boot. Dan grabbed more towels from a linen closet and helped Paul rub red circles into the cracked flooring. They worked in silence, listening to Carla tell Sophia she was a divorced 36-year-old who had watched two neighbors murder her parents right before her very eyes. "That's horrible," Sophia said softly. Paul stopped the towel. It was good to hear her consoling voice again. "My parents used to play bridge with them every week, too." Carla laughed like she was recalling some funny moment at the grocery store earlier in the week. "My ex lives in California, and after the phones went dead, I had no idea what to do. Hell, even Bill O'Reilly had no idea what to do, which was a first." She punctuated the statement with another nervous cackle that made Paul and Dan swap a heavy glance. Carla's laughter faded into a thick lull. The wind whistled in the silence stretching between the two rooms, and when Carla resumed her horrid tale, she spoke in a much graver tone, one that sent chills down Paul's spine. "By the time we worked up the courage to leave my parents' house, those things were all over the place. Luckily, my mom's minivan was parked inside the garage." She paused for a passing sniffle. "And thanks to my dad, bless his heart. That man never let a vehicle get under half a tank, said it was irresponsible, but personally, I think he was obsessive-compulsive. Either way, the power was out and the garage door wouldn't open, so I drove through it. The boys were screaming so loud I thought my head was going to explode." Paul surveyed the kitchen floor they'd managed to reduce to a pink spot, wondering how many other people got lucky like Carla and her boys. There had to be others who parked in the right spot, or owned the right fence, or had the right weapons. It was in the odds. "It felt like we were running over telephone poles when I backed down the driveway," Carla continued in a cold whisper. "But they weren't telephone poles. They were my parents' neighbors and friends." She clapped a hand over her mouth, muffling her words. "Some of them younger than Matthew." Paul kicked the bloody towel off to the side and checked the solar-powered G-Shock on his wrist. It had been 1 hour since the repairman, and no one else had followed in his lumbering tracks. They would spend the night in the living room on pillows and blankets, together. In this world, no one goes alone. Paul's biggest fear was a group of the undead surrounding them while they slept, entombing them inside the farmhouse with its dusty standard-definition TV and Hummel figurines. In anticipation of just such a scenario, he parked the Jeep in a ready-to-go position outside the back door. If more than a handful or two showed up at once, they would carve a path to the rig and take their chances elsewhere. It was all about increasing the odds in their favor. Every step, or misstep, counted. When Paul entered the living room, Carla sat up straighter and swiped at her wet cheeks. "Thank you again for saving our lives, all of you." She placed a hand over her heart. "If you wouldn't have stopped, I don't know what—" "We're just glad everyone is okay," Dan said, dropping into a pea-green armchair. Carla's glassy eyes bounced to Paul. "So, we're going to the ocean, huh?" He sat on the arm of Sophia's recliner, wondering if Carla invited herself along for the ride, or if Sophia extended the offer while he and Dan were outside disposing of the dead kid's body. Not that it mattered. They would never leave them here on their own, but it bugged him just the same. "I figure we'll keep heading south on I-35, avoid the big cities along the way, and put our backs to the ocean where we can figure out our next move without freezing our butts off." "I cannot wait." Dan folded his arms across his chest. "I can't feel my toes anymore, and I'm not even kidding." Mike turned to Carla. "Hey, Mom, are there going to be man-eating sharks in the ocean?" "What? No, sweetie, there are not going to be man-eating sharks in the ocean." "I don't want to get eaten by a shark," Matt cried, turning on the waterworks again. Paul rolled his eyes and wrapped an arm around Sophia, pulling her against him. She still had that shell-shocked look on her face, and that was okay. It would pass, he hoped. "You are not going to get eaten by a shark, Peanut. What is wrong with you?" "Guys, I think all the sharks have moved on to other spots." Both boys blinked blankly at Dan. "Because of all the oil?" Mike finally asked. "Oil?" "Yeah, in the Gulf." He nodded. "That's exactly right. Sharks hate oil." Why? Matt asked. Well, Dan said, clearing his throat. Because it gets in their gills and they can't breathe. I thought they cleaned the oil up. Matt shook his head. I hope they didn't, because then the sharks will come back. Paul cast a sideways look at Dan and exhaled a spent breath. Okay, any other indispensable questions? Just one, Carla said, raising a hand. Is this beach going to have a tiki bar? She asked, cranking up her cackle box again. Paul tried to smile back, but she made him nervous. If she learned to relax during the heat of the moment, she might be able to handle a small gun without killing any of them, but her mouth and alcohol seemed like a dangerous combination. He shifted his weight on the arm of the chair. What did you do before any of this happened anyway, for work? Carla's lips bent downward. Me? I was a realtor for Morton Realty. Why? His hope sank. Just wondering. Paul couldn't stitch a hole in a shirt, let alone a bad wound, and Dan's experience as manager of the Apple store in the mall was zero help in this powerless world as well. With the hospitals turning into walking cemeteries, they would need to befriend a doctor or nurse, and soon. They had to set themselves up. All right, here's the deal. You're going to have to carry your weight around here, and that means keeping your head during tough times. He looked to Matt and Mike. And believe me, we're going to hit some rough patches. I'm not even going to lie. The three signaled their agreement with rapid head nods. Paul's chocolate-colored gaze jerked back to Carla. You're also going to have to learn how to shoot a gun. Her face brightened. My ex was an avid hunter. I know my way around a gun. So do I, Mike added. Paul arched an eyebrow at him. You do? I've shot my dad's gun at the range a ton of times, Mike proudly stated, puffing his chest out. Plus, I play big buck hunter. Sophia laughed, and it was music to Paul's ears. I shot a real deer one time, Matt piped in. Mike turned to his younger brother, face slumping in the moonlight. No, you didn't. I did too. Didn't. Did. Did not. Boys. Carla glared at them. We have to be quiet now at all times. Do you understand me? Yes, they said as one dull voice sinking back into the couch. This isn't a game and we only get one life. Dan traded a worried look with Paul as silence took the room, dense and cold to the touch. Carla was right. Quiet was for the best, but it was also fuel for a mind spinning out of control. Didn't, Mike whispered. I'll shoot you right fucking now. Matthew J. Patton! Carla slapped a hand over her mouth, surprised and unnerved by her rise in volume. She flashed everyone an apologetic look and softened her voice. You are not shooting anyone, and if I ever hear you use the F word again... Matt stared up at her with his jaw dangling. What, Mom? Ground me? Carla's throat clicked dryly when she swallowed. We just need for you boys to keep quiet. She stared at them through wet eyes that meant business. Okay? They nodded, making way for a lull in the conversation. Paul took Sophia by the hand and towed her to some pillows and blankets behind the couch, wondering what it would look like out there tomorrow morning when the sun slowly peeked over the eastern horizon, like even it was afraid to look. So far, every morning it looked a little worse, a little more dead. Paul laid down next to his wife and yawned, thanking God he and Sophia never had that little girl or boy they were so desperately trying to have. He couldn't imagine what Carla must be going through and, thankfully, didn't have to try. For soon after, the Sandman was the only other intruder that night, light on his feet and heavy in the hand. Chapter 5. 2 days before outbreak. Back at home, Paul hung his coat on a coat rack behind the front door and rounded up some pre-Metallica empties, cringing when he saw it was already past 2 in the morning. I love your house. He glanced at Rebecca from the open kitchen, watching her dump her coat onto Sophia's favorite chair. Thanks. Your wife has a great sense of style. Paul retrieved 2 cold beers from the fridge, shuddering at the mention of his wife. This was so wrong it wasn't even funny. Another woman in Sophia's house? At 2:23 in the morning? Out of nowhere, the liquid courage running through his bloodstream told him to relax. Rebecca was just spending the night because of a mix-up at the hotel, and that was the truth. A bit of a flirt, maybe. She was harmless. He shut the fridge door and jumped when he found her standing on the other side. "Damn, girl, you move like a cat." She meowed drunkenly and ran her red-painted claws down his muscular chest. Paul popped the tops, handed her a bottle, and squeezed past into the living room, second-guessing his every move. This was beyond a bad idea. He felt like Sophia was watching him through the picture of them resting on the mantelpiece. Her beautiful green eyes, thinned by the bright Maui sun, now looked accusatory and threatening. He sat down on the couch. Rebecca plopped down next to him, invading his space with the sour smell of alcohol on her breath and a fresh dab of perfume on her neck. His eyes meandered over the plump mounds peeking out from her tank top, stirring the fire inside. She rested a soft hand on his knee for balance and kicked off her heels before curling up next to him. "You have tomorrow off?" "I do." The warmth of her hands seeped through his jeans and into his flesh like acid. "That's so sad." She shifted on the couch, discreetly moving her hand to the inside of his thigh. "All alone for the weekend." "I've got Netflix." Eyes glittering with heat, she took a slow drink and scanned the living room, investigating what type of woman had lured Paul into marriage. "Kids?" He pressed his lips together. "Not yet." "Trying?" He exhaled a worn-out breath. "For a while now." Just the thought of it made him tired. He was a failure, and making love with Sophia wasn't about making love anymore. It was about making a baby. It was another chore to add to the list, right up there with shoveling and taking out the garbage. There were scheduled romps, ovulation tests, vitamins. She even tried to get him to stop drinking for a while, and he had laughed out loud. Like this shit wasn't hard enough already. And whenever he dared to throw out the adoption word, Sophia turned to ice like he was speaking in the devil's tongue. She was nowhere near ready to give up. Not yet. "It took my sister Joan 3 years to get pregnant." His eyes snapped back to Rebecca, forehead creasing. 3 years? She nodded. "They tried everything, too. It was really hard on her and Tyler." She paused for a sip of beer. "How long have you been trying?" Paul sighed before coming clean, embarrassed to even say. "Almost a year." "Oh, a year is nothing. It takes a lot of couples longer than a year to get knocked up." A low groan slipped past his lips. Her eyes thinned. "Are you thinking of taking a break? Because that can sometimes jumpstart things down the road." He leaned his head back against the couch and stared at the ceiling. "She will flip out if I take a break, but I feel like a lab rat." Rebecca clicked a red nail against the beer bottle in her hands, knees pressing against his leg. "How many times a day are you having sex?" she asked, as if she were inquiring about his workout schedule. Paul shifted uneasily on the couch and caught Sophia's prying eyes on the mantel. It was just as wrong to answer as it was having Rebecca here in the first place, and he damn well knew it. "Once or twice," he lied, taking a long drink, head already buzzing from too many long drinks. The truth was, he'd been avoiding Sophia in the bedroom, throwing out the usual excuses. Too tired, don't feel well, have to get up early for work, etc. Rebecca nodded quietly, studying his strong profile. "Have you tried doing it upside down?" He choked when he swallowed and coughed into his hand. "Not yet, but let me write that down." She squeezed his thigh. "Don't laugh, it worked for my sister." His eyes sobered. "Seriously?" "Well, it was either that or the reverse cowgirl. They aren't 100% sure." His heart skipped a beat when her fingertips brushed against the bulge hiding inside his oily jeans. He scooted away. "Listen, Rebecca." His words died when she pressed her soft lips against his. He watched her eyes fall shut and felt her tongue slither inside his mouth, her sweet saliva mixing with his. A flutter of butterflies launched in his stomach, her perfume casting a spell he could not shake. Paul broke their kiss when she squeezed his crotch. Rebecca smiled, clearly pleased with his reaction. Maybe you just need some more practice, Paul. Frozen somewhere between fear and pleasure, he watched her slowly unzip his jeans, helpless to stop her, heart racing as her hand disappeared inside. He inhaled a sharp breath when her warm fingers coiled around his erection. Her eyes widened. "Oh my," she whispered, pulling it out. "Somebody's happy to see me." Paul swallowed against the lump in the back of his throat, hating himself for even having an erection, let alone seeing it out of his pants. He tried to prevent her hand from pumping his dick, but couldn't move, paralyzed by her sweet strokes. Rebecca wet her lips, taking pride in the twisted look warping his face. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, adding to the dreamlike state pulling him in. She flashed him an impish grin and tossed her hair over his shoulder before bending over into his lap. Paul pushed her away. "I'm sorry," he said, scrambling to his feet and zipping his jeans up. "But this is a bad idea." She stared at the throbbing bulge inside his pants, chewing on a pinky. "Sometimes the best things come from bad ideas." His eyes roamed the room, mind racing. What had he done? He loved Sophia, yet here he was with another woman, desecrating everything in the blink of an eye. Turning from his wife's wounded gaze on the mantel, he pulled his cell phone from his jeans, desperate to go back in time and never do this again. But it was too late for that. There was no going back. There was only doing the right thing from here on out, and it was obvious what he had to do first. He had to come clean with Sophia. There was no way around it, because this dirty little secret would eat him alive from the inside out, and that was no way to go through life. Fuck! His subconscious screamed at him over the rapid beating of his own heart. "What did you do, you idiot?" Paul could smell Rebecca on him, and it turned his stomach. He needed to take a shower and burn his clothes, but first he pressed the cell phone to his ear, ignoring Rebecca's nonplussed stare as the phone took its sweet-ass time starting to ring. Come on. He took a steadying breath, running endless combinations of words through his head to ease Sophia's fall, none of which made a damn bit of sense. The phone kept ringing. She didn't deserve this, and things were about to change. This would forever taint their beautiful relationship, if not kill it completely. And for what? To boost his ego after failing to produce offspring like all the other normal men he knew? To prove he could still satisfy somebody in bed? A woman finally answered the goddamn phone, and Paul spoke way too fast. "Yeah, I need a cab." Chapter 6. Day 7. Paul stood waiting for Sophia outside the dressing room of another store where he was the only male figure, while she tried on a red negligée she swore would help her get pregnant. A pretty redhead smiled at him as she restocked the clothing people left behind in the dressing rooms. Paul smiled back, stealing a look down her top when she bent over to retrieve a pair of jeans she dropped to the floor. She smiled again and let him keep the look. He turned away, disgusted with himself after what happened with Rebecca. It was easy to blame it on a temporary moment of weakness because it was true, but that didn't make it right. It was also easy to scream when someone grabbed him from behind and bit into his neck. Paul brought down the rack of miniskirts on his way to the tiled floor, everything moving in slow motion. The heavy-set mall cop landed on him with all of his weight, driving the air from Paul's lungs. The rotting thing in a black uniform army-crawled toward Paul's face. Jaws snapped, hands clawed, blood flowed. Paul woke up coughing with his hands wrapped around the imaginary wrists of a decaying mall cop. When his lungs finally opened, he drew in a sliver of breath and rubbed the nightmare from his eyes with both hands, only to open them again to find another one waiting in the wings. This one real. Sophia snuggled up closer to him under the blanket as daylight bravely crept through the farmhouse windows. He stared at the back of the couch, heart pounding in his chest. The thought of Rebecca made him sick to his stomach, so he pushed it down and thought about something else. Exhaling a cold breath, he saw his mother's bloodshot eyes pop open and take a newborn look at the ceiling as something else, something no longer human. When those eyes turned to find him sitting in the rocking chair next to her bed, he wanted to run. These thoughts would never leave him alone, and this morning they were at the front of the line. Paul could still see the anger wringing her face, smell the decay on her breath, feel her knock him to the ground. At the time, he had no idea how close he came to dying. They spent 4 agonizing days breathing in the smell of her rotten excrement, and after her merciful death, it took less than 2 hours for her to return. 2 hours. At that rate, they'd all be dead within a matter of days. The handgun's kick that sent a single bullet through her forehead haunted Paul's right hand. He flexed it in the morning light. Initially, he thought that gruesome moment would plague him for the rest of his life, however short it may now be, but so many other atrocities had already replaced it. He wished he could go back to sleep, but, in truth, there was nowhere to run. They always found him. "Hey," Sophia whispered, sending a warm hand under his coat and rubbing his stomach. Brushing a loose lock of raven-colored hair from her cold cheek, Paul studied her almond-shaped eyes, seizing the moment to admire her natural beauty. Nothing was taken for granted anymore, especially waking up. "Morning, sunshine." The ghost of a grin tugged at her full lips. "We're still alive." He kissed those lips, sparking a flash from the past where they could share a moment without anyone trying to kill them. "Still alive," he whispered. "Did you get any sleep?" He replied with a shallow nod, guessing he may have got 4 whole hours last night. "You?" "Some." Her fingers circled his belly button like water down a drain. "How far do you think we'll get today?" "Not far with the snow." She shivered under the blanket. "I can't wait to shake this cold weather already." "Me too." "I like it hot." His eyebrows pulled together when her hand sinuously undid his jeans. Sophia wet her lips, her green eyes glittering with heat. "Don't you like it hot?" she asked, sending a hand beneath his layers. "I do," he replied, voice quivering as her fingers brushed against his dick. "I knew it." "You're crazy," he mouthed, nodding to the couch. She spread a playful grin and squeezed. Paul sat up and peeked over the top of the couch, glancing at the others sleeping in the middle of the room. Lying back down, he cupped his wife's cheek in his hand, breath coming faster as her hand rose and fell beneath the blanket. "Don't stop," he breathed, pressing his lips to hers. They kissed hard, like there would be no tomorrow, and for all they knew, there might not. The breath jutting from her nose was warm against his cheek. Blood rushed in his ears with each pump of her hand. Paul tried to be quiet when he yanked her jeans down, but the layers beneath made that a difficult prospect. His heartbeat quickened when his fingers found the wet spot hiding between her legs. Sophia broke their kiss to gasp for air, pulling on his short brown hair and spreading her legs as he turned her body into his wants and needs. Paul rolled on top of her, and she inhaled too loudly with his soft invasion. He cupped her mouth and went in deeper, making her body stiffen. Someone that sounded like Dan coughed, spurring Paul's hips into action. It was only a matter of time before somebody looked over the back of the couch to make sure they were still alive. He bit his lip and held his breath, her muscles constricting around him. Sophia pushed his hand from her mouth and arched her back, tensing with the electric current running between them. Paul went faster and felt her nails dig into his back. Sophia grabbed his ass and pulled him in deeper, eyes watching his face twist. She was so beautiful, so warm. He grunted his release, filling her with pulsing bursts as their bodies curled into one. For a brief moment, time came to a standstill, and their love for each other pushed the horror of their new reality into the far corners of the room. It was the only thing they had left, the only thing they'd taken with them. The room's furnishings grew brighter as they caught their breath. Sophia ran her fingers across his 7-day stubble, grinning from ear to ear. "Now I remember why I like older men." He kissed her softly on the lips and drew back, breathing her in and staring into her eyes. "You're so beautiful." An easy smile shaped her lips. "I wish we were in our own bed." "Me too, hot stuff." "We'd spend the entire day in bed watching Netflix and eating popcorn and Junior Mints." Paul exhaled a forlorn breath and kissed her on the forehead so she wouldn't see the sadness creeping into his eyes. Those days were as dead as everything else, and it made him want to cry. "What I wouldn't give to spend all day with you in bed," he said, rolling onto his back to find Mike and Matt peeking over the back of the couch. Paul's face fell. "Jesus Christ," he said curtly. Sophia shrieked and pulled the blanket over her head, leaving Paul alone in the light. "What are you guys doing?" Mike furrowed his brow as he thought it over. "Were you guys wrestling?" "No, we weren't wrestling." "It sounded like you were hurting her," Matt whispered. "I wasn't hurting her. She's fine." Mike's eyes flickered to the lump lying next to him. "She's not moving." Paul elbowed Sophia in the side, making her giggle. "See, she moves." Mike nodded. "Cool. Hey, do we get guns today?" Chapter 7. The early morning sun was a welcome invasion. The SUV's heater worked fine, but the sunshine was nice, giving the false impression it was just another pretty day in the heartland. The fresh powder slowed their speed, but did little to dismay the SUV's four-wheel drive. Paul couldn't stop a slight grin from playing on his lips. After a bit of hedging last summer, he decided to spring for the Trailhawk package, even though Sophia thought it was a waste of money. It wasn't, not in this snow. Pushing his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose, he gave it more gas and scanned the sparkling landscape ahead. Interstate 35 was eerily clear of vehicles in either direction, lulling the group into a somber trance. They passed an abandoned car or truck every few miles, but nothing blocked the road. Nothing moved. It was quiet. He took a drink of Folgers made with cold water back at the house. Every hill they crested, Paul expected to find a police blockade or a makeshift military base or a FEMA tent or something waiting on the other side. But they never did, and the whole thing left as bad a taste in his mouth as the shitty-ass coffee. Unless everyone was hiding, they could be talking human extermination. In the past 2 days, they'd seen 3 people, the 3 riding in the back with Dan. Instead of a mass exodus of vehicles, snow blew across the lonely roadway in skittering lines. The nationwide travel ban did little to stop the spread, but, for the most part, kept the interstates wide open. Everything happened so fast there hadn't been time for much else. No quarantines or tornado sirens or presidential PSAs, and Paul figured that when people started getting sick, they called into work and, ultimately, became entombed in their own homes. Some, like Paul and Sophia, broke the travel ban and got the hell out of Dodge before it was too late. Snow crunched beneath the tires. Dead trees and white fields rushed past on both sides of the road. Houses and buildings sat with no signs of life, each one quieter than the one before it. Every now and then, something minor would catch Paul's eye that didn't quite sit right. A car door hanging open with no one around, an orange snowplow parked in the middle of the road, a spilt basket of laundry outside a laundromat. Small things that poured salt onto the wound nonetheless. They crossed the state line into Missouri, and a triumphant feeling surged through Paul's veins, filling him with hope. Considering the snowfall, they were making good time. He looked into the rearview mirror at the others stuffed in the back. Matt sat between Dan and Carla in the back seat, while Mike rode with their gear in the back end. Paul turned to Sophia in the passenger seat, keeping the Jeep at a cool 35 miles per hour. He squeezed her hand, and she squeezed back. The morning sun drenched her olive skin that never burned, even on the hottest of days. She was beautiful, and he loved her more than anything in the world, which is why he worried about her the most. She flashed him a quick smile. "I love you," she mouthed over the black keys. Paul kissed her hand. "I love you." "I would love to take a leak." Paul looked at Dan in the rearview mirror, eyebrows dipping. Grab an empty water bottle and make a trucker bomb. Mike and Matt groaned their disgust before morphing into a slow-moving laugh while Sophia peered at Paul over the top of her sunglasses. Don't be gross, she said, pushing her shades back up.
Mom?
Matt said in a high voice.
What's a trucker bomb?
Never mind, Peanut. Mike laughed.
It's when you pee in a bottle, kid. You're a kid.
Carla chuckled, shaking her head at Paul in the mirror. They could be loud now as the Jeep rolled down the interstate with Dan's iPod plugged into the deck. Paul jerked forward when the vehicle slammed into a deer that came sprinting from the tree line. Blood sprayed the windshield, blocking his view. He fought the wheel for control, everyone falling deathly silent as the SUV fishtailed through the milky powder. The brake pedal clicked beneath his boot, doing little to slow their speed. The rear end swung out to the right and slid back hard left, sending the vehicle careening into the right-hand ditch. A booming crunch filled their ears as the front end plowed up a mountain of snow and earth, snapping them to a shuddering halt at an awkward angle. The engine sputtered and died. Time froze as they caught their breath in the thunderstruck silence that followed. Paul turned to Sophia, hands still glued to the wheel. Are you okay? She looked down and watched her chest undulate beneath her coat. I think so. Are you? Releasing his seatbelt, he twisted around to face the others in the back. Is everyone all right? Holy shit. Dan looked up from his lap, face drawn and white as a ghost. I just peed my pants. Matt wrinkled his nose and scooted closer to his mom. Chapter 8. The good news was they crashed next to an empty field where nothing could sneak up on them except the wind. The bad news was the rig wasn't going anywhere ever again. The crinkled right front end looked like an accordion, the tire beneath it peeled off the black rim. Unfucking believable, Paul muttered, staring at the mangled tire. Of all the times for something like this to happen. Dan frowned at him. Don't tell me you let your AAA run out. Are you ever serious? Oh yeah, look who's talking. Paul kicked the tire. Fucking airbags didn't even deploy. We could have been killed. Dan released a white stream of breath. My underwear is starting to freeze. Shit. The wind stung their cheeks and eyes, and the worried look staring back from inside the car broke Paul's heart. This wasn't good. They had kids now to think about, for fuck's sake. There's got to be a car we can snag at the next exit, Dan said, shielding the sun with his hand. Paul followed his distant gaze south, squinting against the bright white. What other choice did they have? They would have to hoof it from here, and even though 6 or 7 hours of daylight remained, they had to hurry. Let's grab everything we can carry and get going. Sophia was a strong 28-year-old woman and had grown a lot stronger over the past week, but when she found out they would have to walk, she finally lost it. This would be the first time they went anywhere on foot, and she didn't want any part of it. None of them did. I don't want to do this anymore, she said faintly, tears glistening on her cheeks. I don't either, Sophia, but we don't have a choice. Fortunately, they'd only come across 2 walking corpses all day, and that was way back when they got on the interstate. At first glance, Paul thought they were hitchhikers, but quickly realized they were 2 Schwann's guys with no interest in delivering frozen pizzas and corn dogs anymore. Purposely ambling into the SUV's path, the men tried stopping them on the ramp, but Paul swerved around the gruesome twosome and kept going. He prayed their luck held out on foot, and things remained just as quiet. This is a bad idea, Carla concluded aloud, literally shaking in her boots outside the open tailgate. Paul stuffed his coat with full magazines and boxes of ammo. You got a better one? Carla looked around. Yeah, let's stay in the truck and wait for someone to come along. The only person that's going to come along, he started, looking down to Mike and Matt and swallowing the rest of his statement. Dan clipped a spare holster on Carla and showed her how to shoot a 9mm without actually firing it. The last thing they needed right now was to attract unwelcome attention. Her new weapon clicked as she practiced loading and ejecting the 15-round magazine. Paul insisted everyone keep their safeties off. Safeties were for dead men now, and reaction time was everything. He assured Carla they would get some target practice in after finding another vehicle, but for now, silence was golden. "Where do you get these guns?" she asked, aiming out over the field and staring down the sight with one eye closed. "Some we had, the others we looted from a gun shop on the way out of town," Dan told her, straightening her arms. There was hardly anything left. She popped off a pretend shot and turned to Dan. "Once in the head, huh?" His brow folded. "Yeah, haven't you ever seen Night of the Comet?" She snorted and holstered the weapon. "I'm more into rom-coms." Paul rolled his eyes and didn't bother shutting the tailgate. A few hundred yards later, they crested a gentle hill, the wind painting their cheeks red. He took one last look back at his incapacitated truck. Sunlight gleamed off the black paint. The Jeep winked at him, and then it was gone. Turning back around, he plodded through the thick snow and wiped his nose with his glove. Unbelievable. 2 miles, Dan shouted out from behind a pair of binoculars. Paul squinted up ahead. "Gas station?" "And a McDonald's," Dan reported, focusing on a blue interstate sign down the road. "There has to be a car there," Carla said, fidgeting with her new sidearm. "And a kid's meal," Matt added. "You hungry, buddy?" Paul asked, watching his boots disappear into the snow with each step. "I'm starving." "We'll find something soon, I promise." When the woods crept closer to the road, Paul kept seeing bloodthirsty fiends spring from the tree line out of the corner of his eye, just like the deer. The trees were bare, but there were so many of them in places it would be easy for someone to get the jump on them. He flexed his cold trigger finger, worried his stiff joints would flub the shot at the worst possible time. "I'm so scared," Sophia whispered, peering into the woods like she'd just seen some of Paul's imaginary flesh-eaters herself. "Everything's going to be fine." He wrapped an arm around her as the snow crunched beneath their boots and the cold wind stung their faces. "We're almost there." A shriek went off up ahead, making them stop. Even the sunshine couldn't wash away the horror lurking in that scream. "Damn," Dan muttered, stopping to rest his shotgun between his legs and break out the binoculars again. Carla drew her gun, eyes wild and jumpy. "Why do they keep doing that?" "You just take it easy," Paul told her. "And keep that thing holstered for now. Do not shoot me." "Looks like we're definitely going to have company," Dan said glumly, peering through the glasses. Paul sighed, a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. "Let's just get there before we freeze to death." The snow made it a much longer walk than it appeared. The quiet didn't help matters either. It was too quiet. No cars, no planes, and no snowmobiles racing up and down the white countryside. The woods crowded both sides of the interstate now, pressing against Paul's lungs. "I wish I could talk to my mom," Sophia muttered, concentrating on her footing. "I know you do." Her watery gaze swung over to him. "I'm sorry, Paul. I don't know why I said that." "It's okay. I'm sure she's fine." Sophia studied him for a moment and could tell he was lying. "I just really miss her." She turned her attention back to where she was stepping, and Paul didn't respond. 2 years ago, her mom took a job in Chicago, and Paul knew she didn't stand a chance in a city that size, not without guns. Sophia knew it as well. "I don't even have a picture," she said distantly, her sniffles multiplying like wet gremlins. "Sometimes I think I'm starting to forget what she even looks like." Paul blew out a long breath. She couldn't have picked a worse time to throw a pity party. They needed to stay on point. Anything could happen at any second. His heart ached for her as he searched the woods for the perfect words to make everything better, but there was nothing to find. Right now, someone had to focus, because another scream just came from the gas station, gradually getting closer. Chapter 9. Paul passed the binoculars back to Dan, who peered through them again. They stood at the beginning of an exit ramp with an old Shell station sitting on the other end and a new McDonald's across the street. "He's just doing circles," Dan whispered, rotating the dial in the middle. "Just the one?" "Hard to tell. There's 2 cars at the pumps, but that's all I can see from here." "I say we cut through this field and sneak up from behind," Paul said. "Come around the front and start blasting until we find some car keys in somebody's pocket." He looked back to the others for any better ideas. No one spoke, and, in his book, silence was consent. He eyed Carla and the boys. "You guys ready for this?" They nodded with chattering teeth, looking like they were about to skydive for the very first time. Dan stuffed the binoculars into his coat pocket as Paul double-checked his weapons for the umpteenth time before quietly leading them into the snow-covered field basking in the sunlight. A pheasant fluttered into the air from a nearby patch of thickets. Everyone drew on it in a heartbeat. Cooing, the game bird stopped flapping its wings and glided across the field ahead of them, scouting out their bumpy path. Dan lowered his shotgun, watching the ringneck disappear into a distant tree line. "We should have shot it. Could have had pheasant McNuggets for lunch." "Gross," Matt groaned. Paul trudged onward. "Let's keep moving." "Hey, shouldn't I have a gun or something?" Mike whispered to Paul, plodding through the deep snow. "Maybe we'll get you a knife instead. How does that sound?" His eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yeah, maybe a Rambo knife or something." Mike frowned. "What's a Rambo knife?" "You know, from the movie." His eyes narrowed. "What movie?" "Never mind. We'll get you something later, big-timer. I promise." "What about me?" Matt piped in, trying to keep up. "I'm a Cub Scout." "You are?" "And this one time I helped an old lady cross the street." "Wow." Paul smiled. "That was really nice of you, Matt." "Yeah, but she smelled like chicken soup." "That's not good." "Yeah, and this other one time I killed a werewolf." Paul stared down at Matt, eyebrows dipping beneath his ski cap. "You did?" "Don't listen to him," Mike said. "He also thinks he can create force fields around him." "I can, and you know it, Mikey." "Then let's see you stop this." Mike pelted his younger brother in the face with a snowball and laughed. Matt brushed the snow from his eyes, face turning a bright shade of blistering red, and charged, tackling Mike to the ground in a plume of white powder. "Whoa," Dan said, stopping as they tumbled at his feet. "Matthew!" Carla rushed over to untangle them. "You two are going to get us all killed. This isn't a joke. People are dying and you're out here playing." Paul glanced at Sophia, who mirrored his nervous expression. They looked around and then kept walking, the backside of the dated gas station getting larger with every step. "So," Matt said, working his short legs to catch back up to Paul. "Can I have a rainbow knife too?" "Rambo knife," Paul corrected, "and we'll see what we can find." "Hey, Paul?" He looked down to Mike. "Yeah, buddy?" "Will there be a Christmas this year?" He swallowed hard. "Of course there will." "How do you know that Santa didn't turn into one of those things?" Paul opened his mouth and paused. "Because his reindeers can fly and they all got away." "Even the elves?" Matt asked. "Even the elves." Mike frowned. "What about Mrs. Claus?" "She got away too," Paul replied, watching Sophia crack an actual smile that warmed his heart. "Who do you think was driving?" Mike mulled it all over for a few seconds in his head, high-stepping through the snow. "I don't want Santa coming down my chimney if he's one of those things." Paul smothered a laugh. "Why? Will Santa eat us instead of the cookies we leave out for him?" Matt asked, catching back up and quickly falling 2 steps behind. "Just keep walking, boys," Carla urged, saving Paul the trouble of answering such a morbid question. "If I have to," Matt panted, I'll take Santa out with my Nerf gun. Paul smiled. Now you're talking. The gas station grew larger while visions of dead Santa danced through Paul's head. He imagined a blood-stained St. Nick absent-mindedly knocking a plate of cookies to the floor with a clatter before lumbering upstairs to where the children were nestled all snug in their beds. Shaking the grisly thought from his head, he tightened his grip on the Mossberg 500. One way or another, they would have Christmas again. He refused to let those things win. Chapter 10. Dan and Paul peeked around the corner of the gas station, praying the crunching of snow beneath their boots hadn't given them away. 2 empty cars sat parked at the pumps, one of which was a Missouri State Patrol car with the driver's side door hanging wide open. 3 other vehicles sat parked by the station's glass front doors, one with someone slumped over the steering wheel. The rotting state trooper did irregular circles in the parking lot, alone and aimless, his round hat lying in a patch of red snow by the front doors. The man stole Paul's breath. It was the first time he had the chance to stop and get a good look without running or pulling the trigger. "Well, at least we know which car is his," Dan whispered. Hopefully he filled up before he turned. The cannibal cop stopped his black boots and sniffed at the air, like a bloodhound catching a sudden whiff of a fugitive on the lam. Slowly he lowered his chewed-off nose and turned to Paul and Dan, his eyes black holes to death. "Oh shit," Paul muttered, holding up a hand for everyone to be perfectly still. Sophia passed the message to Carla and the boys, her pink gun aimed at the ground. The trooper stared hard at Paul and Dan for a moment before walking toward them much faster than he'd been doing circles. He reached for them, boots shuffling through the unplowed snow, peeling lips giving him a bloody sneer that made Paul shudder. He glanced at the others hugging the side of the building behind him and turned back to Dan. "Drop him." Dan came out from around the corner and stepped on a pair of mirrored sunglasses in the snow. They cracked beneath his weight and the cop stopped. Dan raised the shotgun and everyone froze while the dead thing studied Dan like it was still a cop, like it knew Dan was up to no good. Dan stared back, finger curled around the trigger. The rotting corpse tilted its head to one side and made a soft grunt. Paul couldn't believe his eyes. Was this son of a bitch sizing them up, planning his attack? "Shoot him," Sophia whispered. Carla nodded her agreement, clutching her sidearm in her right hand with her boys pushed behind her. Paul stepped out from the side of the building, drawing the cop's empty eyes. Paul couldn't breathe. It was impossible. This thing staring back at him was dead, but wasn't. Paul managed a shallow breath, skin crawling. "What are you?" he screamed. The cop snarled and started coming closer. Dan sent him jerking backward with one loud shot, prompting a gray-haired old lady to burst out from a bathroom door on the side of the building. She tackled Matt to the ground, sending Carla tumbling to the snow. The ravenous senior citizen dug her teeth into Matt's throat and pulled. Carla screamed in a wide-eyed panic, watching the old lady raise her head and swallow a chunk of Matt's flesh. Paul unleashed his 12-gauge, sending her toppling through the snowy lot with a booming blast that removed half of her head. Carla scrambled to her feet and pushed Mike out of the way, sliding to her knees. She stared at her fallen boy, a crimson pool blooming in the snow around his head. After a moment of hesitation, she scooped Matt into her arms and screamed things that were mostly unintelligible, but Paul bet if there were any more of those things around, they could understand what she was saying just fine. She was saying, "Hey, we're over here, come and eat us." "Dan, get the cop's keys!" Paul yelled over her screams. Mike stood there staring at his little brother lying in the snow, a blank expression canvassing his face. Dan had the same dead look in his eyes. "Dan!" His gaze slowly rose to Paul. "Get the goddamn car keys!" Dan looked back to Matt, indecision flickering in his eyes, and then sprinted to the state trooper. Paul covered him while Dan rifled through the dead man's pockets. Sophia took her place at Paul's back, gun gripped tightly in both hands. "My baby,"
My baby, my baby!
Carla shrieked, rocking Matt's limp body in her blood-stained arms, tears freezing on her cheeks.
Carla, we have to go,
Sophia yelled. But Carla didn't hear. Carla was in another place and time where words and consequences held no value.
Carla!
Paul screamed.
Got him!
Dan held the car keys up like they were a golden ticket hidden inside a chocolate bar. Paul nodded to the squad car at the pumps.
Get the car, we'll cover you! Why?
Carla wailed, burying her face in Matt's bloody neck.
Why?
Paul knew why, because he fucked up and this was his fault. He turned to Mike.
Mike!
Mike slowly turned and stared at Paul through terror-filled eyes.
Come on, buddy, we're getting out of here!
Mike's placid gaze slowly rose over Paul's shoulder, and just when he thought the kid's eyes couldn't possibly get any bigger, they did.
They're all over the place,
Sophia shouted, swinging the pink 9mm from stiff to stiff, not sure where to begin shooting first. Paul spun around to see 20 or 30 of the bastards coming from the McDonald's across the street. Oh shit, he said beneath his breath, readying himself for the shotgun's powerful kick. Sophia took aim at a chubby redneck in a Kansas Jayhawks coat running at them like the wind before yanking the gun to an old man getting too close for comfort. She pulled the trigger, shooting him in the face.
Don't hit the pumps,
Dan yelled, running to the cruiser and blasting a hole through the redneck's bloated stomach along the way. The neck flew backwards into a pump and slid to the ground. He got right back up, proudly displaying the shredded hole in the middle of his blue coat, and ran hard at Dan. Sophia put him down with a headshot, and he didn't get up again. Paul took out 3 more, closing in on the cop car, clearing a path for Dan. A second or two later, the squad car's beefy engine roared to life, sending white smoke coughing out the back. Paul turned back to Carla.
Carla, we are leave...
He trailed off, watching 2 men in blue jumpsuits drag Carla from Matt's lifeless body. They sunk their teeth through the sleeves of her coat like vampires, draining her life force with greedy jerks of their heads. Paul fired his shotgun, making one of the mechanics flinch. Unmoved by Paul's hostility, it went back to work on Carla, whose screams were high-pitched and wet. Mike stood off to the side, watching them tear his mother apart, expressionless and alone.
Mike, come on, sweetie,
Sophia pleaded between shots, her eyes bouncing between Mike and the zombies trudging closer. Paul's next shot sent one of the grease monkeys back to hell where it came from. He pumped in another shot and took aim on the other mechanic feeding on Carla. Just before he squeezed the trigger, someone grabbed him from behind, pulling his shot wide. Instinctively, Paul swung the butt of the gun around into a teenage girl's rancid face, producing a bone-shattering crunch and knocking her to the ground. She took the shotgun with her, and Paul tried unleashing the Beretta from its holster around his leg, but his ski coat and gloves got in the way. The girl grabbed his ankle, her tattered McDonald's uniform giving him a moment's pause. This shit wasn't right, but that didn't stop him from stomping on her face. She squeezed harder, threatening to crush the bones in his ankle with some supernatural strength she didn't have when she was serving up Big Macs and fries. Paul stomped harder on her head with his boot to no avail, ankle screaming with pain. "You fucker!" he said, finally freeing his handgun and shooting her in the face. He whirled around to find Carla no longer screaming and Mike missing from the picture. His frantic gaze jerked to a Chevy Impala where Mike sat leaning against the passenger side door. He stared blankly at Paul, his little body wiggling as a mechanic chewed on his shoulder. Tires slid to a halt in the snow behind Paul.
Get in!
Dan yelled through the closed window of the cop car. Sophia dropped 2 more corpses floating through the rising exhaust before whipping the back door open.
Paul!
She cried, sliding across the vinyl seat and slapping a new magazine in. Paul couldn't find his breath, paralyzed by the escalating events. It all happened so fast, everything now so red.
Paul, get in the car!
Sophia rolled her window down and plugged 4 more corpses, then 5, then 6. Some stayed down, some didn't. Tears stained Paul's cheeks. He screamed at the top of his lungs and unloaded a magazine into the vulture feeding on Mike. The mechanic crumpled over Mike's legs while 7 or 8 of those things banged on the cop car, with more coming just steps behind. Dan and Sophia screamed Paul's name at the same time and went back to shooting. Paul looked back to see Sophia roll up her window and trap a mangled arm inside the car. The hand thrashed wildly, trying to snatch at her long dark hair. She stuck the barrel of her gun through the gap in the window and pulled the trigger. The arm snapped out of the vehicle, following its owner to the parking lot. "Get in!" Dan revved the massive engine block and laid on the horn, ending another experiment. Car horns don't scare zombies. They kept limping, moaning, reaching. Paul stood incapacitated, turning back to the dreadful scene on the side of the service station, the gunfire behind him like fireworks on the other side of town. He stared at Mike's lifeless body with a dead mechanic slumped over his lap. It all happened so fast. "Paul!" Sophia screamed. He turned for the car and stopped. Sophia gestured wildly, yelling things he didn't hear. Dan shot a woman in the eye. Sophia screamed bloody murder when Paul went back to Mike. Paul stared down at the boy. He was only 11. His brother, Matt, just 8. Both dead because of him. Paul pointed the Beretta at Mike's face, tears blurring his vision. Mike stared up at him through unseeing eyes, no breath visible on his lips. "I'm so sorry," Paul whispered. Then everything got quiet, peaceful. The cold trigger felt good against his skin, and when he pulled it, the gun barely jumped in his hand. Gunshots, screams, blood, everything came back in a loud pop, washing over him like an angry wave, sending him back into the chaos going on around him. "Paul, get in the fucking car!" Sophia ordered, emptying a mag into the decaying fray on the other side of the cop car. He stared at the hole in Mike's forehead, doubling over with the guilt squeezing on his lungs. More gunshots and a particular high-pitched scream from Sophia broke Paul from his trance. He ran over and slid into the back seat, slamming the door shut behind him. "Hang on!" Dan punched it and sent 4 of the monsters hurtling to the ground as the car sped through the lot. Power sliding through the snow, he steered the cruiser back onto the main road where it had come with another driver sitting behind the wheel. Dan barreled toward Interstate 35, and Paul made the mistake of looking back. It was a war zone back there. Bodies and blood littered the ground, the smell of gunpowder heavy in the air, engraving another ghastly scene into his mind he would never forget. He turned back around and watched his wife cry, a defeated sigh prying itself from his lips. He was almost certain Mike had never screamed. Not once. Chapter 11. They rode in silence for the next several miles, with the heater turned up and a black metal cage separating Sophia and Paul from Dan up front. Though lit up bright, the police radio was just as quiet as they were, not even static. Again, Paul looked over to make sure Sophia was in the car and still in one piece. It just as easily could be her lying back there in the snow. Wiping her nose with the back of her glove, Sophia quietly reloaded her magazines with bullets from one of the boxes they took from the Jeep. Her fingers trembled. Tears streamed down her face. She shook her head like she'd just lost some stupidly placed bet, and Paul didn't dare attempt a pep talk now. He knew better than that, and didn't have it in him anyway. They were as good as dead, and they all knew it. How could they stand a chance against whatever the hell that was out there? He stared up front, praying one of the cops' keys would unlock the shotgun mounted on the dash to replace the one he just lost. It looked easier to handle, shorter. Intrusive thoughts pushed past that small break and barged inside. Why didn't they check that side door? How could he have been so stupid? There would never be another Christmas, his last words to Matt and Mike a hollow lie. Their frightened faces tormented his thoughts, robbing him of his will. Paul rubbed his eyes, afraid to open them again. 2 young boys and their mother just died horrific deaths, and it was all because of him and his foolish confidence. Him. "How's the gas?" he asked, determined to focus for Sophia's sake. She was still here, and he would not forget. Dan glanced at him in the rearview mirror, a dejected look pulling on his face. "It's full." Paul leaned back and released a pent-up breath. It was another break. It just as easily could have been empty. He swallowed dryly, imagining the state trooper removing the gas nozzle from the patrol car and returning it to the pump just before all hell broke loose inside the station, drawing him closer. Occasionally, Dan glanced back at them in the mirror, but didn't speak. He looked so alone up there, like the driver of a horse-drawn carriage traveling through the woods on a cool, foggy night. Whether or not Dan would become the eternal third wheel randomly slipped through Paul's tired mind. How would Dan ever meet someone now? He could barely talk to a pretty girl before all of this. Were there even any pretty girls left? The image of the old lady popping out of the restroom knocked those trivial thoughts to the ground, like she did Carla and Matt. "Fuck!" Paul punched the cage, making Sophia and Dan jump. "Hello? Is anyone out there?" Dan let up on the radio's handset button, keeping the car at a smooth 30 miles per hour. "Can anyone hear me?" He released the button and Paul leaned forward. The lights were on, but the radio remained quiet. Not even static. Sophia stared at her black gloves, flexing her hands like she couldn't shake the gunfire still ringing in her fingers. "I repeat, is anybody out there? Hello? We're north of Kansas City. Copy that." They waited, hoping for another break like the gun store and the full tank of gas. Dan swore and gave up, jamming the handset back into its cradle, but leaving the radio on just in case. The bright lights were almost soothing. At least something still worked, even if it was just those tiny little lights. They drove forever, a somber silence filling the car as the miles slipped beneath them, the setting sun brushing the clouds with orange and purple strokes. Normally, it would have been a beautiful winter day, the kind where your car seats are already warm before you get inside, but they would have to clear another house soon, and there was nothing normal about it. "I've got to go." Paul met Dan's eyes in the mirror, crimping his brow. "Go where?" Dan glanced at Sophia. "You know." Paul rolled his eyes and groaned. "Stop someplace out in the open." Chapter 12. Paul stood lookout while Dan did his business on the other side of the car. This was literally no time to get caught with your pants down. They were so out in the open, however, that Paul probably didn't need to be out here freezing his ass off, but after the gas station, better safe than sorry. Occasionally, Sophia checked on them from the back seat, and it was good to see her look up. "This really sucks," Dan said, squatting in the snow like a yellow lab. "I bet." Dan peeked over the trunk. "Where'd you go?" "What do you mean?" "This morning, back at the house." Paul snorted, inspecting the short-barrel shotgun he'd taken from the dash. According to the etching in the side, it was a Benelli tactical shotgun, flat black with a collapsible buttstock, 5 in the tube, 1 in the chamber. "The bathtub in the master bedroom," he replied, bringing the gun into his shoulder and staring down the barrel, surveying the white field stretching into the distance around them. "You're so lucky. I couldn't go." "You should have eaten breakfast. Works every time." "Wasn't hungry." Paul lowered the weapon. "Remember when you got stuck with a bad stomach ache out on the boat one time?" Dan grunted. "Don't remind me." "And you ended up having to go in the water?" "At least the water was warm. My balls are teabagging the snow right now." Paul laughed, and it felt wrong after what just happened. With the aid of some Burger King napkins found in the glove box, Dan was back in a flash. They took the much-needed flashlights, ammunition, and water from the trunk, another break, and climbed back into the warm cop car while Paul made a mental note to grab some hand sanitizer somewhere along the line. "Here, found these in the console." Dan slipped a Mounds bar and a Milky Way through the metal cage. Paul offered Sophia the Mounds bar, and she shook her head. He handed her the Milky Way, and she shook her head again. "You have to eat something." She hit him with a cold glare that made him look away. Unwrapping the Mounds bar, he watched Dan toss M&Ms into his mouth one after the other. The squad car didn't handle nearly as well as the Jeep, but it did okay. They took back roads around Kansas City and its sprawling burbs, smoke billowing in the distance and dust scratching the sky. Paul looked over to Sophia, who was leaning against her door, sound asleep. His stomach turned when he thought about clearing the next place. They couldn't even clear a gas station without losing half their crew. Now down to 3. How many would it be tomorrow, or the day after that? Paul checked his guns, Mike's dead eyes watching him from the far corner of his mind. Dan pulled off the interstate and rolled through some small town that looked just like the one before it. Paul stared out the side window and yawned. Normally, orange streetlights would be flickering across his face, but in this new world, shadows ruled the night. Everything looked different in the dark, leaving them trapped in 2 different worlds, one where they could see and one where they couldn't, both deadly in their own right. Where are we anyway? Dan yawned. Dwight, Kansas. A yellow school bus, flipped on its side in the ditch, sailed through the squad car's headlights. Paul could have sworn he saw small heads bobbing around the open emergency door in the back. He shivered and pumped the shotgun. Maybe the earthquakes were warning signs after all. Maybe Ebola and ISIS finally met their match. Maybe this modern-day horror story was punishment for having more friends on Facebook than in real life, for texting instead of talking, for shuffling through life with our heads down like a bunch of zombies while our neighbors quietly pleaded for help. Civility was lucky. It died before any of this hell began. Dan stopped the cruiser in the middle of a snow-covered road, just on the outskirts of small-town USA. Up on the left, a large 2-story bar resembled a log cabin more fitting for the great North Woods. In large red letters, the Red Stallion adorned a tall sign in the moonlit parking lot. Below that, smaller words reminded everyone that line dancing lessons kicked off Saturday night at 7 and Colt Ford would kill the stage on March 9th. Across the street was a single-story brick building with a sign of its own across the roof reading Dancers in big curling letters that undoubtedly came to life at night when there'd been electricity. The dark neon beer signs covering the blacked-out windows made Paul guess they hadn't been doing line dancing in there. There were no cars in either parking lot, which didn't mean squat. Those things didn't drive. Not yet, anyway. "Let's just sleep in the car," Sophia said, staring out her window. "I'm not getting out." Paul traded an uneasy look with Dan in the mirror and set a tentative hand on her leg. "It's too dangerous. What if they saw us and surrounded the car?" "Then we run them over." "It's not that simple. This is just a standard cop car and it could stall or get stuck or I don't know, but it's too risky." "And I don't really want to wake up to a hand smashing through the window and grabbing my face," Dan added, eyes bouncing between them. Sophia looked up as if realizing Dan was still here for the first time in hours. She spoke in a low voice. "I'm not getting out." Paul released a heated breath and jerked his chin to Dancer's because of its blacked-out windows and more manageable size. Dan turned off the headlights and cruised around back, like a real cop on the hunt for an escaped inmate, while Sophia pouted. The police radio cast an eerie glow across Dan's face, turning his eyes into sunken sockets and his mouth into a sullen frown. Shutting off the engine, they waited for their night vision to adjust with the windows up and the doors locked. It was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that now followed them everywhere they went. Chills ran through Paul as he unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to his wife. "We can do this without any mistakes this time." Sophia studied the back of the bar like there was something interesting to see, but Paul knew the green dumpster and litter stuck in a chain-link fence were just distractions to keep from meeting his eyes. She blamed him for those boys' deaths, and that was okay, because so did he. He could hear his own heart pounding in his ears. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I missed that bathroom door, and that's on me, no one else. Those kids didn't deserve that, and Carla didn't deserve that, and I fucked up." "Oh God, it's not your fault, Paul." Dan interrupted, twisting around in the front seat.
Pull your head out because I'm going to need you in there. We're not cops or the National Guard, and it's only because of you that we've made it this far in the first place. We don't even have time to bury someone, let alone mourn them. We have to keep moving, mentally and physically, or we will be next. So don't start getting sentimental on me now, goddammit.
Sophia turned away in disgust.
Oh, shut up, Dan.
He frowned at her.
Why? It's true, Sophia. So quit laying a guilt trip on him because we all missed that door, and now we have to go and do it all over again, and I need both of you in the game.
He turned back around.
Jesus.
Sophia pulled a zipper on the back of her glove, back and forth, back and forth. Paul set a hand on his wife's hand, stopping the zipper. I know how messed up this is, but if we stick together, we're going to get through it. Sophia finally met his gaze, tears magnifying her eyes as she searched his shadowy face.
I don't blame you for what happened this morning. I'm just scared.
He cradled her cheeks in his palms and tipped her chin down. It's okay to be scared. We're all scared. Her eyes softened. I love you. I love you too, he said, kissing her lips and soaking her in like this might be his last chance. Dan stared out the window, drumming his fingers against the wheel. Let's get this over with, he muttered. I need a drink. The metal back door was locked, and a nearby cellar door had a padlocked chain running through its handles. What now? Dan whispered, swinging his nervous gaze around like he had just heard something. Paul looked up, a light bulb going off in his eyes. The bolt cutter's in the trunk. Dan pulled the keys from his jeans. I'll get them. Paul covered him while Sophia gazed at the night sky. It's so dark. Paul looked up to the bright stars above. It's crazy how much light pollution a city gives off. He paused. Used to give off. Even the sky has changed. Everything's changed, he whispered, snapping his head around to a sound that came from a small patch of trees behind them. It sounded like someone, or something, stepped on a stick. Sophia pressed up against him, her gun hanging limply in one hand, a dark flashlight in the other. What happens when we run out of batteries in a few years? He turned to her, his heart warming. Her confidence that they would still be here in a few years gave him a thin ray of hope in the moonlit darkness. Solar power is our future now. We'll figure it out. Without Google or Wikipedia, we'll have to start going to libraries again. Is that a bad thing? She shrugged. I like the smell of old books, she replied, exhaling a forlorn breath. At least we still have the stars. Paul pulled her against him. At least I still have you. She stood on her tippy toes and gave him a warm peck on the lips. You'll always have me.
They had this thing strapped in there so tight,
Dan said, returning with the bolt cutters.
I thought I was going to need bolt cutters to free the bolt cutters.
Paul's eyebrows drew together. Why are you yelling? Dan frowned. I'm not. Okay then, let's do this. Paul stuffed one glove in a coat pocket to free up his trigger finger. The gun felt like it was made of ice, and he could already feel his fingers getting stiff. Dan cut the chain and set the bolt cutters aside before pulling the cellar doors back with a rusty squeak. Sophia's flashlight lit up a wooden staircase leading down into a pool of darkness, a musty waft of stale air releasing into their faces. Oh, great, another haunted house, she grumbled. You mean a haunted strip bar? Dan spread a toothy grin into his red cheeks and held up a crumpled flyer with a grainy picture of a tall blonde named Busty Dusty. I hope we didn't miss her show. All right, we stay together and we check every door this time, Paul said, tossing an empty beer bottle down the steps. It shattered at the bottom, and they exchanged anxious glances in the quiet settling around their feet. When no one came moaning into the light, Paul took the lead and went down first. Sophia and Dan went next, leaving the doors open in case they needed to make a hasty retreat. Paul grimaced as each step creaked like an old ship. Shadows jumped in Sophia's jerky light, and at the bottom of the staircase they fanned out and followed her flashlight with their shotguns. The unfinished basement reeked of mothballs and dirt, the cobweb-draped rafters pressing against them. They scanned the dusty stacks of chairs and dented kegs, old glassware and a rusty bicycle with a broken basket leaning in one corner. On the other side of the room, a narrow stairway led up to another door. They swapped knowing glances and cautiously crossed the room. Sophia jerked the light to a woman standing next to a poker table free of dust. Paul aimed for her face and blew out a long breath before lowering his gun. "Damn, that's creepy," Dan whispered, lowering his Browning. Paul stared at the mannequin's long black wig and green-painted nipples peeking out from a sheer negligee. "We should haul her outside and use her for target practice before we leave in the morning." "Forget that, I'm hauling her into bed tonight." "You would," Sophia muttered, moving again. "And we don't have enough ammo to waste on target practice." That single thought scared the hell out of Paul. They would need to find a gun store or sporting goods store, and on the now plan. Ammo had to come before food and water. At the bottom of the other staircase, Paul's breath rushed through the beam of light. He looked back to Sophia and Dan before going up. Each groan of the wooden steps turned him to stone, making the staircase stretch forever. Dan went up backwards, guarding their backs with his shotgun pointed into the darkness, swallowing them from behind. At the top of the stairs, Paul held up a hand. They stopped, their heavy breathing the only sound in the tight space. He put an ear to the wooden door and listened, pulse thudding in the hollow of his throat. Looking back, he shook his head and quietly turned the icy doorknob. His left eye went first, bravely peeking through the crack in the door, while his other eye hid in the dark. "Pitch black," he whispered. "Keep going," Dan replied. A long screech sang out when he pushed the door open and eased into the bar. Sophia's flashlight cut through the darkness like a lightsaber, illuminating the tables and chairs surrounding a T-shaped stage with a brass pole mounted at each end. She jerked her gun to their reflections in a mirrored wall and nearly pulled the trigger. Paul gave her a warning look, realizing it was too much too soon. If they were still alive a year from now, they might be more adept at putting such painful tragedies like Matt and Mike behind them in short order. But this was only day 7. The pain blinded, and death closed in. There were 1,000 different ways to die in this world now, and ultimately, inexperience could prove just as lethal as the biters. Paul put a shaky finger to his lips and pressed on, while Sophia relaxed her trigger finger and let out a long breath that tumbled through the light. A gunshot rang out, shattering the giant mirrored wall. Glass shards flew through the air as they took cover behind a valley pool table off to the side. Paul slid the shotgun into his shoulder, ears ringing from the indoor blast. "Holy shit, those things are shooting at us now!" Dan cried in horror, leaning against the pool table. "I'm not one of those things," a female voice called out. "Neither are we," Paul quickly replied, not wanting to leave any room for misunderstandings. "We're human." A trigger clicked back. "What do you want?" "We're just looking for a safe place to sleep for the night." Paul looked to Sophia and Dan, heart racing. "We came down from Iowa," he added, hoping that would give them some kind of clout. "Good for you." He cringed with her frosty tone and started to get up. Sophia snatched his wrist. "We're not looking for any trouble," she yelled out. "We can leave." She ignored the sour look warping Paul's face. "Are you hurt?" It was a moment before the woman replied, "Not yet." Paul could feel the weight of her eyes and gun upon them. He figured the place must be secure or she would have been stripper stew by now. Outside of the broken mirror, everything looked in order. "What's your name? Mine's Sophia." "You've come to the wrong place, Sophia." "Listen, if we come out, will you promise not to shoot? These 2 idiots have gotten me into enough trouble for one day, and I'm too tired to deal with any more." The woman laughed sharply. "That's men for you, isn't it?" A tension-filled silence gripped the room as the mystery woman quietly deliberated their fate.
All right, come out with your hands up or I will shoot you dead, and that's a guarantee.
Okay, Sophia said, trading a hesitant look with her husband. She started getting up and Paul pushed her back down. He rose to his feet, holding his shotgun over his head like he was crossing a muddy river in Vietnam. The woman hit him with her flashlight, making him squint. "Can they get in here?" he asked, even though he already knew the answer. The question, however, placed them on the same team, us against them.
You think we'd be having this conversation if they could?
Sophia calmly stood up, her flashlight and pink gun held high.
"This is my husband, Paul, and our friend Dan," she said, quickly establishing a human connection.
"Sorry we scared you," Paul added.
"Sorry about the gunshot,"
she said, setting the flashlight on the bar. The beam of light rolled off to a darkened golden T in the corner. The woman was gorgeous, with blonde hair flowing over her puffy purple coat like streams of honey. She stared at them for a moment before speaking again.
"I'm Wendy."
Dan got up next, his brow folding when he saw the blonde bombshell standing behind the bar.
"You could have killed us." "If I wanted to kill you, honey, you'd already be dead."
Sophia kicked him in the leg.
"How long have you been here, Wendy?"
Wendy took a slow drink from a rocks glass with a finger's worth of amber-colored liquid inside.
3 days. "Are you alone?"
She set the glass down and nodded.
"I figured someone would have shown up by now. My sister and her husband own the place."
Paul surveyed the bar, his fingers tingling with blood loss. It was the typical hole-in-the-wall strip bar, hidden out in the middle of nowhere. "So, what's your plan?"
"Plan?"
Wendy laughed and traded a .38 snub-nose revolver for the bottle of whiskey on the bar.
"You're looking at it,"
she replied, pouring another finger.
"Please tell me you have tequila."
Wendy looked up and stared at Dan for an awkward moment before grabbing a bottle of Cuervo from a shelf above an old-fashioned cash register. She slid the bottle down the bar and then a shot glass.
"Sorry, we're all out of limes, Sweet Pea."
Dan gestured to the shotgun he was holding above his head.
"You mind?"
Wendy studied the wisps of blonde hair curling out from Dan's ski cap.
"Set it on the table."
Dan set the Browning on the marked-up green felt and went to the bar. Wendy took another drink, watching him out of the corner of her eye, her right hand a few inches from the gun on the bar.
"Don't tell me your plan was to come here, because I can tell you from personal experience it's not a very good one."
Paul didn't wait for permission and laid his shotgun on the table.
"We're heading south to get out of this cold."
Her eyebrows went up.
"To where?"
"The Gulf of Mexico." The ghost of a drunken grin played on her red lips.
"And do what, play volleyball on the beach and live happily ever after?"
Dan filled the shot glass. "Pretty much," he said, knocking the glass back and slamming it on the bar.
"We'll find a beach house and put our backs to the ocean," he continued,
unable to tear his eyes from Wendy. She lit up a cigarette.
"Sounds like somebody's been watching Couples Retreat," she said, blowing smoke out.
"It's more of a plan than you've got," he responded, glancing to his wingman for help. Paul shrugged at him. She was right. It wasn't much of a plan, but it beat staying here, and he could care less about convincing her of that. Dan poured another shot and tipped it back, grimacing with the tequila's slow burn. Silence ensued, the kind when a date isn't going so hot. He set the shot glass down and exhaled a warm breath.
"Mind if I use the bathroom?" "Toilets don't work, but knock yourself out," she said, jerking her chin to a door across the room. "Other side of the pool table."
Paul took Sophia's hand and led her to the bar. "So, did you work here with your sister or something?"
"Used to. Have you come across anyone else?"
Wendy asked, changing the subject.
"Any other survivors?"
Sophia traded a shame-faced look with her husband and holstered her gun.
"2 young boys and their mom,"
she said, taking a seat and setting the flashlight on the bar. Paul sat down next to her and took off his itchy ski cap, running his fingers through his short hair. "We lost them taking a car to gas station this morning." Wendy stopped the glass in front of her lips. That's horrible. It was. They studied each other through the glow of the flashlights, shadows pushing in from the corners of the room. You look hungry, Wendy concluded. Paul sighed. We've been running on candy bars all day. Wendy laughed. We've got those too, she said, disappearing through a set of swinging doors behind the bar. Sophia took a long moment to scope the place out. Well, this is weird, she whispered. What's really weird is she could be the last woman on the entire planet, and I bet Dan still blows it. If he does, it puts all the pressure on you and I to repopulate. Paul shuddered at the thought of bringing a child into this world. We should get him a lap dance. She laughed and quickly covered her mouth. You got any ones? Sophia poured tequila into Dan's glass and shot it back. She's lucky to be alive. Is that what you call it? Dan returned from the bathroom, his thin eyes roaming the place. Where'd that super hot chick go? Paul glanced at the swinging doors behind the bar. Think she went to get something to eat. Damn, she has the bluest eyes I've ever seen, Dan whispered, taking a stool next to Sophia. We have to talk her into coming with us. Mankind could depend upon it. Sophia smiled at him. Think you're up to the challenge? If I have to take one for the team, then that's what I'm going to do. Paul laughed and poured himself a shot. What a good sport. Sophia pressed her lips together. We can ask her if she wants to come, she said, looking around again. She can't stay here, not by herself. I'll Jedi mind trick her if I have to. Dan blew into his cupped hands and rubbed them together. And here we go, Wendy said, popping through the swinging doors with a cardboard box in her hands and a lit cigarette dangling between her lips. Take all you want. She dumped the contents across the shiny bar top. We've got boxes of this stuff in the office. Paul stared at the beef jerky, chips, peanuts, gum, and candy bars. It wasn't the pizza or cheeseburger his body craved, but it would do in a pinch. I left some water out back in the sun all day that hasn't refrozen yet, Wendy said, refilling her glass with some more whiskey. Plenty of booze, too. Under the yellow light of a single candle, they ravaged the snack food, whiskey, and tequila like they just won a reward challenge on Survivor. Despite the day's carnage, Paul was hungrier than he thought. Shootouts in the cold will apparently do that to a guy. Unfortunately, the small amount of unfrozen food they'd found thus far barely made a dent in their hunger. It was funny how quickly one could miss fast food. Paul would trade his left nut for a warm Big Mac right about now, and didn't give two shits if it was made with pink slime or not. So, how'd you make it this far? Sophia asked, drinking some water. Dumb luck, Wendy replied, pulling out a joint and sparking it up. She blew a stream of skunky-smelling smoke to the ceiling and passed it to Dan before beginning her horrifying tale of dumb luck. Like most people, she spent the first few days holed up inside her apartment with the shades drawn and the doors locked. When the windows began breaking out in the units below, it was time to leave. The thought paralyzed her mentally and physically, she lamented, but her brother-in-law, Joe, kept a loaded pistol under the bar, and the doors were made of solid steel. It was as good a spot as any to hide, if not better. Dan exhaled a cloud of smoke and started coughing, passing the joint to Sophia, who shook her head. Where's your sister now? Paul asked, taking the joint from Dan. Wendy shrugged. Haven't seen Tammy and Joe since the day before all hell broke loose, and lucky me, my car was in the shop, so I had to walk here. She paused for another sip of whiskey, watching the candle through faraway eyes. Actually, I had to run here. Peter Bowers, one of our local cable guys, tried to kill me along the way. Her eyes thinned into reflective slits. Only, that wasn't the Peter Bowers I grew up with. I don't know what that was, but he caught me by my hood and almost brought me down. Luckily, I took kickboxing lessons for 2 years and put him on his ass. She smiled at Sophia. I was just glad I wasn't wearing heels. Sophia laughed. As a proud owner of a huge shoe collection back home, she could relate. although Paul bet his wife could fare pretty well in high heels if push came to shove, but fortunately she would never have to find out. Outside of the winter boots she had on now, she would never see her beloved shoe collection again. Wendy grew quiet, watching their faces in the flickering light. When I finally made it to the bar, I found 2 of the girls who worked here waiting out back. I was so relieved I wasn't alone. I called out their names, and when they turned my way... Sophia's smile slid down her heart-shaped face and disappeared into the collar of her coat. Paul hit the smoking joint and held it in, watching Wendy force herself to continue. They started coming closer. Wendy stared through the cloud of smoke Paul exhaled, watching the whole thing play out in her mind. And when I saw the blood on their faces, I'd never felt so alone in my entire life. She stopped to take the joint back and put it to her lips, the cherry glowing red. I beat him to the front door and hid in Joe's office with those 2 girls pounding on the back door all night long. Smoke trailed from her nose like a dragon. After they continued into the next day, I finally went out back and shot them both in the face, which wasn't easy. Wendy's glassy eyes found Sophia. They were good girls, and both still in their heels. "Damn," Dan said, knocking back another shot and slamming the glass down. "That is why I always wear sneakers. You never know when shit is going to go down." Wendy went on to tell them she hid the bodies behind the dumpster and locked herself inside the bar. Uninvited company dropped by a few times with the same sloppy fist pounds as Peaches and Destiny, but after a while moved on to search for their dinner elsewhere. The whiskey loosened her lips, as well as her tough guy exterior, and Paul could tell she was just as scared as they were. "So, what the hell is going on out there anyway? Do you have any idea what happened?" Wendy lit up another cigarette. "You know about as much as we do," Sophia said, chewing on some peanuts. Wendy grabbed the bottle of Jack and shook her head. "None of it makes any sense. Dead people walking the streets? Come on." Paul watched her refill her glass. "You get a flu shot this year?" She looked up and shook her head. "I hate needles." "Are you busty dusty?" Her gaze darted to Dan. "Why would you think that?" "Found a flyer out back, but the picture was kind of blurry." His eyes dropped to the breasts pushing against her winter coat. "And you're kinda busty." Sophia flattened her lips. "Dan, don't be a creep." "Busty Dusty was a featured dancer we had in here last week." Wendy saw Dan's mouth open and she cut him off at the pass. "And no, I'm not a dancer. I was a cocktail waitress." Dan let a grin loose and poured more tequila into the shot glass. "Come on, Wendy, it's okay if you were a dancer. No one here is going to judge you." "Dan," Sophia grumbled. "I'm kidding, relax." His laughter tapered off into an uncomfortable silence. "Were you?" "No, I wasn't." He held his hands up. Okay. They ate and drank and smoked while Dan stole furtive glances of Wendy, who deflected them with a simple turn of the head. Normally, tequila made Paul loud and quick to laugh at any little thing. Tonight, however, it made him tired and brought back pulses from the past. The mechanic dragging Mike through the snow, the dead state trooper, the old woman's teeth buried in Matt's neck, all took turns poking Paul with sharpened sticks. He shifted on the bar stool, his butt going numb. Tomorrow morning they would leave this dive and go back out there with those things, those killers. He shook his head and tipped back another shot, clenching his teeth against the burn. I stomped on that girl's face as hard as I could, and it was like stomping on a bowling ball. Nothing happened. Sophia frowned at Paul. "What girl?" "The one in a McDonald's uniform who ripped the shotgun out of my hands." Paul massaged his face, palms muffling his words. "She grabbed my ankle, and her grip was so strong I thought she was going to break it." Dan stopped the shot glass in front of his lips. "What are you saying?" Paul breathed out, wiping his greasy hands on his jeans. "I'm saying I wouldn't advise getting too close." "Really?" Wendy laughed. "And here I was planning a zombie barn dance for next week. Shoot." Paul swallowed thickly, wondering what would be waiting for them when daylight pulled back the curtain on the carnage waiting outside. Chapter 13. Day 8. The dressing room's blacked-out windows made it impossible to tell if it was morning or the middle of the night. Paul pressed a button on his G-Shock, and 7:23 lit up in blue digital numbers. They made it to another day, and part of him wanted to stay in this shithole with its metal doors and blacked-out windows and beat-up trunks stuffed with G-strings and bikinis for the rest of his life. It was safe here, but cold as hell. His head pounded and his stomach growled, and, as far as he could tell, everyone else was still asleep. Quietly peeling back the blanket, he fumbled for the flashlight and gun belt on the floor. Sophia stirred next to him on the ratty couch. He froze, wanting her to get as much sleep as possible. She would need it. He cupped the end of the flashlight and turned it on, carefully stepping over Dan and Wendy curled up together on the floor. The faint light ran over a purple butterfly peeking out on Wendy's lower back where the blanket had slipped off. Tramp stamp. Big shocker. Paul snorted and kept moving. He had to pee like a racehorse, but wasn't going anywhere without clicking into his holster. Just over a week now, and the weight of his gun was starting to feel good. Familiar. At first it was heavy and clunky on his thigh, always banging against doorways and furniture. Now it felt like an extension, one that made him feel whole. Dan rolled over onto his back and Paul stopped tying his boots. When certain everyone was still asleep, he grabbed the tactical shotgun by the door and quietly went out into the cold, dark bar. In the men's room, Paul picked a urinal that was still draining, wondering if Wendy would really stay here. Not only were the bathrooms already disgusting, but her snack food wouldn't last long. Neither would her bullets. His breath rolled through the flashlight's beam in his armpit. He hoped she wouldn't stay. There was power in numbers. Emerging from the bathroom, he went straight behind the bar and stuffed 2 frozen water bottles into his coat pockets, hoping his body heat would thaw them out enough for a few sips. Next, he grabbed a Snickers bar and a half bottle of aspirin he found next to the antique cash register. On the paying side of the bar, he plopped down on a stool and unfolded a map of Missouri he took from the cruiser's glove box. The map spilled over into Kansas just enough to give him a good idea of where they were and which route to take. Outside of going around some major cities like Oklahoma City and Dallas, they would stick close to I-35. It was their fastest and clearest path to warmer weather. He couldn't wait to shed his heavy coat and boots. They made it nearly impossible to run for his life. The teenager in a McDonald's uniform surged to the forefront of his mind like a volt of electricity, making him stiffen. The sound of the gun's buttstock crushing her nose echoed off the walls of his skull. How many times out of 10 could he pull off a move like that without getting bit? Once? Twice? He rotated the ankle she'd latched onto, shaking his head. It was sore, but he'd be okay. The dressing room door clicked open, stirring him from his thoughts. He turned to see Dan stumble out and quietly shut the door behind him. He yawned, running his fingers through his mess of curls. Holy Jesus, my head is killing me, and it tastes like a cat shit in my mouth. Paul tossed him the aspirin. Have to take them dry, everything's frozen. He paused. Except the booze. Dan groaned and popped a tablet into his mouth. He tried to swallow but couldn't, face twisting as the pill lodged in his throat. He coughed it up into his hand. Damn, how do they take pills without water on TV all the time? It's impossible. He grabbed the nearly empty tequila bottle sitting on the bar and poured a shot. Really? Dan cheered him and sent the aspirin down the hatch, exhaling like his mouth was on fire. Oh my God! He put a fist over his mouth and coughed, eyes watering. Hey, at least the toothbrushes still work. Dan inhaled a wheezing breath. Yeah, but what happens when we run out of toothpaste? We'll never run out of toothpaste. You get any sleep? Some, Dan replied, running a tongue across his teeth. I needed to stay frosty today. Paul's gaze drifted to the swinging doors behind the bar, because the back door was through there, the one that led to the car, the one they'd be going through soon. His heart beat faster in his chest just thinking about it. So, how'd it go with Wendy on the floor last night? Dan stretched his back out. Would have gone a lot better if we weren't wearing 10 layers of clothing. If it was warm enough for that, she would have made you scoot over. Don't be so sure, Paulie boy, he said, heading for the restroom and softly whistling as the broken mirror crunched beneath his shoes. Paul bit into the candy bar and swung the flashlight around, the feeling that they weren't alone making the hairs bristle on the back of his neck. Next to the darkened golden tee in the corner sat a poker machine that had dealt its last hand and a Kiss pinball machine that had to be a collectible by now. The place was stuck in the past, and a few years down the road, everywhere they went would be stuck in the past, if they lived that long. No more new iPhones or TVs, no late-model cars and houses. Everything was the last of its kind, including them. He tried imagining what this world would look like in 5 to 10 years, and could only see it covered in dirt and weeds. Dan came out of the bathroom, buckling his belt. I really do not want to do this anymore, he said, wrinkling his nose. Every bathroom is like some sick-ass bathroom in Indonesia. Paul returned his attention to the map. God, I miss plumbing. Dan stopped next to him, focusing on the flashlight's glow. Man, I haven't seen a paper map in ages. Tell me about it. It's like we've gone back to the Stone Ages. No GPS, no internet, no cell phones. Paul looked up, his eyes sobering. No Twitter. Fuck Twitter, Dan replied, plopping onto a bar stool. Bunch of whiny-ass bitches hiding behind their keyboards. Paul dropped his head and chuckled. Why don't you tell us how you really feel, Dan? Dan paused for a yawn. What happens when we run out of lighters? We'll use matches. Then what? Paul shrugged. Sticks? Dan blew out a long breath. How far do you think we'll get today? Paul tapped at the map. We should drop into Oklahoma sometime this afternoon, and with any luck, we can find a Target or a Walmart and ditch these coats and boots. We need to find more ammo, and pronto. Even with the stuff we found in the cop car, that gas station wiped us out. Paul winced at the mention of the gas station. He looked up and stared at his ghostly reflection in the mirror behind the bar. He looked different, older, thinner, sadder. And if I have to eat another candy bar, I'm going to crash and burn, Dan said, taking a careful bite of a frozen Baby Ruth. I seriously have no energy, like none. I can't keep this up much longer without some real food, dude. I know, we'll find some. Paul studied the map for a moment longer. We'll also need to get her a gun. Dan stopped chewing. Get who a gun? He followed Paul's glance to the dressing room. I thought she wasn't coming with us. She won't stay here. Look around, it's a death trap. Plus, we need more people, especially people who know how to shoot a gun. Dan nodded, slowly grinding his jaws. Especially beautiful blondes who know how to shoot a gun. He swallowed. So, how do we convince her? We tell her goodbye and then we leave. Dan opened his mouth to respond, but the dressing room door clicked open and Wendy staggered out with her yellow locks in a tangled mess and her tight-fitting jeans half twisted the wrong way. Dan whipped around so fast he knocked the flashlight to the ground with a clatter. It rolled, flickered, and went out. Wendy pointed her flashlight at Dan before redirecting the beam to the women's restroom, where she disappeared. Paul stared at Dan through the darkness. Smooth. Sophia came out of the bathroom and released a breath she'd obviously been holding for several seconds, maybe even minutes. That is so gross, she panted, adjusting her red coat. Sorry, Princess, but the Marriott's another town over, Wendy snapped, gnawing on a rock-hard Mars bar. Sophia joined them at the bar and folded her arms across her chest, teeth chattering. I need a hot shower so bad it hurts. Wendy washed some aspirin down with a shot of whiskey. I'd settle for some wet wipes. Right? We think you should come with us. Wendy's blue eyes darted to Dan. He sat up straighter on his bar stool. You'll never last here by yourself, and you know it. She laughed sharply. Oh, trust me, honey, I've dealt with bigger creeps than those things out there. Sophia and Paul laughed, spiking his headache. How many bullets do you have left? Dan asked, pressing the point. Wendy shrugged. Enough. How many are enough? A box or so. And when your food runs out? Sophia ran a brush she found in the dressing room through her hair. I'll run down to Chuck's. Chuck's? It's a grocery store a few blocks from here. Dan laughed out loud. On foot? You're crazy. You almost died coming here. Remember that part of your little story? Wendy didn't respond and took another shot instead. Paul clasped his hands together over the map. Look, we need your help just as much as you need ours. We can watch each other's backs and make it somewhere safe so we can figure out our next move. He spread his palms. I can't figure shit out when my fingers and toes are frostbit. Wendy turned to the mirror behind the bar, wheels turning in her head. They ate their candy bars and chips in silence, everyone too tired to say much else. I appreciate the offer, but someone will show up here, she finally said. Joe or Tammy or somebody. I can't just leave. I don't even know you. Dan gestured to the front door. And what if no one shows up? She lifted a shoulder to her ear. Maybe I'll come find you. Her eyes landed on Paul. Where are you going again? Paul slammed a magazine into his gun and racked a load before getting up. I'll let you know when we get there, he said, looking to Sophia and Dan. We should get going. Chapter 14. Paul peered through the crack in the back door, heart thumping in his chest. The cop car was still there and in one piece. It's clear, he whispered, curling a finger for Sophia and Dan to follow. He stepped outside, pulse racing because here they go again, and the last thing he wanted to do was jump on this ghastly merry-go-round and hang on for dear life, but they had no choice. They were the hunted now, reduced to prey in a blinding flash. The evolutionary tables turned. His legs ached and cold sprinkles fell on his face. Wait! They turned to find Wendy standing in front of the manager's office with a case of liquor bottles in her hands. Got room for one more? Paul traded an I told you so look with Dan, and one by one they filed out to the car parked beneath a cold gray sky that wept for them and their plight. Before climbing in, Paul took Sophia by the hand and pulled her against him, the rain turning to sleet, tapping against their coats. I love you. She smiled up at him, green eyes glowing through the gray. I love you too, she said softly, planting a wet kiss on his lips. He held the door while she got in the back with Wendy and then joined Dan up front. Let's get the hell out of here, Paul said, slamming the door shut. Dan immediately hit the electric locks and started the car, revving the engine block and turning on the heater while Paul attached the shotgun to the dash. Wendy sighed, peering out her blurry window. All I've been able to think about my whole life is getting out of this dump, and now... The words crumbled on her lips, and a lone tear spilled down her fair cheek as Dan pulled away from dancers and got back on the road. Sophia took Wendy's hand and gave her a reassuring smile. We're going to be fine, trust me. We didn't get this far on luck. We just have to stick together. Her eyes fell to the .38 sitting between them on the seat. Wendy looked up from the gun and nodded her understanding. The first few miles were slippery, and Dan nearly slid into the ditch during 2 different sweeping curves in the road. An hour later, the sleet turned back to a sprinkle, the snow on the ground beginning to fade with each passing mile. The conversation was surface level at best, the windshield wipers running on lazy, like them. Dead fields with skeletal trees and hungry livestock zipped past. Paul exhaled a low breath, drawing Dan's eyes. Whatever it wasn't infecting the animals. They were still alive, but with no one to feed them, not for much longer. Dan slowed down, drawing everyone's attention to a horse and buggy a quarter mile up the road. "Oh my God," Wendy muttered, alarmed by the dark figure slumped over inside the carriage. The large horse shuffled along like he'd been walking without water for days, its lethargic steps mimicking the infected. Paul pointed up ahead. "Pull around and cut it off." Sophia put her fingers through the cage and pulled herself to the edge of the back seat. "Paul, this is not a good idea. They could be hurt. Or one of those things." When Dan blocked the road, the horse came to a reluctant stop. The balding gray-haired man slumped over the reins didn't move. They sat inside the car and waited, watching to see what would happen next. The thought that it might be a trap skated through Paul's mind, feeling the tension tightening his jaw. He grabbed the tactical shotgun and opened the car door. The brown mount whinnied. Paul turned back to his wife. "Stay here." "Paul," Sophia whispered, pinching his coat through the cage as he got out. He glanced into a nearby tree line to make sure they were alone and grabbed the reins, pulling them from the man's bloody hands. "Easy, boy," Paul said softly, stroking the horse's face and studying a deep gash on his hindquarter. He noticed a wide-brimmed hat lying on the ground between the horse and the black buggy. Ignoring his heart's audible trepidation, his eyes rose to the man inside. "Hello, sir?" The man remained slumped over the front end of the buggy, his long black coat making him look like he just rode in from the Salem witch trials in 1692. Sophia rolled her window down when Paul stepped closer. "Be careful," she whispered. Using the 12-gauge to push him back in the bench seat, Paul recoiled at the revulsion etched into the man's face. He looked like he died in pain, and the horse whinnied again. Paul glanced behind him and turned back to the man, finding no trace of blood around his long gray beard or the bare spot above his upper lip. Paul's gaze snagged on a rip in the man's coat, the blood there dried and dark. "Is he dead?" Sophia whispered. "I think so." "Be careful, he could still come back," Dan shouted. Paul turned to the others in the car. "There's a bloody hole in his coat." Sophia screamed when the man grabbed the shotgun barrel with arthritis-twisted hands and pulled. "Help me," he wheezed, coughing blood onto his denim shirt. "Jesus Christ!" Paul fought him for control of the gun and slipped in a thin patch of snow, falling to his ass and taking the shotgun with him. Mouth gaping, the man's head rolled loosely on his shoulders. When he spoke, he sounded half asleep. "They came last night, these things." His lungs wheezed as he struggled for breath. "They dragged my wife and boy screaming into the woods. I tried to go after 'em, but—" He winced with a flash of pain slicing through his left side. He pulled his hand out from under his coat, eyes widening at the fresh blood coating his fingers. Spitting to the ground, he looked over his shoulder. "We have to go back." The man turned to Paul with pleading eyes. "Please." Paul got up and let the shotgun drop to his side like it weighed 100 pounds. "We can't." The man tried sitting up. "But you're the police." "We're not the police." "What?" Another coughing fit overtook him, and Sophia rushed over with some water, helping him take small sips, while Paul used his boot to nudge her back a step. No one was to be trusted. He glanced in the back seat at Wendy, who was busy staring at them like she was passing a 13-car pileup. "Thank you, ma'am," the man panted, looking Sophia over while catching his breath. "You're not the police?" "We're not the police," she said. The man's eyes bounced from the tactical shotgun in Paul's hands to the state trooper's patrol car. "We stole all of this stuff." His thin gaze snapped back to Paul, and when he spoke, his words were low and quiet. "You're criminals?" Sophia frowned. "We're not criminals. We were running for our lives from the same things you were." "Then call for backup." "The radio's dead," Dan said out of the window. "Don't you have a cellular telephone?" Sophia's eyebrows drew together, the wind tugging at her ponytail. The phones have been down for days, she said, grabbing the man's black hat from the ground and pouring water into it. You must have heard about the attacks on TV. He watched her water his horse, eyes wrinkling around the corners. Don't have a TV, and what attacks? He asked, leaning over and spitting blood to the road. Paul exhaled slowly, forcing his disbelief down and his heartbeat to calm. He doesn't know, he whispered.
When were you bitten?
Dan yelled out the window, revving the engine. For a moment, the man stared at Dan as if he were out of his mind. I wasn't. I caught a tree in the dark, speared a branch clear into my ribs. The man leaned forward and grimaced with the motion. Where am I anyway? Benji must have walked all night. Sophia used her soft voice, the one that always says everything is going to be okay, like the time Paul threw a lamp against the wall after she came out of the bathroom with another pregnancy stick and that goddamn dejected look stamped into her face. Sir, we don't know where we are, she replied, setting the hat down in front of Benji. We're just passing through. Can you take your coat off for me so I can take a quick peek? She turned to Dan. Pass me a first aid kit. The man reeled back from her touch and settled into his seat, letting out a heavy breath. Tell me what the hell is going on here first. I need to find my family. He cringed and grabbed his side, a teardrop disappearing into his beard. Sophia shifted her weight. Those things you saw last night are everywhere, in every country. The power is out, and there's no one to call for help. His gaze followed hers to the bloody tear in his coat. He clenched his teeth as another painful shockwave surged through him, reminding Paul of his mother on her deathbed. The man took a moment to collect his breath, catching firelit glances of the night before. It all happened so fast, he said dully. We never saw him coming. Paul snorted. That's what they all say. You think they're dead, Hannah and James? Paul wrinkled his brow. My wife and son, are they dead? Paul hung his head and sighed, watching some dead leaves skitter past his boots. I don't know. Benji whinnied again, and the man leaned his head back and shut his eyes, taking a steadying breath that didn't work. Gray clouds churned above as he turned it over in his mind. And what happens when they bite you? Paul shook his head. It's not good. What do you mean? I mean, if you get bit, you turn into one of those things. He met Paul's heavy stare head on, cold blue eyes turning to steel. I have a month's worth of food and water at my house, plus guns and plenty of ammunition as well. We have animal traps, gasoline, horses, a working well, and 50 acres of fertile land to plant crops. His lips settled into a thin, grim line. If you come back with me and help me find my family, it's all yours, all of it. I swear by all that is holy. Paul studied the man, the truth stuck in his throat. They're probably gone, he finally said. Listen to me. If they've turned into monsters like you say, I can't let them live like that. It's not right, and in his name, I won't have it. Not my family, not like that. He clutched his side. If that's the case, I want you to help me put them to rest. Their souls deserve that much. They're good people, Paul. Paul stared at him in a stunned silence for a few seconds, indecision flickering in his eyes. A turkey vulture soared above on outstretched wings, its shadow slipping across the roadway. Thunder rolled off in the distance, and the horse shifted its mighty weight. Paul followed Benji's glassy eyes to the trees. I'm sorry, but we have to keep moving. What kind of ammo? The man's tight gaze jerked to Dan. Shotgun, 9mm, 40 cal, nothing fancy, but enough to do the trick. He turned back to Paul. If my wife and son aren't there when we get back, you can still have it. All of it. Paul rubbed his forehead. We need more ammo, Paul, Dan said, resting a hand on the steering wheel. What we have now won't last long, especially between 4 people, and some food that isn't snack food would be nice. Paul, Sophia said in her quiet voice, the one that usually tells him it's time to stop watching Game of Thrones and come to bed. It won't hurt to take a quick look for his family. Paul opened his mouth, examining the wound the man was covering with his hand. Matt and Mike slipped through his mind. He fucked that up beyond all recognition, and this was his chance to redeem himself, but it was also another chance to die trying. If they went back to his house, their odds would get worse, much worse. He looked back the way the buggy had come, peering past the naked trees and endless fields. "Lift your shirt." The man stared at him with a flabbergasted look smeared across his face. "We have to be sure." With a bloody hand, he parted his long coat and pulled his denim shirt up. Paul stepped closer, pinching his eyes together as Sophia strapped on a surgical glove from the first aid kit. "Told you." Paul looked up from the small wound. "Tree branch," the man said, a hint of a smile brushing the corners of his mouth. Gently, Sophia ran an antiseptic wipe over the wound, with Paul looking over her shoulder. The man set his jaw, shallow breaths making his chest pump faster. Sophia glanced back at the others. "It's not a bite. In fact," she said, her words tightening in her throat. Paul's eyebrows dipped as he watched his wife pull something out from the wound. Pinching it between her fingers, she held it up and turned it in the gray light. "Tree branch," she said, flicking it into the ditch. Paul released the breath he'd been holding and ran a hand down his grimy face. "Where do you live? How far back are we talking?" The man's eyes widened. "Thank you so much. You will be in my prayers until the end of time." Paul barely had time to spin around when a bearded man in denim overalls sprang from the woods. Sticks and branches splintered beneath the obese man's boots, and, at the speed he was running, there was no time for errant shots. "Oh, shit!" Paul slid the shotgun into his shoulder as Sophia peeled her gun from its holster. They each got off a single shot. The man's enormous head jerked backwards, his large feet sliding out from beneath him. Paul could feel the ground shake when the man landed on his back and stirred up a cloud of dust. Dan and Wendy exited the car in a hurry, guns as drawn as their faces. The four friends kept their weapons trained on the thing's bloated body, staring in horror at the mess that used to be the man's face. Paul slowly looked up. "Holy shit, did you see how fast that guy was?" Dan stared at the dead man through disbelieving eyes. "Just like the repairman back at the farmhouse and that redneck at the gas station, those guys were both fast as hell, too." Sophia's voice came out in a shaky whisper. "The fat ones are fast." She looked up at the others. "How can that be?" "I don't know," Dan breathed, lowering the shotgun. Paul shook his head. "Maybe it's a muscle mass thing." Wendy gestured to the dead man with her gun. "There's no way that guy ever ran that fast before a day in his life, so why now when he's dead?" Two crows landed on some branches above, cawing and watching. "And the plot thickens," Dan murmured, scanning the woods. "Sir?" Everyone followed Paul's gaze to the man sitting in the buggy with his head leaning back and his eyes closed. Paul crept closer, walking on pins and needles, shotgun leading the way. "Sir, are you okay?" He stopped in front of the buggy and reached out, making Benji stir. "Paul," Sophia whispered. Paul shook the man's arm and his head rolled limply to the side. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and a small Bible slipped from his bony fingers to the mud-covered buggy floor. "Son of a bitch," Dan said, a deep-seated frown carving lines into his face. "We never found out where he lived." Chapter 15. They watched Benji and the buggy fade down the interstate back to where it came, keeping a close eye on the woods out of the corner of their eyes. Paul tilted his head to one side and cracked his neck. They tried to free the horse, but Benji would have none of it, choosing to remain with his master instead. "We never even got his name," Dan said glumly. "Benji." "No, the guy's name." "Oh," Paul said, loading a shell into the shotgun. Wendy tucked the .38 into the small of her back. I wonder what kind of food he had. Paul looked to the dead man in overalls on the side of the roadway. Probably a lot of friendship bread and shepherd's pie. Dan watched the buggy navigate a curve and disappear from view. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Back in the cop car, they shut their doors and locked them. Dan turned the key one click in the ignition, making the dashboard ding. He stared straight ahead, surveying the road before them, hesitant to find out what would be waiting for them around the next bend. I'm never getting out of the car again, Wendy said from the back seat. Dan glanced at her in the mirror and started the car before he lost his nerve. Paul secured the shotgun in the dashboard mount and fastened his seatbelt. Missing out on the food and ammunition seemed so trivial in the face of such mayhem, but it hurt just the same. They rode in silence for a while, unable to rise above the gloom and doom following them wherever they went. Every so often, Dan would sneak a peek at the lovely Miss Wendy, unable to stop himself. Then she would bust him, and he would try the radio again. Not even static, as dead as everything else. Paul massaged his temples with 2 fingers on each hand. It was insane, as they motored down some barren interstate, how they ended up on this road trip from hell, the 4 of them against the world. 2 weeks ago, his biggest problem was trying to find something to watch on Netflix. Now everyone wanted to eat them. He wondered what it felt like to be pinned down and slowly picked apart. I'm getting hot, Sophia said from the back seat, pulling off her coat. Can you turn down the heat? We're getting low on gas, Dan replied, turning off the heater. Paul nodded up ahead. Get off at this next exit. Siphoning gas from an abandoned Ford Expedition was a breeze. Finding it parked in a strip mall with a Kohl's store seemed nothing short of a miracle. Paul returned the siphon kit to the trunk and got back inside the car. Dan promptly locked the doors and took a long survey of the land, the snow nearly gone. Where the hell is everyone? Maybe they just vanished into thin air, Wendy suggested, coiling a strand of hair around her finger. Wouldn't there be piles of clothing and cell phones everywhere? All right, here's the plan, Paul said, turning to face them. We get in and we get out. Ooh, brilliant plan, Paul, Wendy smiled. Did you think that up all by yourself? You know what, Paul, Sophia said in a low voice, cutting him off. Paul made sure his safeties were off and pointed. Pull right up front. The store, which used to appear so normal and everyday, now looked haunted and poisonous. A spattering of vehicles littered the lot, more than likely belonging to the customers and employees who never made it out alive. Dan drove closer, noticing one of the glass doors already shattered. Hope there's something left. Only one way to find out. Paul popped his door and climbed out. The others followed, not bothering to shut their doors. On cue, the cloud cover broke, sprinkling them with moving pockets of sunlight. I have a bad feeling about this, Sophia said. Paul pumped the shotgun. Don't say that. Maybe we should find a Macy's. He gave her a dismissive arch of an eyebrow and kept going. Triangular shards of glass rimmed the edge of the broken front door like shark's teeth, twinkling in the setting sun. Paul stepped through first, careful not to snag his coat on the door's pointy teeth guarding the entrance. Glass popped beneath his winter boots. He stopped just inside the double doors and covered the others as they entered the store, sniffing at the musty-smelling air. It didn't take long to figure out the Walking Dead smelled like spoiled milk. The Kohl's store was even quieter inside than it was outside. No light music raining down from the recessed speakers in the ceiling, no hum from the heavy-duty furnaces, and no carts with squeaky wheels and fussy children. They stood shoulder to shoulder and listened, the sunshine stretching their shadows across the tiled floor before them. Regardless of the broken front door, it looked like they were the first ones to step foot inside since the manager turned off the lights, locked the doors, and never returned. Paul removed his bulky coat and threw it off to the side, already feeling 10 pounds lighter. Say goodbye to this damn thing. The others followed suit, shedding their thick skins for the last time. Dan stared at Wendy's massive breast pushing against her thermal, his shotgun clutched in both hands. She gave him a coy wink, and Paul rammed a shopping cart into a long jewelry case, shattering glass onto the watches inside. With weapons at the ready, they stood united, a wall of resistance to every angle someone could come flying from. The tension-filled silence weighed on Paul's lungs, squeezing his chest like heartburn. When no one sprang from a rack of half-priced Valentine's Day sweaters, Sophia grabbed another cart and started pushing. "We'll be right over here," she said, pointing to the women's section. "Make sure you stay where we can see you." She waved at her husband, an impish smile on her lips. "We will," she sang out, followed by two maniacal laughs that echoed throughout the store as the girls strolled off with an empty cart that wouldn't stay that way for long. "You know, we're not going to be able to fit back in the car," Dan whispered, admiring a rack of bomber jackets. Paul flipped through some bubble vests. "We're going to need a truck." Dan's wide eyes slowly rose. "We should hit a car lot next," he whispered gravely. "Oh my God, I'm finally getting a Corvette." "You're too young for a midlife crisis." "Not anymore. I'd say the average life expectancy just dropped to 35, which means I'm about ready to retire. In that case, we should get you a walker." Sophia inhaled sharply, drawing Paul's gaze to the women's department across the aisle. "This is so cute." "Ooh, that is cute," Wendy agreed, admiring the red pleather jacket Sophia was holding up. "But I have to have this." Wendy slipped into a tight-fitting girly motorcycle jacket and searched for a mirror, pulling her hair over her shoulders. Sophia studied Wendy with an eye trained for fashion. "That is so you. And it doesn't smash my boobs." She paused. "Well, that much." "Ha! I wish I had your problems." Sophia slid into the red jacket and joined Wendy at a three-way mirror outside the dressing rooms. The short coat fit tight, showing off her hourglass figure. "This is definitely a keeper," she said, turning this way and that, her long ponytail bouncing behind her. Both women kept the jackets on and continued on their shopping spree. Paul couldn't help the smile he felt playing on his lips. It was good to see her forget their troubles long enough to have some fun again. A few days ago, he was certain fun would become a thing of the past, like Hulu and Starbucks. "What do you think?" Dan asked, modeling a brown bomber jacket. "Don't you want something that's waterproof? There'll be a lot of pop-up storms around the ocean." Dan checked his wallet. "If you loan me $40, I can get both." Paul grunted and found a lightweight windbreaker with a perfect fit. He threw a black vest over it and kept moving, feeling like he could swing the shotgun around much faster now. "This is pretty." Wendy held up a purple sweater. Sophia tossed a pair of thin gloves into the cart. "That looks really warm." "Feel this." Sophia rubbed the soft material. "Ooh, I'm getting one of those too." Wendy threw the hanger to the side and dropped the sweater on top of the gloves, surveying their haul with hands planted on her curvy hips. "How much fun is this?" "So fun," Sophia replied, too busy holding up a black sweater of her own to notice the tall, skinny lady standing just inside the shadowy entrance to the dressing rooms. Chapter 16. Paul leaned his shotgun against a table covered in folded jeans and found a pair of black Levi's in his size. He tossed them in Dan's cart, his handgun banging against the table. "You think Benji found his way home?" Dan looked up, a pair of jeans clutched in his hands. "I doubt he could make it that far. That horse looked spent." Paul replied with a faint nod, trying not to imagine Hannah and James holed up in their house with blood-stained mouths when Benji came home with their dead husband and father slumped over inside the buggy. "I'm putting on all new clothes before we even leave." Paul rifled through a stack of blue jeans next. "That's a good idea." "Let's hit the shoes," they heard Sophia say in the women's department. "I need some new underwear too," Wendy said. "Mine are getting—" Sophia set the sweater into the cart, eyebrows knitting together as she looked up.
What's wrong?
Wendy screamed and Sophia jumped back, knocking the cart to the ground with a clang. Paul dropped the Levi's to the floor and left his shotgun leaning against the table, pulling his Beretta on the run. He bolted from the carpet to the shiny tiled floor, feet sliding out beneath him. Arms windmilling, he slid to a stop in the women's section, where red drool oozed from a tall woman's mouth. Her hollowed-out eyes watched Wendy shakily draw a .38 from the small of her back. The dreadfully thin lady spread a playful grin and shambled from the dressing room shadows. A Kohl's name tag told Janet's story. Paul was wrong. The manager never made it out alive. With trembling hands, Wendy pointed the gun at Janet's decaying face, but Janet didn't seem to mind. She trudged closer, carelessly knocking a rack of springtime raincoats to the floor.
Please stop,
Wendy moaned, taking a step back. Shoot it, Paul yelled, taking aim. He hesitated with his finger on the trigger, giving Wendy a small window of opportunity to get her third kill. She would need the practice on moving targets. They all would. Shooting a tin can on a fence post didn't have the same effect on your breathing as shooting someone who used to be a mother of 3 and now wants to eat your flesh. Breathing changed everything. A gunshot sent the thing flying backwards into a 3-way mirror. Janet crumpled to the floor with shards of glass landing in her thin brown hair. Wendy stared hard at the blood trail leaking from Janet's forehead, gun still pointed at the manager's face.
I couldn't do it.
It's okay, sweetie, Sophia said, holstering her smoking weapon and rushing to Wendy's side.
I couldn't do it.
It's over now, Sophia said, gently lowering Wendy's gun. Dan scanned the mess on the floor through wide eyes.
Holy shit!
Are you okay? Paul asked, examining Sophia and Wendy. We're fine, his wife answered, with Wendy trembling in her arms.
I lied about the girls behind the bar,
Wendy sobbed.
I couldn't shoot them, and eventually they just went away.
Dan shook his head, eyes glued to the dead woman on the carpeted floor.
Why didn't she come out when you rammed that card into the jewelry case?
He looked up to find Paul's dilated eyes. Paul stared back at him with no reply, a bad feeling washing over him like a cold, dark cloud. Sophia traded a look with Paul that 4 years of marriage allowed him to read loud and clear. They had to be more careful. Just when you thought it was safe, it wasn't. Precedent meant nothing. They're getting smarter. Dan used his boot to nudge the woman's floppy leg. We could have been killed, Wendy murmured. And it would have been my fault. Sophia pressed her lips together. It's never anyone's fault, not now. Wendy seized her by the wrist, a wild look in her eyes.
You saved my life.
Sophia peeled Wendy's fingers from her arm. And you better stick around long enough to pay me back. Paul stared at the small bite mark in the dead woman's arm, wondering what the last thing she did as a human being before some dead thing sent their pointy teeth into her skin. Returning unwanted clothing from the dressing room to the sales floor, unpacking the new spring line of dresses, texting her husband to let him know she'd be home late and that she loved him. If there was electricity, he'd locate the security office and rewind the surveillance footage to find out. A part of him had to know. Then he wondered what the last thing he would do before the inevitable. It was only a matter of time. Here's the writing. Here's the wall. A high-pitched shriek made Dan scream. A chubby little girl came fast from a rack of sweatpants, stringy red hair swinging across her angry face. Dried blood encircled her splintered lips and darkness coiled in her eyes. No time to shoot, Dan swung the butt of the 12-gauge around but didn't catch her squarely. Undeterred, the girl's purple arms slithered around his waist and constricted, popping a loud groan from his lips and slamming him against a wall of flannel shirts. Dan dropped the shotgun and pushed against her forehead to keep her snapping teeth at bay.
Get her off me! Get her off me!
Unable to get a clear shot, Paul yanked on the girl's hair, but it ripped away in his hand. Dan cried out to the ceiling as she wrung the air from his lungs.
Shoot her!
Paul grabbed the back of the girl's coat, and Sophia joined in the tug-of-war. The redhead's teeth clamped down on Dan's arm and tore away a patch of leather. He screamed and Paul gave one final tug, hurling her to the floor. She rolled to a stop and sprang to her feet, a grin slicing through her freckled cheeks. The color drained from Paul's face as he witnessed the impossible. This girl couldn't be older than 8 or 9, yet had the strength of a full-grown man and the speed to match. "What the fuck?" he whispered coldly, aiming at her snarling face. She charged again, digging Hello Kitty boots into the tiled flooring. Matt and Mike dashed through Paul's mind just before he put 2 rounds into her chubby cheeks, sending her crashing onto her side. Silence rained down from the vents above, their uneven breaths the soundtrack to Paul's racing heart. She was so damn young, and he wasn't sure which hurt more, the dead look on her face or the fact that he just put it there. "Did you see how strong she was?" Sophia whispered, as if more may be lurking in the shadows. Dan peeled himself off the wall and rubbed the back of his head. "Oh, I saw it. She almost crushed my lungs." A far-off ringing stung Paul's ears, his chest rising and falling beneath his new vest. Dan examined his shredded jacket, pulling the sleeve back and checking his arm, which appeared to still be in one piece. His large eyes rose to find their anxious stares. "So you guys about ready to get going, or what?" Chapter 17. The Coles security room upstairs was much smaller than Paul imagined, lit up by a single computer monitor on a diminutive desk. He looked down at his brand-new black Adidas and then turned to Sophia and Wendy. Both women sat in plastic office chairs against a white wall, modeling vacuous looks with folded arms and crossed legs. Then Paul noticed his holster and gun were gone. His heart jumped. Spinning on his heels, he patted his new Levi's down like they were on fire. "Here it is." The computer screen cloaked Dan's face in an eerie glow. "Come check this out." "I left my gun downstairs," Paul cried, turning to Sophia and Wendy, both of whom seemed disinterested in his plight. "Forget about that. You have to see this," Dan replied, not taking his eyes from the old-fashioned monitor. Stupefied, Paul looked up from his naked gun belt and, grudgingly, traipsed over to the metal desk, insides melting. Even with his much lighter running shoes, his legs still felt heavy, like when you get thick mud clogged in your shoes. In the screen's glare, Dan's face looked older, wiser. "This is so crazy," he whispered, leaning on the desk and nodding to the chair. "Sit down." Paul's brow fell in the ghostly glow. "How is this even on? There's no power." "Must be running on some kind of backup generator or something, but you are not going to believe this." Dan shook his head. "As if we didn't have enough to worry about already." Paul studied Dan through dubious eyes before pulling back the desk chair. His face soured. "I can't sit here," he said, staring at the chair, which reminded him of his kindergarten days. "It's way too small." Dan looked annoyed. "Trust me, Paul, you're going to want to sit down for this." Warily, Paul folded himself into the tiny chair and slid it forward, producing a horrible screech against the concrete floor that echoed loudly in the small room. His knees scraped the underside of the desk, smearing rusty paint flakes onto his new jeans. Still consumed by the gruesome shootings downstairs, Sophia and Wendy continued staring at the wall with blank looks robbing their faces. Dan pointed to the black and white security footage. "Look, here we are coming into the store." Paul watched the 4 of them stand like statues just inside the entrance, the setting sun casting their shadows onto the tiled floor ahead of them. Paul remembered it well. "Yes, so what?" "Just watch," Dan said, becoming more agitated by the second. On screen, Paul watched them appraise the store's situation. His eyebrows drew together. Even though Sophia stood anchored to the floor while Paul rammed the cart into the jewelry case, her shadow moved. His heart skipped a beat, goosebumps rippled across his flesh. He leaned in closer to the monitor and squinted through the glare. What the hell? Sinuously, Sophia's shadow slid across the floor in front of them while Sophia stood scanning the store for signs of trouble. Fear tightened Paul's gut as the shadow reached up and pulled a long, skinny rope from the ceiling. Paul held his breath, heart hammering against his ribcage. On the video, other than shifting in her stance, Sophia still hadn't moved, yet her shadow did. In an exaggerated motion, it looped the rope around its neck, and that's when things slowed to a crawl. Paul couldn't catch his breath. His pulse raced. The shadow cinched the slipknot tight and fell limp, toes listlessly swinging back and forth across the shiny tiles while the girls pranced off screen into the women's department. Paul forced himself to breathe. He could hear his pulse thudding in his ears, palms slick with sweat. How is that possible? He sputtered, shaking the monitor. This has to be broken. When no one answered, he looked up to find everyone gone. He jumped back in the tiny chair, knocking the desk over in the process. The computer smashed to the ground in a thunderous crash. Sparks shot into the air. The room's only door broke open, and Paul watched a man with a gold badge on his belt hobble into the room. When he saw Paul, he stopped. Small bloody handprints covered the man's dockers, and there was mud on his shoes. He smiled at the horror filling Paul's eyes, revealing blood-stained teeth hiding beneath his cracked lips. Then he ran, fast as lightning. Paul went for his gun, screaming when it wasn't there. "Paul!" The loss prevention agent smashed him against the wall and bit down, shaking his head back and forth and tearing the meat from Paul's neck. Paul shook violently under the thing's weight, unable to escape his thorny clutches. "Paul!" His eyelids flipped back to find Sophia shaking him in the backseat of the cop car. "Are you okay?" she asked, staring at him through worried eyes. He wiped perspiration from his forehead, noticing his new black Adidas and her new red jacket. The darkness outside the car windows caught his eye next. "Where are we?" "Oklahoma," Dan said through the cage, drumming his fingers on the wheel and swapping a glance with Wendy in the passenger seat next to him. Paul sat up straighter and rubbed his eyes. "How long was I out?" Sophia snuggled up against him. "A couple hours. You didn't miss much." "You woke up just in time, Chief," Dan said, pulling into the driveway of a small ranch-styled house and putting it in park. "I'm exhausted." After clearing the messy house that had to belong to a crazy cat lady, Sophia and Paul went out back for some fresh air. So far, Oklahoma's winter was much milder than Iowa's, but still left a bite in the air at night. Sophia sat down on a picnic table in the backyard and sighed, gazing at the sparkling stars above. "How much longer can we keep doing this?" "As long as it takes," Paul said, taking in the bright specks dotting the nighttime sky. The loss prevention agent's snarling face whisked through his mind. He blinked it away while pots and pans clanged around inside the house behind them. Sophia scooted closer and took his hand, content to just be in his company for now. It reminded him of home, where they could watch a movie together on the couch or go for a bike ride around Gray's Lake without wearing guns and constantly looking over their shoulders. He could tell she missed it too, and he wanted to fix it, wanted to drive them back to the dream house with a peanut-shaped pool they just moved into and tell her it was all just a bad dream, tell her it's okay to go outside and water the plants again, it's okay to go to the mall, and it's okay to keep trying to have that little one who will forever change their lives. He wanted to tell her this, but looked over his shoulder instead, thinking he just heard something. Sophia exhaled a wistful sigh. "I still can't get over these stars." "I know." "You remember when we went camping?" "You mean the one time we went camping?" She laughed. "Well, I didn't think there would be that many bugs." "You were so funny." "Well, those toilets weren't funny." He smiled. "No, they weren't." "I thought the stars were bright that night, but this is breathtaking." "You're breathtaking," Paul said, kissing her softly and breathing her in like smoke. She squeezed his hand and pulled away to find his big browns. "You say the sweetest things, Paul Hessler." He turned away, guilt springing from the bushes and slashing at him with razor-sharp thoughts of Rebecca, who was, most likely, too dead to feel anything right now. It seemed like another lifetime, but hadn't even been 2 weeks ago. He swallowed his own apprehension and stared off into the night. This was a second chance, and he was determined not to screw it up. It wasn't too late for them. It wasn't. A shooting star scratched the sky, leaving a glittering trail behind that faded back into the night. She squeezed his hand. "Did you see that? Now we have to make a wish." Sophia met his eyes through the moonlit darkness. "Yeah?" He nodded and lightly traced the curves in her face with his fingers, wishing he could go back in time and stop her from going to that fucking seminar. "What did you wish for?" she whispered. "It won't come true if I tell you." "Oh, come on, you can tell me anything." His heart broke. She deserved to know about Rebecca, even in this mess they were in. He owed that much to her. Swallowing dryly, he turned to face her, his gut wrenching. Her warm smile made her eyes twinkle brighter than any of the stars above. He opened his mouth, the words hanging on the tip of his tongue. She leaned up and kissed him again, their lips meeting and parting in a slow-moving waltz. Her tongue danced with his, tasting of home. He drew back and stared into her eyes, voice dropping to a shaky whisper. "I love you. I love you more than anything in the world, and I don't know what I'd ever do without you." He licked his lips, the moon peeking over the house's roof behind them, watching to see what he would do next. "When you went to Minneapolis for that seminar?" Her eyes thinned. "Yeah?" Paul shifted on the picnic table and twisted the platinum wedding band on his finger. Sophia lifted her brow.
Hey, do you guys know where the Leatherman is?"
Dan hollered out the back door.
"I need the can opener."
They stared at each other with smiles inching into their cheeks.
"In the glove box,"
Paul yelled back, not taking his eyes from his wife.
"Gotcha, boss,"
Dan replied, letting the screen door bang shut when he went back inside. Paul shook his head. "Last people on the entire planet, and we still can't get a minute of privacy." She rubbed the inside of his thigh. "We'll find a bedroom inside and barricade the door, I promise." His eyebrows went up and she grinned back. "Maybe set some traps. For them or me?" "Both," she said, kissing him again before pulling away with a befuddled look on her face. "What were you saying about Minneapolis?" He cleared his throat and looked away. I was just going to say I hated being away from you that weekend." "Aw, that's so sweet." Sophia rested her head on his shoulder, and they shared a comfortable moment he wished would last forever. But like everything else in this new world, it would die too, because nothing lasted forever. Not when they would have to go back out there tomorrow morning because they needed more food or water or gas or some bullshit he wished they didn't need. No, now forever meant a day, maybe two if they were lucky. Chapter 18. Day 9. Paul steered the squad car off Highway 19 into a small Texan town called Crockett. The setting sun made this as good a spot as any to round up some prepackaged food and call it a night. With the camping stove Dan found in the basement last night, they could heat up soup, oatmeal, and coffee. As long as it was hot, they didn't really care what it was. Very little action crossed their path during the day's monotonous trek south. At one point, Dan tossed out the premise that perhaps the Walking Dead were beginning to starve to death. As ironic as it sounded, who knew how long those things could really last? That was the big question, wasn't it? Who would last longer, us or them? Above the grocery store Paul pulled into stood a large rustic sign in the shape of a cowboy boot with the word Beechers running into the heel. After checking the back doors, all metal and all locked, he drove around front and turned off the car. They sat and listened, taking in the handful of cars parked in the store's barren lot. A white plastic bag did lazy circles around a stray shopping cart, rising and falling with Paul's chest. Sophia stared out the windows. "So, this is Texas? Where the hell is everyone?" Dan whispered. "Dead or hiding," Paul replied dully, making sure his guns were loaded and the safeties were off. He was getting tired of the same questions day in and day out. Where is everyone? Why is this happening? Who's responsible? None of it mattered now, so who fucking cares? Paul wanted answers as well, but just thinking about it made his head hurt. He made a mental note to grab some aspirin for the headache rotating behind his left eye. Wendy slammed the chamber shut on her gun. "Don't forget to grab some toilet paper." They exited the Missouri State Patrol vehicle and left their car doors open. New running shoes scraped against the concrete in the quiet, pinching Paul's nerves. Holding the shotgun at the low and ready, his eyes canvassed the front while Dan and Wendy covered the rear. "Hey, what's the difference between an Iowa zoo and a Texas zoo?" The three glanced at Dan without responding. "In Iowa, the zoo has the name of the animal on the cage," he said. "In Texas, it has the name of the animal and the recipe." They hit him with blank stares and kept walking. He shrugged. "Get it?" "Why do you even know a stupid joke like that?" Wendy whispered, pointing her .38 at the ground. Long story. Dan stopped in front of the store's glass doors that no longer opened electronically. He dated a zoologist one time. Wendy looked at Paul, jaw dropping. "Are you serious?" "No," Dan retorted. "He's not." "Dan, I didn't know you were such a nature freak." Dan pumped his Browning with authority. They turned away from the doors and shielded their faces as he unleashed a thundering blast, exploding jewel-like fragments inside the marketplace. Paul took a last look behind them before stepping through the doors, glass popping under his shoes. The setting sun lit the place up through a westerly wall of storefront windows, the stench overpowering. Covering their noses, reality dropped back down like an anvil. It smelled like a morgue that lost electricity weeks ago, but nothing seemed out of place. The only thing to greet them when they entered was a towering igloo constructed from dozens of white cases of Diet 7-Up, only $3.99 each. Paul's throat clicked when he swallowed. Anxious eyes swept the place from left to right and back again, adrenaline pumping faster in the ghostly stillness dancing around them. The fact that no one had broken into this place, or so it appeared, left a bad taste in his mouth. If so many people were dead, why weren't there more zombies stumbling around like drunken sailors? Were they hiding too? And what was that fucking smell? "Okay, I'm getting a really bad feeling about this," Sophia said, putting an arm over her nose. She dry-heaved a little, but didn't puke. "Probably just the spoiled food," Paul whispered, creeping forward. Dan gripped the shotgun tighter and followed. Sophia yanked a bent metal cart from a long stack while Paul kicked the igloo, knocking some cases of pop to the floor. Several cans broke free of their cardboard constraints and rolled across the smooth flooring. Some stopped in a small flower shop off to the side, while others hid under the rows of outdated carts. The silence returned, commanding their attention. After a long moment, Paul nodded to the others and moved in. Sophia pushed the cart with one hand, the pink gun in her other. One wheel spun uselessly in the air as Wendy plucked items from the shelves and dropped them into the cart. Paul and Dan covered them from behind, checking their six every few seconds. "Suddenly I'm not so hungry anymore," Wendy whispered to Sophia, wrinkling her nose as the stench worsened. "Tell me about it. I already threw up once today." Wendy furrowed her brow. "You did? When?" "Just before we left the house this morning." Sophia pulled a warm bottle of Gatorade from a shelf. "Think I ate too much soup last night," she said, cracking the seal and taking a long pull. Bottled water, cans of soup, tuna, and black beans eased into the cart with light plunks. Instant oatmeal, breakfast bars, and cookies soon followed. Coffee packets, pickles, tortilla shells, toilet paper, deodorant, chapstick, and toothpaste joined the loot. They skipped the moldy bakery and the coolers of rotten meats and cheeses with their noses plugged and eyes watering. Sophia plugged her nose. "Must go faster." "Ooh, here we go," Wendy said, snatching the latest and last issue of Us Weekly with the most recent Bachelor on the cover. The man stood in a silk suit, grinning all the way to the bank. Paul leaned in between them. "This isn't a library, ladies. I just want to grab a couple of books real quick," Sophia said, taking down a romance paperback. Wendy leafed through the magazine's glossy pages. "Won't be much longer until this thing's way outdated." Dan leaned his shotgun against a rack of greeting cards and snatched a copy of Guns and Ammo. "Now People magazine is going to have the Sexiest Man Not Alive award every year." Wendy and Sophia stopped flipping pages and looked up. He shrugged. "What? Geez, Dan, you really know how to bring down a party," Paul said, pulling a thick copy of The Stand from a shelf. Dan rolled his eyes and tossed the magazine into the cart with the others. It was breathtaking how the gravity of their situation could suddenly come crashing down at the oddest times. It would trip you up, punch you in the gut, and wake you from your hope, leaving you drowning in a pool of swirling doubt. Paul's eyes caught the cover of a women's magazine promising the latest spring fashion trends inside. Skimming the taglines for budget getaways, the new iPad, workout tips, and Easter meal ideas, he blew out a tired breath. There was nothing to look forward to anymore. No more holidays, vacations, or family reunions. No more celebrating a graduation or promotion with friends. Not even a relaxed Friday night with dinner and drinks after a long week at work. Even if there was something small to look forward to in this new reality, like a hot bowl of soup or a cookie that hadn't yet gone stale, gravity wouldn't rest long enough to let you look forward to anything for long. Paul tossed the thick paperback into the cart, smashing a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos. "Hey," Sophia said, setting the book off to the side. He squeezed past the girls. "Let's keep moving and get out of here." "I don't know about you," Wendy whispered to Sophia, holding up a 2-page spread of the shirtless bachelor posing on a white sandy beach. "But I wouldn't care if this guy was dead or alive." "Oh my God, that is beautiful." "I can hear you," Paul said over his shoulder. "I was talking about the ocean," Sophia replied, winking at Wendy. Wendy ripped the centerfold out and threw the magazine over her shoulder without looking. "Think I'll hang on to this, just in case." A blood-stained apron exploded around the end cap, knocking Paul to the ground and sending the trooper's shotgun sliding across the floor. The dead and bloated butcher moved with surprising stealth for a man who weighed at least 250 pounds, if not more. It was like he was floating on thin air when he snatched Wendy's long hair and pulled. She screamed, dropping her gun and using both hands to claw at the meat hooks locked in her tangled blonde hair. Dan brought his Browning around and took aim, but hesitated, unable to get a clear shot. Sophia's angle was just as bad, and Paul scrambled to his feet. The thing sneered at him, holding Wendy in front of its festering body like a hostage. Paul sprinted over and planted a foot into the butcher's side. The thing stumbled back just enough for Dan to pump a shell into him, violently jerking the corpse into a defunct cooler of rotten eggs. The butcher took a handful of Wendy's hair with him, and she screamed again. The large man pushed free from the cooler and slowly got to his feet, throwing Wendy's hair to the side. Yolks mixed with the blood coming out of his stomach and oozed to the floor in slow-moving globs. Paul drew his Beretta and stared down the sights, taking a moment to get a good look at what they were up against. To say it was incredulous was an understatement. Could a bad batch of flu shots really have done this to so many people? It was probably as likely as alien involvement, and, at this point, nothing was off the table. Looking at this poor bastard now, with his blood-stained apron and peeling skin, anything was possible. He was clearly dead, but that didn't stop him from sneering. Paul's index finger hugged the trigger, thin eyes watching the man watch him back. It was like the butcher was daring him to pull the trigger, defying Paul with his very existence. The butcher growled, baring bloody teeth nestled in blackened gums, and charged. Paul inhaled a steadying breath, aiming at the man's pissed-off face. "Fuck you, asshole." Sophia screamed like hell, delaying Paul's shot. He pivoted around to see a tall pharmacist in a shredded lab coat sink his teeth into Sophia's shoulder. She threw her head back and screamed again, firing 2 shots into the ceiling. That's when things went into slow motion. He yelled out her name and ran to her side, an invisible rug slipping out beneath his feet. Inches turned into miles, seconds into hours. He was nearly to Sophia's rescue when the butcher tackled him into an end cap of hot chocolate and mini marshmallows. Paul crashed to the floor, bags of marshmallows raining down on him as the butcher seized his ankle and pulled. Paul stretched for the gun he'd dropped in the collision, but it was just out of reach. The heavy-set man got to his knees and yanked, pulling Paul's leg to his mouth. Paul kicked him in the face with his free foot. The butcher gave him a bloody grin and opened his mouth wider than humanly possible, but there was nothing human about this. Dan blew the thing's head off with a round of buckshot, sending the butcher rolling sideways. Sophia squirmed under the pharmacist's death grip with a loud scream. Paul reached his gun and took aim from his stomach, shooting the thin man in the leg from the floor. The pharmacist stumbled and loosened his grip. Paul raised his aim and fired, sending the tall man back flopping onto a table of cookies and cupcakes, bringing the colorful display crashing to the floor. "Come on!" Paul yelled, taking Sophia in his arms and rushing her toward the front doors with her pink gun hanging loosely in her hand. "Back to the car!" Wendy hesitated and then began pushing the cart, trying to keep up with Paul and Sophia, with Dan providing cover and one wheel spinning uselessly in the air. A piece of pointy glass slit Paul's forearm as they dashed out of the shattered front door. He didn't notice and gently eased Sophia into the back seat, blood soaking both of their new coats. Dan popped the trunk and hurriedly helped Wendy dump the cart's contents inside. "The fuck are you doing?" Paul screamed at them from the back seat. Sophia pulled her hand from her shoulder, eyes widening at all the blood. "No, no, no!" Paul punched the cage with his fist, instantly regretting his panic. Terror filled the glassy eyes staring back at him. He struggled for composure. "You're going to be fine," he told her, chest palpitating with uneven breaths. Dan slammed the trunk shut and hopped in behind the wheel as Wendy jumped into the passenger seat. He turned the key and punched the throaty engine, leaving swerving skid marks and white smoke behind. "I'll be all right," Sophia insisted, her voice cracking. "It's just a scratch." Wendy opened the first aid kit and poured some peroxide onto some gauze before slipping it through the cage to Paul. "Let's get your coat off," he said, carefully helping her peel back the red pleather jacket. Paul's stomach fell when he saw the bite mark with his own two eyes. He stared at the clear imprint of the pharmacist's full set of teeth, the car spinning around him. Sophia shrieked through gritted teeth when the peroxide found the wound. They hadn't seen anyone escape with just a bite yet, and had no way of knowing if it was infectious or not. Paul put pressure on the wound, slowing the bleeding and brushing his hand against his gun, just to make sure it was still there. Chapter 19. The farmhouse was nowhere near as old and drafty as the one in Iowa, and wasn't a farmhouse at all. This was a house in the country with "The Jacobsons" printed across a blue doormat out front. Inside it smelled like candles and potpourri. Beneath a vaulted ceiling and fancy chandelier, a mint-colored sectional sat positioned to enjoy the fireplace, giant flat screen, and French doors leading to the covered pool out back. Paul laid his wife on the couch, soaking it with her blood. He sat down next to her and carefully peeled back the blood-soaked bandage. "Here, let's change that," he said, fighting a grimace when he saw the ring of teeth marks. "I'm going to be okay, right, baby?" she asked, hanging on to his leg like he might get up and leave her forever. Sweat ran down his temples. He tried on a smile that didn't fit. His heart thrashed against his rib cage. "Of course you are, hot stuff. We sterilized it real good." "Why won't it stop bleeding?" "It will. We just have to keep some pressure on it." He poured more peroxide onto the circular wound, and Sophia set her jaw and squeezed his leg with a death grip. "Just try to hold still for me, okay?" She nodded and let her eyes fall shut, exhaling like she just set down a heavy piece of furniture. Paul held the fresh bandage against her shoulder and took a moment to survey their new surroundings filled with someone else's stuff. His eyes locked on the French doors. Outside, darkness had settled in. Inside, Wendy stood behind him with a fist covering her mouth and panic brimming in her eyes. Chapter 20. Day 10. Daylight slithered into the living room, slowly pulling back the curtain on the grim reality staring Paul in the face. He sat up in an orange armchair, heart sinking when he saw her in the morning light. He hadn't slept a wink all night, at least he didn't think he had, waiting for this very moment right here. A little time and daylight would tell him loads. Throughout the night, Sophia mumbled unintelligible things in her sleep, while a vision of the pharmacist danced with the gruesome memories already living inside Paul's head, spinning this way and that. One would lead, and the other would follow. Raindrops beat against the roof, and thunder rattled the windows. Paul pushed himself out of the chair, and it felt like he was wading through warm tar as he crossed the room. He sat down next to her and mopped sweat from her ashen forehead with a clean kitchen towel. At his touch, her dark eyelids cracked open. Shallow breaths made a raspy sound in her throat, and this didn't look fucking good. This wasn't what Paul had been praying for all night long, and he cursed inside his head. Shit. "How are you feeling, baby cakes?" he whispered, giving her some water. She took a tiny sip and sighed. "Better?" "You look better," he lied right back. She laughed and coughed up some pink fluid. Paul's gut twisted into breathless knots, and it took everything he had to keep his poker face from breaking like his heart. Sophia settled back into the sweat-stained pillow and took his hand, her skin cold and clammy. He bent over and kissed her on the forehead, uncaring if he got it or not. She had it. He wanted it. She drew in a deep breath that Paul tricked himself into thinking sounded better. When she spoke, her words were low and distant. "You remember when you crank-called your mom that one morning, pretending to be a coworker named Mike?" He smiled thinly, caressing her cheek. "Everyone has a coworker named Mike." Her brave smile melted his heart. "She bought it, too, like she recognized him," she continued, filling her lungs with another wet-sounding breath. "And then you told her she looked nice that day and asked her out on a date." Sophia laughed and coughed into her hand. Paul's gaze narrowed, catching her trying to hide the blood on her hand beneath the blanket. "Yeah, and the real Mike ended up getting fired for sexual harassment." "No, he didn't." "No, but that would have been better radio." She closed her eyes, smiling faintly. "She was so mad." Paul brushed sweaty hair from her forehead, panic settling in. He was no doctor, but this wasn't good. She was burning up. Her eyes opened again and found his worried gaze hovering above. "There you are." "I'm right here." Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. He stroked her cheek. "I'll always be right here." She smiled and let her heavy eyelids drop. "Your mom and I are going to be just fine." Paul felt the hair on his arms go up. "What's that?" he whispered. Looking through slits, she pointed to the French doors. "She's standing right there." He turned. A shadow moved outside, spiking his adrenaline. Paul rushed across the room and drew his gun, whipping the door back and letting in the rain. A bird took flight and water rippled across the pool cover. He looked around the deck and let out a deep breath, shutting and locking the door. "Now you've got me seeing things." When Sophia didn't respond, he turned to find her asleep again. She looked so frail, and Paul couldn't stop his thoughts from running away with him. The infection was spreading throughout her body. He could see it in the purple veins set against her sickly skin. Suddenly he felt someone watching him and turned to see Dan standing in the kitchen archway with a grave look seared into his face and a Glock clipped to his belt. Dan looked from Sophia to Paul before turning to rejoin Wendy in the massive kitchen. "I told you, I'm not going anywhere!" Paul jerked awake in the armchair across the room, nearly falling to the hardwood floor. "I can't find my purse!" He sprang from the chair and rushed to Sophia's side, stumbling over his shoes on the way. "Just wait!" Hey, he said, pushing wet hair from her face. She shuddered beneath his touch, sweating like hell, even though she was cold as ice. "No!" "Sophia," he said, shaking her arm.
Paul?
He shook harder, heart stampeding like a herd of wild horses. He wasn't sure how much time had passed since this morning, but she looked worse, thinner, smaller. She stirred a little, incoherently babbling words in a rash of run-on sentences, eyes rapidly moving beneath her closed lids. Then she stilled. Her wet breath stopped, and Paul's hope plummeted off a cliff. He shook her with both hands. "Sophia?" No response. "Sophia!" This couldn't be happening. Without her, he couldn't go on, wouldn't go on. She sucked in a loud breath and opened her eyes, a faint smile pulling at her dried lips when she found him sitting next to her. "Where am I?" "You're safe, baby," he told her, catching a whiff of something unpleasant. They'd tried helping her to the bathroom, but she screamed as if she were made of glass. "Here, drink this." She sipped the bottled water and started choking. "Go easy." She pushed it away. "I had a dream we were getting on a train and I couldn't find my purse. Then you were gone too." He smiled, and it was the hardest thing he ever had to do in his entire life. "You're not going anywhere without me or your purse." She smiled back, gums darkening around her teeth. "Good. Are you feeling any better?" A soft nod was all she could muster before shutting her eyes and falling back into a deep slumber as calm as a morning lake. Tears fell from Paul's eyes onto the blanket he pulled up to her chin. He could still fix this. There was still time. After a while, he quietly traipsed back to his chair and watched her sleep, thunder booming inside his head. He could fix this. Chapter 21. Wendy fed Sophia tomato soup heated up on the camping stove they'd taken from the previous house. Sophia hadn't kept a thing down since the attack, and, whether she liked it or not, it was time to try again. Paul and Dan watched as Wendy slipped the spoon through Sophia's partially opened lips and pulled it out clean. Paul listened to her swallow, insides tightening. She licked her lips and opened her mouth for more, lifting his spirits until she leaned over and threw up in a bucket Dan found out in the garage. Paul released the breath he'd been holding, lowering his broad shoulders. She couldn't keep anything down. His mind raced. Here's the writing, here's the wall. "Come on, try a little more for me," Wendy urged, bringing up another spoonful. Sophia pressed her lips together and shook her head. "I can't," she panted, groaning as another bolt of pain shot through her. "It's okay," Paul said softly. "Take a break and try to get some more rest." Wendy gave her a warm smile. "I brought in some books in case you feel like reading something," she said, patting a small stack on the coffee table. Sophia nodded and grabbed Wendy's wrist. "I want you to have my gun," she said weakly, as if she were asking Wendy to take care of her only child after she died. Paul's heart wrenched with sorrow. He opened his mouth to protest such a ridiculous notion, but Wendy beat him to it. "You just hang on to that cute little gun, girlie, because you're going to need it in no time." Sophia tightened her grip, dissolving Wendy's comforting smile. "I need you to take that gun and have my husband's back. Dan, too." Wendy glanced at the pink gun and holster lying next to the books. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. "Promise me," Sophia whispered. Wendy patted her hand. "I promise, sweetie." Paul rubbed his face and paced the room. This wasn't happening. At this rate, none of them stood a snowball's chance in hell of surviving this plague, and he could give three shits. It was over already. Game, set, match. He tried imagining a life without her and doubled over in pain as she fell back to sleep. White spots speckled his vision like old film. It would be hard enough in the old world, but this? He felt a hand on his back. "You okay, man?" Paul slowly straightened up, avoiding Dan's worried gaze. "I'm fine." Wendy rose from the couch and gave Paul a look he couldn't read before taking the soup bowl back out into the kitchen with its granite countertops and useless stainless steel appliances. Dan hesitated before solemnly falling in line. Paul stared at his wife through blurry eyes, wondering how he could have missed that damn pharmacist in the grocery store. Once again, it was his fault. The funniest part was, for a minute there, he actually believed they stood a chance. He laughed at the audacity of it. "Son of a bitch," he whispered, swatting a tear away with his hand. "Baby," Sophia murmured. "I'm right here," he said, taking Wendy's spot on the couch and grasping Sophia's bony yellow hand. She was no longer sweating, but she had a nosebleed that would not fucking stop. "Do I look that bad?" "You look great." "Get me a mirror, then." "You're going to be back on your feet in no time, but you need to eat something." "I'm not hungry." He cleaned her face with a wet towel. "You have to keep trying." "Paul, I'm really scared." "Don't be," he told her, fighting the tears building behind his eyes. He wouldn't let her see him cry if it killed him. "I'm right here, and we're in no hurry. It's just a scratch." "I don't want to die." "Listen to me. You are not going to die," he said, stroking her matted hair. "You're going to be boogie boarding on the beach very soon. You just need another day or two of rest." He glanced at the hand running through her long locks and tried not to scream when he saw all of the loose hair sticking to his fingers. He slid his hand to the couch and leaned on it so she couldn't see. If she knew she was losing her hair. "I can't wait to go swimming." The weakness in her voice tugged at Paul's heart, threatening to destroy his confident facade. But he needed to be strong for her and bit his tongue until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. The pain would keep him grounded, at least for another minute or two until he could go into the garage and fall to his knees and cry in private. Rebecca flashed through his mind, and guilt ripped him from belly to sternum. "Get some rest and we'll try some more food later, okay?" She nodded, taking comfort in his words, and drifted back off to sleep again. Chapter 22. One day before outbreak. The bar music was blaring, and Paul couldn't stop thinking about the night before. He could still feel Rebecca's lips on his, her warm hand in his lap. Sophia would be home tomorrow from the Twin Cities, and he was certain he would never be able to look her in the eyes again. There was only one way to do that, and that was through the truth. He would tell her everything, but first he would test the waters on Dan. He tipped his beer back, spacing out on a basketball game on TV. If Dan thought it was a bad idea, which he would, Paul didn't think he could hide last night for long. Didn't think he could live with himself, let alone with Sophia. She didn't deserve that.
"Hey, are you Paul Hessler?"
Paul turned to a short man with a ball cap pulled down over his thick glasses. "You got me, man." A sheepish smile slipped through the man's chubby cheeks. He cheered Paul with a near-empty pint glass.
"I just wanted to say that I love your show. I'm a long-time listener."
Paul shook the man's sweaty hand. "I appreciate that. What's your name?"
"John."
He released Paul's hand and pushed his glasses up the bridge of his shiny nose.
"So, is that really your mom you call on the air?"
Paul smiled. He got that question a lot. "It really is. You can't fake crazy." John chuckled and looked away.
"That one time when you called her at work was priceless."
"Thanks, John. I appreciate you listening, man."
"Can I buy you a drink?"
Paul leaned against the bar and thumbed behind him. "Got some coming, but let me get you one." The tattooed bartender set 2 bottles of beer next to Paul. "On the house, my brother." "Thanks, Rocket," Paul said, slapping a 20 on the bar just the same. Under normal conditions, he would have loved being in the spotlight, but tonight all he could think about was the mistake he made with Rebecca. He would never be able to face Sophia again, and she would be home by this time tomorrow. Paul set a hand on John's shoulder. "Can I get another one for my boy John here?" Rocket tapped his ring against the bar 2 times. "You got it, Paulie," he said, turning to a long row of taps behind him.
"So, is a deli man real too?"
Paul nodded. Works at Palmer's Deli, he said, finishing the beer already in his hand. John smiled and finished his glass as well. That one time you guys tried to join a Curves was hilarious. His brow wrinkled beneath the brim of his ball cap. Did you have hidden microphones or something? We have those glasses with cameras in them. You can watch the full video online. Isn't that illegal? Paul pressed his lips together and thought about it. Probably. John laughed. That's awesome, he said, taking a drink from his empty glass. Another sheepish smile shaped his lips as he set the glass on the bar. They're going down good tonight. Dan walked up, adjusting his jeans. Damn, my teeth were floating, he said, grabbing one of the new bottles of beer. God, I love it when my drink is waiting for me when I come back from the bathroom. He took a slow sip, scanning the bar. Dude, this place is ass soup tonight. Then he noticed John staring and elbowed Paul in the side. Who's this? This is John. Dan extended his hand. Dan Kipler, nice to meet you. Here you go, Paulie. Thanks, Rocket. Paul handed John the beer. John pushed his glasses up and pulled his cell phone out. Can I get a quick picture? Sure, Paul said, snatching the phone and snapping a selfie of him and John against the colorful bar. Thanks a lot, man. John slipped the phone back into his baggy jeans. So, how do you guess a woman's bra size by having her rubber boobs on the phone anyway? Dan slapped Paul on the back. The man has a gift, Johnny, that's how. That shit is so funny. You should see how funny my wife thinks it is. They smiled and stared at each other for a few seconds as the DJ in the corner switched out songs. Dan looked at Paul, then back to John, teetering back and forth on the balls of his feet. John cheered Paul with his new glass of beer. Well, hey man, thanks for the beer and the picture. I'll be listening Monday morning. Thanks, John. Enjoy the night, brother. John nodded at Dan and waded into the growing crowd, sliding into a booth with 3 other guys in ball caps and showing them his phone. Jesus fucking Christ, I thought he'd never leave, Dan muttered. He's a good guy. You attract the biggest weirdos, man. Dan sipped his beer. If you switched to a country station or even pop, your fans would be way hotter. Paul frowned at him. You don't think John was hot? You know what I mean, and it would make it way easier for me to get laid if there was a better selection of hot chicks than a bunch of rock sluts at Rockfest. He lifted his brow. Although I will admit some are super hot, but we need way more to increase my odds. Paul stewed for a moment, shifting in his pumas. Listen, there's something I have to tell you. Dan turned to him with downturned lips. Oh my God, Sophia's pregnant. I can tell by the tone in your voice. Congratulations, man. He went in for a hug and Paul pushed him back. What? No, she's not pregnant. Oh. Paul exhaled a long breath, avoiding Dan's eyes. I'm not even sure how to tell you this, but last night... The words died on his lips when a tall blonde stopped in front of him and stuck her hand out. Hi, I'm Casey, she said, biting back a cherry-red grin that matched her 4-inch heels. Paul's gaze slid from her electric blue eyes to her giant tits. Hi, Casey, he said, shaking her hand. I saw you at Metallica last night. Wasn't that a great show? Don't rub it in, Dan said, drawing zero response. Casey stared at Paul, still clinging to his hand. I was in the front row. Paul sharpened his gaze. Oh yeah, I remember you, he said, trying to take his hand back. Casey squeezed harder. You were great on stage. Dan leaned in between them and stuck his hand out, breathing a sigh of relief into Paul. Dan Kipler, nice to meet you. Her eyes reluctantly went with her hand to Dan, who blatantly stared at the breast trying to escape a satiny top missing a button or two at the summit. Casey swung her attention back to Paul and stepped closer, her flowery perfume making his stomach roll. I listen to you every morning. Thank you, Casey. Sorry about all the screw-ups and stuff. There are way too many buttons on that board. She ran a tongue over her shiny red lips.
What are you guys doing for after hours?
Tonight? No plans, Dan blurted, drawing a slanted glance from Paul.
My roommates and I are having a small get-together. You guys should totally stop by.
Tonight's not so good, but thanks for the offer, Casey. Tonight is super good, Dan countered, tapping at his phone. What's your address? Paul shot him a heated look while Casey grabbed the phone and punched in her info. Dan stuffed his hands into his designer jeans and gave Paul a loose shrug. She handed the phone back, fuck-me eyes firmly fixed on Paul. See you there, she said, walking away. He watched her tight little jeans-covered ass swish back and forth in slow motion. She cast a quick look over her shoulder, and Paul turned away. Why do you always do that? He hissed, cheeks flushing. I'm married. Yeah, but I'm not. Throw me a crumb here, Paul. Paul took a long drink and swallowed with an exasperated sigh. Look, something happened last night. I fucked up big time. Dan stopped the beer bottle in front of his lips. With that girl? No, Paul replied, gathering his thoughts. We have this record rep named Rebecca who stops by the station every few weeks, and last night after the concert... Hey, Paulie, check this out! Paul and Dan turned to Rocket, who gestured to the TV with the remote control in his hand. Their eyes focused on the video playing on Fox News. Tilting his head to the side, as if that would give him a clearer view, Paul couldn't believe his own eyes. What the hell, he mumbled as others around them started tuning in. Hey! Rocket yelled to a short black guy spinning tunes on an elevated stage tucked in the corner. Turn it down for a minute, yo! When the music dropped and the volume on the TV started coming through the speakers like it does on game days, Paul watched a heavy-set elderly woman, covered in bloody gashes and purple bruises, come running from the right side of the screen in a blur and tackle Anderson Cooper in high definition. Holy shit, Dan exclaimed, setting his beer on the granite bar so hard it foamed over. What the fuck was that? The camera shook and panned down to the ground, where the woman wildly ripped Anderson Cooper's Adam's apple from his throat with her teeth. She raised her head and shook the stringy flesh down her gullet. A hush fell over the bar as the woman grew still in the camera's light. Paul's heart hammered in his chest. It wasn't possible. Then, slowly, the blood-soaked woman turned to face the cameraman and got to her bare feet. She screamed something and charged, her thighs jiggling with each ground-shaking step. The camera backed up, trembled again, and fell to the side with Anderson Cooper twitching in the background. Jesus, Paul whispered, his jaw completely unhinged. Dan turned to him with dinner plates for eyes. Oh, holy shit, what was that? Gasps spread throughout the bar as Paul squinted at the red scrawl running along the bottom of the screen. Where is that? He yelled over the commotion. Rocket turned to him, nervously stroking his long black beard. Chicago, bro. Some kind of virus or something. The floor dropped, and Paul fell with it, hands out and nothing to grab onto. He took Sophia to at least one Cubs game a year, and knew for a fact that Chicago was exactly 332 miles from Des Moines, or 4 hours and 55 minutes. There had been reports of similar happenings in Cape Town, South Africa the day before, but nothing caught on video, and that was another continent away. This was too close to home. His eyes rose back to the TV, just in time to see a man in a torn hoodie sniff Anderson's body before limping off down the street. With the rise in conversation level, it was impossible to hear what the pretty blonde anchor was relaying to viewers from the safety of the studio, but the larger scrawl on top of the smaller one told Paul everything he needed to know. Unknown contagion turns citizens into killers. Dan stared at the TV. Is this shit for real? A dark feeling took root in the pit of Paul's stomach while bar-goers migrated to the 3 TVs in the bar. He pulled his cell phone from his jeans and called Sophia. Minneapolis was 240 miles away, and she needed to be on the road headed home this very minute. The phone rang. Paul pulled a hand through his hair while Dan watched him with the blood leaving his cheeks. Shit, Paul said, hanging up and trying again. Chapter 23, Day 11. 24 hours later, darkness once again claimed the house, inside and out. A far-off ringing in Paul's ears refused to go away, but he'd grown to like it. Every now and then, it diverted his twisted thoughts from the grim situation at hand. "Get away from me," he said, without meeting Dan's solemn eyes. "You don't have to do this," Dan whispered, resting his hands on his knees next to Paul, who'd been sitting in the same orange armchair for hours watching his wife sleep. In the candle's jumpy light, her eyes looked like pools of tar, the purple veins running through her face like skinny worms. Paul didn't respond. He couldn't believe it had even come to this conversation. He couldn't believe Dan was even close to being fucking serious, but the verdict was in. "Paul," Dan started. "If you don't get the fuck away from me, I'll kill you too." Dan dropped his head and let it hang, a defeated sigh rushing from his lips. "Okay." He stood back up and walked out to find Wendy, who was busy hiding in the kitchen and trying to be quiet. Paul stared at his beautiful wife shriveling away in front of him. It was his mom all over again, and his gun felt heavy in its holster. "Paul?" Sophia opened her eyes a slit. Heart racing, he rushed across the room. "I'm right here, gorgeous." Smiling weakly when he took her hand, she struggled to keep her eyes open. "I just wanted to make sure you're still here." "You feel like trying some soup again?" "Baby?" "Yeah." A lone tear escaped down his cheek and he wiped it away, hating himself for letting that happen. "I love you," she said, peering into his eyes with as big a smile as her little heart could muster. "I know you do, Sophia, and I love you more than anything in the world." "That's right." "That's right," he repeated, taking in as much of her as he could. "This isn't your fault." He nodded without conviction because it most certainly was his fault, and she could see it in his eyes. "I know," he said, voice cracking like her skin. Her eyes cleared as a flash of the old Sophia rose to the surface. "This isn't your fault," she said in a louder voice. "Don't let that cloud your mind. You have to stay focused." A bloody cough punctuated the statement, curdling Paul's blood. He nodded harder, spilling tears onto her chest, the bones in her fingers pressing into his hand. She glanced into the kitchen and inhaled weakly. "Help them get to the ocean, and don't let anything get in your way." Her eyes brightened, pushing the darkness back with everything she had. "You're the only hope," she whispered. He bit his lip to keep from bursting into tears, because this was a deathbed conversation, and they both knew it. They also knew that getting to the ocean was a temporary diversion from the bullshit surrounding them on a daily basis, a mere distraction, something to look forward to. But now it just seemed pointless. "Promise me you'll help them and anyone else you come across." It took everything not to look away, because this was a deathbed promise he could never keep, nor did he want to. "I promise." She nodded, letting the darkness reclaim her hollowed-out eyes as she sank back into the pillow. "You get some rest," he said softly, kissing her cheek. "Everything is going to be fine." Paul stared out the French doors, watching his reflection waver in the candlelight. The only person he wanted to help, he couldn't, and it killed him inside. He tried to stop thinking about all of the things he should have done differently, because none of that mattered now. His only power was the small comfort he could give his wife at this very moment. Other than that, he was useless, like when he tried becoming a father. "Paul?" Sophia opened her eyes as if he might have already left. "I'm right here, sweetie." "Don't leave me," she whispered. He painted a brave smile across his unshaven cheeks. "I'll never leave you, you know that." She shuddered. "I'm so cold." He pulled the blanket up higher and hugged her tight. "I miss our bed." "So do I." Her eyes fell shut again, and he wrapped her in his arms, reality cutting to the bone. There was nothing he could do. Time was almost up. She was so damn cold. Chapter 24. In the kitchen, Wendy screamed when Paul's handgun went off one time. Chapter 25. Paul's foot knocked the flat-screen TV from its narrow stand. He screamed and threw a glass lamp against the wall, sending shards flying. Dan and Wendy watched, trembling along with the candle. Paul fired 3 rounds into the TV, debris jumping with each bullseye. Wendy stood with her hands over her mouth while Dan pulled the blanket over the scowl etched into Sophia's face, covering the bullet hole in her forehead and the brain splatter on the couch. Paul sidekicked a tripod lamp and thundered out onto the front porch. "Come on out, you cocksuckers!" he screamed into the night. "I'm right here!" Tears fogged his vision. Pain clouded his mind. He swore like never before and unloaded a string of shots at the moon until his magazine ran dry. Storming back inside, he ejected the empty mag and threw it against a wall before grabbing another from the table beside the armchair. Paul slapped the magazine in hard and pushed past Dan. Dan grabbed his arm. "Paul!" Paul shook him off and darted back outside. "Knock, knock, motherfuckers!" he yelled, firing 3 rounds at a decorative wishing well in the front yard. Dan followed and pushed his arm down. "Stop!" he cried, wrestling him for the gun. "They'll hear the shots!" Paul put his shoulder into Dan, knocking him backwards, and shot a huge oak tree like it was its fault. Dan tackled him, sending the gun sliding across the porch. Paul rolled over on top of him and punched him in the face with a hard right. "Paul!" Wendy screamed from the doorway. Dan twisted beneath Paul's weight, blood running from his nose. "They'll kill us!" he choked, bucking his hips. Chapter 26. Day 12. When Paul woke up the next morning, Sophia was stiff in his arms. Nonetheless, he hugged her even tighter. "I'm so sorry, baby," he whispered, grimacing with the smell. "This isn't where it ends." He squeezed his eyes shut until he saw white spots and tried to remember what she looked like when she was beautiful and full of life, but all he could see was the teeth that tried taking a bite out of his cheek last night. He buried his face in her neck, agonizing over the fact that he didn't have a single picture of her. His phone was long dead, and no one carried pictures in their wallet anymore. At some point he would have to go back to Des Moines and grab the photo albums tucked in a spare bedroom closet. He knew right where they were because they just moved into their house, and he remembered seeing them when he was looking for the spare Jeep keys he never found. Sophia felt like a store mannequin in his arms. Forcing her sharp teeth from his memory, he recalled Colorado instead. The chateau they stayed at last month looked like a painting under the fresh snowfall, and Sophia was just as stunning in her red coat and black ski pants. Her dark hair stood out against her faux fur-lined hood, turning heads wherever she went. He yawned and snuggled up closer to her corpse. Unfortunately, that wasn't the Sophia he saw in his dreams last night. The Sophia he saw snarled and lunged, digging her claws into his back and pulling him into her needy mouth. Paul shook it off and went outside and peed on the back deck, smoke rising from his stream. Back inside, he found Dan staring at Sophia's body on the couch, his hair all kinds of crazy. He met Paul's eyes and acted like he wanted to say something, probably something about how sorry he was about Sophia, or something about how things will get better, or some bullshit like that. If he did, he decided against it and followed Paul into the attached 3-car garage where they found a silver Porsche Cayman with no keys, some work gloves, and 2 shovels. Up on the hill in the backyard, they dug a grave under a tall willow overlooking a valley of naked trees below. It must have been breathtaking in the fall. Today, however, it just looked dead. Wendy got stuck watching them dig on a fallen log, afraid to be alone. "It's a beautiful spot." Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet echoed inside Paul's mind like thunder. Sweat coursed down his face as the sun slowly rose above them. There was nothing beautiful about any of this. The fact that he was digging his wife's grave stole the breath his heaving lungs so desperately required. Dan stopped to wipe his brow and finish off a bottle of water while Paul dug harder, faster, wanting to put this behind him. All of it. What was the point? He should be with her, not with Dan and some two-bit stripper from Who the Fuck Cares. "Do you guys want some more water?" Wendy asked. Paul stabbed his shovel into the ground like a lawn dart. "I swear to God, if you don't shut the fuck up, why are you even here?" He glared at her through bloodshot eyes ringed with dark circles. Wet trails ran down his dirty face and shirt as the willow's bare branches provided little cover from the sun. Wendy looked down at her sneakers and got quiet, picking at the decaying bark on the fallen tree. Paul sighed and ran a hand down his face, leaving a brown smear mark behind. "I'll take some more water." Dan offered her a tight smile and wiggled the empty bottle. She looked to Paul for approval, and when he turned away, she got up and brushed off the rear end of her new jeans. "Okay." Dan watched her head back down to the house before turning to Paul, who grabbed his shovel and went back to work. Dan inhaled a deep breath of country air and wiped his forehead with the back of his glove before jabbing the shovel back into the earth and tossing fresh soil over his shoulder. "She's just trying to help." Paul kept digging while two squirrels chased each other around in the sunlight, oblivious to the apocalyptic changes around them, and it irked him to no end. If they knew what was good for them, they'd be hiding, not playing like a bunch of jackasses. After gently laying Sophia's body, wrapped in 3 blankets and a blue tarp, into the shallow hole, they returned the last shovelfuls of dirt to the ground. Dan dropped his shovel and stared at the fresh plot in front of him, chasing his breath. With a loud grunt, Paul threw his shovel into the valley of trees below. He wiped the sweat from his face with his shirt sleeve before planting a cross, crudely made from some leftover white trim found in the garage, into the dark soil. Dan watched him bend down and let the dirt slip through his fingers, just like he had done with his wife. Dan set a tentative hand on Paul's shoulder, on the verge of saying something, and then walked away. A cardinal sang out a musical trill off in the distance. The wind ran over Paul's wet hair. Tears and dirt blurred his vision. "I love you so much," he whispered, soil filtering through his fingers. This wasn't supposed to happen. He raised his head to see the same 2 squirrels wind their way up a nearby tree as if there was a magical spiral staircase around it. He stood up and looked from the grave to the breathtaking view stretching below. "I'm so sorry, baby cakes." He hung his head. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since they abandoned their house, and his beautiful wife was already in the ground. Maybe he was already dead and this was his hell. Maybe he should eat a bullet and find out, just to be sure. When he turned back for the house, he saw Dan watching from the deck with a shotgun at his side. Chapter 27. Dan and Wendy sat in the kitchen munching on pretzels and chocolate chip cookies they found in the pantry. The house had some food, but not much, and unfortunately, this was as close to comfort food as they were going to get. 1 floor above, Paul sat on the toilet in a Jack and Jill bathroom with his Beretta shoved in his mouth. Tears gave his soiled face a sadistic clown look that was anything but funny. With Sophia's body buried in a stranger's backyard and dead people trying to kill them, things had become too much for one person to process. And without Sophia, that's exactly what he was. One person. Half of something else. He felt like even less. The gun barrel left a metallic taste in his mouth. His mother raised him to believe that suicide would get you a one-way ticket to hell, but he was already there. The gun clattered against his teeth. He stared at a brightly colored pirate towel hanging against the opposite wall and shoved the gun harder into the roof of his mouth. His eyes dropped to a mermaid-shaped bottle of shampoo on the tub's edge. The pirate decals plastered across the aqua-colored walls looked new, and Paul could taste his own blood. The vibrant bathroom gripped the slick wheel in his mind with white knuckles and steered in new directions at will. He and Sophia would never have that baby together. Not now, not ever. They would never steal another glance while reading Kindles and sipping hot chocolate on a cold winter's night. Never share another story about their crazy day or laugh at another inside joke. Rebecca flickered through his mind, and he curled a finger around the trigger because he deserved this. Whatever this was, he fucking deserved it. Because of him, there would never be a beautiful brown-eyed little girl chasing Sophia around the house with matching smiles and hair. Sorrow suffocated his will to live. He would never touch her again, talk to her, see her, breathe her in. He didn't even have a picture. Not one single picture. This thought drove him more insane than the rest, because as the cold steel scratched his teeth and tore open the roof of his mouth, he couldn't assemble his wife's features in his mind. He closed his eyes and tried to pull the picture together. It came and went with hollow eyes and cracked skin. His heart pounded. He couldn't see her face. It was a funhouse of mirrors inside his head, stretching and compressing his memories. He couldn't breathe, didn't want to breathe. He wanted to join her, not 50 years from now, not tomorrow. Today, right now. There was nothing left of this world, and it was time to go. Paul pulled the gun from his mouth, a silver rope of saliva stretching between the two, and sat up straighter on the toilet. "Stop being such a pussy," he whispered, pushing the barrel against his right temple and gritting his teeth. There was only one way he could see her face again, only one way this very minute. His index finger felt the engraved lines on the trigger. Clear liquids gushed from his eyes and nose, chest clutching with erratic breaths. His fuzzy gaze fell to the bath mat where a shark jumped from the rugged blue waters below it. How could they go swimming at the beach if she wasn't there to go? She loved the beach. How could he take care of her if she wasn't there to take care of? Just do it. A melancholy breath filled his lungs. He held it, tensing for impact. Paul was coming home. Fuck this shit. His fingers squeezed the trigger, and just before the hammer fell, he saw her face as clear as day. Sophia smiled at him from across a table at some dimly lit restaurant, a lone candle flickering against her soft features. Her face sparkled in the cozy light, and she was so damn beautiful. Her warm hand took his and squeezed. She mouthed the words, "I love you, Paul," and the way she said his name breathed life back into his soul. "I love you," he whispered back. "I'm so sorry." Her smile fell. Sophia shook her head, face dramatically sobering in the jittery light. "You're not done here." Paul furrowed his brow and couldn't find his voice. Her hand slipped from his. He tried to grab it, but she was already floating backwards into a vapor before vanishing altogether. The fog cleared and he found himself staring at the fucking pirate towel again. He jerked his gaze around the bathroom, desperate to reconnect for just another minute more. His shoulders sank. She was gone. But he could still see her face, unlocking a river of air that flooded his lungs. He could see her, feel her, hear her. "You're not done here." He lowered the gun and dropped his head between his shoulders, unable to fathom what she meant, because he most certainly was done here. Blood oozed from his lips to the floor between his shoes. They would be together again, but not like this. She was right. Paul took a deep breath and blew it out. Getting to his feet, he wobbled and holstered the gun before blowing his nose into the pirate towel. Chapter 28. Day 13. Morning pushed its way inside the house, casting too much light on the couch. Sophia's bloodstains had turned dark red overnight and were rough against Paul's cheek. After sleeping the rest of yesterday away, It was time to leave. He could see it in Dan's eyes, hear it in his voice. Paul made a play to stay here, which fell on deaf ears. There was nothing here but haunted memories that Dan knew would render Paul useless, so Dan finally got the something off his chest he'd been wanting to say but couldn't. Something about how sorry he was, and how things will get better, and something about something else. But it was Sophia who finally convinced him to go, not Dan. Paul circled the house's location on a map he found inside an upstairs office plastered with Dallas Cowboys memorabilia. Slices of sunlight crept across the floor, reaching Paul's shoes as he sat slumped in the armchair and stared at his wife's dried brains on the sectional. Gunshots rang out behind him, but he didn't flinch. Dan and Wendy laughed as they took some last-minute target practice on the back deck. Their laughter fed Paul's throbbing headache. He balled his hands into fists, hating himself for giving Wendy that pink gun, but that's what Sophia wanted, so he did. Still, it wasn't right. The thought of leaving her alone up on that hill hurt the most. She'd never been to Texas before, and no one would ever visit her grave. His beautiful Sophia would be alone under that willow tree without a single connection to anyone or anything for hundreds of miles around. No one would lay flowers on her grave. No one would know she was there. So he vowed to come back and visit, no matter how many of those things stood in his way. That much was for sure. Wendy and Dan came back inside with anxious looks imprinted into their faces. Their tiptoeing around Paul only pissed him off more. He took one last look at the soiled couch before getting up and leaving the room while his legs still somewhat worked. Every muscle in his body ached. His back screamed with each step. Digging his wife's grave had taken a toll in more ways than one. In the back seat of the cop car, Paul twisted around and watched the large white house slowly disappear behind a gentle hill. His eyes clung to the chimney stack for as long as possible, and then, just like that, Sophia was on her own, left to fend for herself in a cold drizzle. He turned back around, fighting the tears welling in his eyes. She didn't deserve this. None of them did, and someone had to pay. Chapter 29. Trees and houses and abandoned vehicles whipped by in a dizzying blur. To the ocean, Wendy finally broke the silence as she stared out over the empty roadway ahead. Stationary oil rigs, longhorns, and brown grass sprinkled the vast terrain on both sides of the road. "I'm not sure," Dan said, glancing at Wendy. "We'll find a beach house and gather some supplies with the ocean protecting our backs." Wendy snorted. "Or trapping us." The sound of tires turning on asphalt filled their ears, lulling Paul's tired mind back to Carla, Mike, and Matt. He could still hear Sophia telling the boys they'd be playing volleyball on the beach in no time. They should have been here, and it was Paul's fault. They trusted him with their lives, and he failed them. The scoreboard does not lie. Herds of longhorns looked to them for help from within their enclosures as the state patrol car flew by without a wave. Paul rolled down the window and let the wind run through his matted brown hair. He leaned back and closed his eyes, a light drizzle cold on his face. God, he missed her smile. The termination of the car's soothing buzz opened his eyes. He squinted at the rundown gas station out in the middle of a flat stretch of nowhere. "Where are we?" he asked, peering through the cage. "Probably a few hours from the Gulf," Dan replied, surveying the area. "Not exactly sure, but we need gas." "What? How long was I out?" "A few hours." Paul sank into the back seat, unable to believe it. He had just closed his eyes a minute ago, 2 tops. Wendy twisted around. "How are you feeling?" "Fantastic," he replied, through the booming claps of thunder exploding inside his head. There was a storm brewing behind his bloodshot eyes. A bad one. Dan nodded to a light blue minivan parked next to an old payphone. The van had a rusty dent in the back bumper from where someone carelessly backed into a pole, back when things like that mattered. Dan pulled alongside it and stopped. "You want to stay in the car for this one?" Paul pushed his shades up the bridge of his nose and opened his car door. "I got this." "Paul, we can—" "I got this." "All right," Dan breathed, climbing out and hitting the car's sirens in the process. The alarm rang out in a rapid rhythm as if they were in hot pursuit of a stolen vehicle at 90 miles per hour. Outside the car, Paul hunched over in pain, trying to cover his ears while holding a shotgun at the same time, while Dan dove back inside and fumbled with the switches on the dash. The siren ricocheted off the gas station walls and bay doors, slicing Paul's head in two. "I can't find the switch!" Paul's vision blurred. Snot ran from his nose, or maybe it was blood. Wendy yelled something he didn't understand, and then the blaring scream stopped. The screech of a nearby blue jay cut through the siren's wake. Dan popped up over the roof of the car. "Sorry about that." Wendy eyeballed the gas station, pink sidearm at the ready. "Nice one, Dan. You just rang the dinner bell." "Then we better hurry." Paul bent over and threw up into the dirt lot, splashing his new sneakers with half-digested cookies and chips. He dry-heaved a few times and wiped his mouth, catching Dan and Wendy trading a wary glance behind his back. "You okay?" Dan asked. "I'm fine." Paul spit to the ground and leaned against the car, letting sprinkles fall on his face. Attaching the siphon to the minivan's gas tank, Dan turned to see how his cover looked. Wendy stood ready with Sophia's gun pointed at the ground. Paul wore sunglasses and could barely stand. "Maybe we should clear the van first," Dan suggested. Paul rested the short shotgun on his shoulder. "Go for it." Dan stared at him for a long moment, pulling an annoyed sigh from Paul's lips. He spit again and stumbled to the van, bringing the butt of the gun into his shoulder as he went. Maybe blowing the head off of something would make him feel better. No, there was no maybe about it. He would get payback on these things one corpse at a time, and it might as well start right fucking now. Dan pulled on the van's side door. Locked. He met the same result with the other doors, so they stuck their faces to the tinted glass for a better look. Inside, they could make out some drapes and... "Damn!" Wendy cried. Paul peeled himself from the van and spun around, ready for unwanted company. The three maggots slumbering from a beat-up camper parked next to the pumps immediately caught his eye. The man, woman, and teenage boy hobbled down the side steps, wearing tattered shorts and t-shirts, now on a permanent family vacation. They reached for Paul. He took aim at the dad and fired, stumbling back a few steps with the powerful recoil and missing his target. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Dan held his hands up, looking at the camper behind him. Paul pumped in another shell and unleashed two more ear-splitting reports, blowing out the camper's front windshield and missing the encroaching family yet again. The three things ambled closer, sunken eyes locked on Paul. "Paul!" Dan ran over and forced the shotgun down. "What are you doing?" Paul shook him off as the dad reached for Dan's curly blonde hair. "Look out!" he said, firing another shot that made Dan duck. Paul staggered backwards again, sunglasses askew and sweat running into his eyes. Dan recovered and wrapped him in a bear hug, pinning the shotgun between them. "There's no one there, Paul! There's no one there!" Paul shoved him away and removed his shades, wiping the sweat from his dirty face with his coat sleeve. The family was gone. He blinked at the camper in utter disbelief, a headache pulsing behind his left eye. He went closer, wobbling in the dirt. "You didn't see that?" A frightened look seared itself into Dan's face, and Paul wasn't sure if Dan was afraid of being without Paul or being with him. "See what?" Paul shook the fog from his head, unable to form a complete sentence. "Why don't you get back in the car and relax?" Dan said. "Wendy and I can handle this." "I'm fine." "You don't look fine. You look sick." "Just get the gas," he barked, examining the deserted camper. Dan bowed his head and exhaled a salty breath, resigning his objection just as the minivan's back doors burst open with a startling bang. Paul spun around to see a heavy-set Mexican lady roll out the back and hit the ground running. Operating on instinct and adrenaline alone, he brought the shotgun into his shoulder, unsure if his mind was playing tricks on him again or not. Long black hair flew wildly through the air behind her as she ran at them, her shredded skirt and satiny top fluttering with each thundering step. Her bare feet kicked up dirt, an angry sneer stamped into her rotting face. Wendy fired a single shot, confirming this was the real deal. The lady didn't flinch. She shrieked instead, hurting Paul's ears. Her massive quads shook as she rushed closer. Dan took aim and fired. The woman jerked with the buckshot shredding her shoulder and kept coming. They were out of time. With ragged breath shaking his weapon, Paul pulled the trigger. The shot went high and Paul thought the woman was another mirage because there was no way he could have missed from this close range. Wendy's second shot jerked the lady's head back, dropping her like a charging rhino. She somersaulted across the parking lot and stirred up a cloud of dust, coming to rest at Paul's feet. The cloud floated away on a lazy breeze, revealing her wide-open eyes staring up at the sky. He stared at the decomposing woman with his heartbeat jackhammering inside his ears. "I did it!" Wendy cried, still clutching the gun in both hands. "I did it!" The aroma of spoiled fish and stale beer spilt from the van, polluting the air around them. Paul covered his nose and gagged before drawing a steadying breath and looking up. His vision doubled. He blinked against the sweat in his eyes. "The fat ones are fast," he muttered, sliding down the side of the cop car to the ground. Chapter 30, Day 1. The tangerine-colored Subaru Crosstrek pulled into the driveway, and Paul burst outside before Sophia could open her car door. Relief overwhelmed his system, leaving him lightheaded as he descended the front steps on rubbery legs. Paul could tell she was scared shitless as she rushed into his arms and buried her face in his chest. Light snow fell around them, and she felt wonderful in his arms, Rebecca the last thing on his mind. "Jesus Christ," he breathed into her hair. "I was so worried." She pulled away and studied him through terror-filled eyes. "What are we going to do?" He cradled her cheeks in both palms, his breath rushing across her heart-shaped face in white plumes. "Everything's going to be fine." "My mom won't answer her phone. I tried her the whole way here." "I'm sure she's fine," he lied, looking her in the eye. Sophia hadn't seen the new video yet, but Chicago was unraveling fast, with infection and lawlessness spreading like careless campfires, and it wouldn't be long before Des Moines burned next. He scanned the gated community they moved into 3 months ago, an unsettling quiet meeting his gaze. "We'll keep trying to reach her." "I listened to the news the whole way home. What's that video from Chicago all about?" Her brow creased. "Have you seen it? Are people really killing each other?" "They just released it. How were the roads?" he asked, already thinking 3 steps ahead. "Deserted." "Were they blocked in places?" She shook her head. "I thought the cops might be enforcing the travel ban, but they weren't." She tucked a loose strand of hair behind an ear. "Everyone must be home watching the news." Paul nodded, his spine tingling. He was just grateful the snow held off long enough for her to safely make it home. As if this shit wasn't bad enough already, a winter storm was coming, and Paul feared what would be hiding in the snowfall. Sophia hugged him. "What do you think it is?" "They're saying it's bioterrorism, but I have a hard time believing that a bunch of guys living in mountain caves and driving 20-year-old pickups have the brain power to pull something like this off." She drew back. "What if it's airborne?" "It's not," he said, looking behind him. A fresh coat of snow gave the 2-story colonial the same warm glow that had wowed their families this past Christmas. It was their dream house, and as soon as they moved in, he bought his first handgun to protect it, the timing of which couldn't have been better. A siren raced off in the distance, and Paul swallowed hard, stomach turning. "Come on," he said, the February wind chilling him to the core. Let's get inside. Headline news blared on the flat screen in the living room as Paul locked the front door. Whatever it was, there was no stopping it now. The incoming videos just kept getting worse, and, at last count, there were reported cases in 7 countries, including the United States and the United Kingdom. "What's this?" Sophia asked. He followed her gaze to the Beretta PX-4 Storm lying on the coffee table next to 3 full magazines and 4 boxes of 9mm rounds. "Insurance," he said, slipping the loaded gun into a drop-leg holster and strapping it on for the first time in what would become a daily ritual down the long road ahead. "What are you doing, Paul?" She almost laughed, the overcast daylight coming through the large windows turning her face an ashen gray. His gaze snapped to the TV. "Here it is, watch this." Paul turned up the volume. He didn't really want his wife to see this, but it was important she knew what they were up against. Sophia sat next to him on the couch without taking her coat off, eyes glued to the 55-inch smart TV. Her brow folded as a mob of people attacked one another during a Chicago Bulls game at the United Center. The video was clear and crisp, the bright arena lights illuminating every rip and tear in the faces of the attacking dead, which, as Robin Meade spouted, is exactly what they were. Dead. Sophia slapped a hand over her mouth when a security guard in a yellow shirt slammed a young boy against a concrete wall and bit down into his neck, while the boy's assumed father beat and pulled on the guard from behind. People dashed back and forth across the screen in a mad flurry of chaos. In the middle of it, the security guard threw the lifeless boy to the ground and turned to the boy's father, eyes dark and sunken, blood staining his lips and yellow shirt. "Watch this," Paul whispered. The father pulled a gun from beneath his coat, a proud CCW holder no less, and shot the guard one time in the face, dropping him to the concrete floor. The father rushed to his son's side, sliding to his knees and shaking the brown-haired boy to the screams and gunfire punctuating the arena around them. A cop ran past with his gun pointed at the domed ceiling, a pack of snarling individuals nipping at his heels. The father looked up from his son just in time to see a black man in a Bulls jersey tackle him to the floor. Paul scooted to the edge of the couch, pointing at the screen. "Watch this next part. You won't believe this." Sophia swallowed thickly, a hand still covering her mouth. The furnace kicked on with a low hum, pushing heat through the house's many vents. On the television, the father rolled over and mounted the Bulls fan before shooting him in the face, but it was the cameraman who noticed something else. The camera panned to the right just in time to capture the little boy getting to his feet. The dad also noticed and ran over, wrapping his son in a tight embrace that would be their last. Sophia set a hand on Paul's knee and dug her nails into his jeans as the camera zoomed in. The boy opened his mouth and tipped his head back, exposing a blackened tongue and bleeding gums. "Oh my God," Sophia whispered through her fingers. The boy sunk his teeth into his father's shoulder, and the TV went black. Paul frowned. "What the hell?" he murmured, hitting buttons on the remote. The TV remained as dark as the sinking feeling in his stomach. "What's happening?" Sophia asked, scanning the room through startled eyes. "Power's out," he replied, noticing the gas fireplace had shut off along with the blue digital clock on the microwave. "Oh, that's great. It's like 10 degrees outside." Paul's cell phone vibrated against the coffee table, startling them both. "It's Dan." Paul slid a finger across the screen. "Did your power just go out?" he asked without preamble.
"Yep."
"Holy shit," Paul sighed into the phone. It was already here. He thought they might have a day or two, but it was already here.
"Listen,"
Dan said, urgency coating his tone.
"my phone's about to die, and I don't know where my car charger is, but my car is packed and I'm coming to your place right now."
"Okay, we'll be here. The Jeep is ready to go." Dan exhaled.
"I can't believe this is actually happening.
"I know.
Like, really happening.
It's insane."
Right when I finally get the new PlayStation, too."
I just bought a boat 2 weeks ago. Paul ran a hand through his short brown hair. This was going to be the best summer of our lives.
I'm leaving right now.
Hurry.
Don't leave without me.
We won't.
Paul.
Paul's gaze tripped over Sophia's frightened eyes. He took her hand in his and squeezed. Yeah? Dan spoke slow and clear.
Do not leave without...
Paul's eyebrows pulled together, making Sophia tilt her head to the side. Hello? Dan? When there was no answer, he pulled the phone from his ear and stared at the greasy screen. What happened? His phone died, but he's on the way. He is? Don't worry, we have a plan. Paul leaned forward and traded the cell phone for a small black case on the coffee table. It's time to take this, he said, cracking the case open. Disdain washed over her face at the sight of the pink gun nestled inside, turning her into someone else. Paul, she said in her soothing voice, you're overreacting. Chapter 31, Day 13. Tires hummed against asphalt, making Dan's words seem like they were coming from the other end of a long tunnel. He'll be fine. He just needs some rest. We should stop somewhere for a few days and take a break, Wendy whispered, steering the cop car down a 2-lane highway as curvy as she was. He could have shot us. Dan looked up from a map in his lap. Why did you yell back there anyway? Because a 300-pound dead lady was sprinting full speed at us? No, before that, you yelled, damn. Oh, she said, turning back to the road and getting quiet. My watch stopped. Dan screwed his face up. Your watch stopped? My dad gave it to me for my birthday just before he died, she said, glancing at the smoked metal timepiece around her wrist. It was the last thing he ever gave me. Dan gasped. You scared the shit out of us over a dead watch? Well, it's not like your screaming sirens didn't already alert every Z out there to our presence. His lips flattened. A dead watch? Really? I'm sorry, okay? The humming tires took back over, a constant drone wavering a bit with each tiny bump in the sun-baked road. Paul lifted his head from the side window in the back, a cramp in his neck. Where are we? He muttered, noticing it was near dark. Somewhere near Giddings, Texas, Dan told him, studying the map in the glove box light. Paul massaged his neck, realizing his wife was dead all over again. He wondered how far they were from her now. What happened? You passed out, Wendy said matter-of-factly. Drink some of that water. Dan nodded to a bottle lying next to Paul. Wendy took a sharp turn onto a rural route road, the car's back end sliding out to the right and Paul's head banging against the window. She mashed the gas pedal to the floor, spraying the ditches with gravel. Back roads were at the top of their wish list, closely followed by a small house with quiet neighbors out in the middle of nowhere. She slowed down, scanning the sparse houses dotting the pasture land as pieces of rock popped beneath the tires. A mile further, Wendy stomped on the brakes. They stared at the single-story red brick house up ahead on the left. The sun dipped its toes in the western horizon, silhouetting the naked trees and bushes in the brown front yard. Dan twisted around to face Paul in the back seat. You gonna be able to do this? Yep, he lied, checking his sidearm. He still couldn't believe he'd passed out. He had never passed out before, not even in college after a game day binger, and this was not the time to start. It shook him. Dan craned his neck, surveying the house. It looks quiet. So did the grocery store, Wendy said, wincing as soon as the word slipped from her shiny red lips. A stabbing pain sliced through Paul's heart. He stared out the car windows, taking in their alien surroundings. They were so far away from her now. How many miles? He was afraid to even ask. Mercifully, Dan changed the subject. Let's go. Wendy backed the cop car into the house's double drive and shut off the engine. Paul stared at a half-barrel turned onto its side and spilling wilted flowers onto the lawn. A light breeze tickled an American flag proudly waving from atop a rusty pole by the road, while a BMX bike leaned against a dead bush bordering the front steps. The basketball hoop over the garage was missing its net, and a strand of Christmas lights dangled to the ground over a front window, menial tasks forever left undone.
"I'm sorry I seemed so happy when I shot that lady today."
Dan turned to Wendy, eyebrows dipping.
"I feel bad for getting excited like that. You saved our lives."
He took her hand.
"Personally, I found it very uplifting."
Wendy pulled her hand back.
"She was probably a mother and a wife, and people loved her, and I shouldn't celebrate shooting her like that, even if she was one of those things. It was disrespectful."
Paul rolled his eyes and got out. He wiped sweat from his upper lip, lightheaded and wobbly on his feet, the cop's shotgun slippery in his sweaty hands. He hadn't even gone 10 feet and needed to sit down already. He wondered how much longer they'd have to do this SWAT team crap. Months? Years? Forever? His legs felt as heavy as his heart, and he didn't think he could last much longer. Didn't want to last much longer. Rather than politely rapping the brass door knocker, Paul smashed the butt of the shotgun through a skinny window running vertically alongside the front door. Carefully, he reached through the shards of glass, expecting something to bite his hand at any moment, sealing his fate forever. He held his breath, struggling to find the deadbolt release. He grunted, and the lock clicked. Slowly, he pulled his hand back out and exhaled a long breath that made his head swim. Dan used the barrel of the Browning to push the door open. It swung inward with a nasty creak. They flinched backwards at the stench waiting to greet them.
"Okay, that is really bad,"
Wendy moaned, covering her nose with her shoulder. Her flashlight lit up a big screen TV, the thick kind that took up an entire corner of the room. They stepped onto a rug with a southwestern pattern covering most of the silver living room carpet. Paul's eyes watered as he took in the Cocopelli trinkets adorning the end tables and windowsills. A red, white, and blue Houston Texans blanket lay draped over the back of a couch that had seen better days, while the people in the family pictures watched Paul invade their home. He could almost see the downturned lines creeping into the faces of the balding man, his wife, and young son. Paul crossed into the kitchen, where 2 dog bowls, one with ginger printed on the side, sat devoid of food and water. Mangled packages of cereal, chips, and cookies lay scattered around the kitchen floor without a crumb to be found. A set of keys hung from the udder of a decorative cow attached to the wall. Paul nodded to the white door next to it, beads of sweat tickling his back. Dan opened the door, and Wendy and Paul entered an attached 2-car garage that smelled of oil and grass. Paul's eyes went from the 3 mountain bikes leaning against a far wall to a workbench littered with tools and empty Budweiser bottles. His rambling gaze slipped over some golf clubs and fishing rods in one corner before snagging on 2 tall trophies sitting on a dusty shelf against another wall. Between the trophies was a framed picture of a man leaning against a black Chevelle with Shelley 1 printed on the license plates. With thin arms proudly folded across a striped shirt, the man smiled at Paul wherever he went in the garage, and was the same balding man from the pictures in the living room. "Too bad they took it with them," Dan murmured, scanning the empty garage. It was a 4-door, too. They debated parking the cop car in the garage, but decided against it at the last minute. Better to have it backed in the driveway and ready to go than to have to manually open the large metal door before they split.
"But if those things suddenly surrounded the house," Wendy countered, "we could safely get in the car if it was already inside the garage and crash through the door if we had to."
Another one of life's new little decisions. In the end, they decided to take Wendy's advice and park in the garage after all. The screened-in sun porch held a 7-foot pool table that was too big for the room. In one corner sat a cache of pool sticks jutting from the mouth of a rusty milk can with the word "Welcome" etched into its side. 3 walls of windows overlooked a big backyard with several bushy pines circling an oversized machine shed 30 yards out. Paul wondered where the dad in the pictures had gone. They'd broken into how many houses now, and no one was ever home. Did they all turn into walking stiffs? Did they all wander off on a hunting trip never to remember how to get back home or to even care? Guns drawn, they left the sun porch and went down a carpeted hallway, grimacing with the stench of death choking the air. They passed an outdated bathroom and then a small bedroom decorated with NASCAR stuff that tugged at Paul's heart. At the end of the hall, they found Ginger lying on the master bed, hair matted and thin, worms wiggling in the golden retriever's bloated stomach. Wendy pulled her motorcycle jacket over her nose and gagged, pink gun hanging heavy in her hand. Paul sighed as images of the past pieced together in his mind. Trapped inside the house for whatever reason, the poor dog was left to figure a way out of this mess on her own, emptying the cereal and cookie boxes in the kitchen. Finally out of ideas, Ginger took her rightful place on her master's bed and went to sleep, never to wake up again. Paul wished it was that easy. One thing was for sure, the family who lived here must have been in one hell of a hurry to leave their dog behind. Chapter 32. After securing the rest of the house, Wendy opened the bedroom windows while Dan and Paul found a tarp and some gloves in the garage. With Wendy providing cover, they carried Ginger out back and gently laid her down behind the machine shed. That poor dog, why would they just leave her trapped inside like that? They stared at the dead dog for a moment longer before Paul folded the tarp over her swollen body. Let's check the shed, Dan suggested, holding up the keys he found in the kitchen. Wendy's jaw dropped. Shouldn't we bury her or something? Anger contorted Paul's face. Are you fucking serious? She turned from his scowl and grew quiet. Paul liked it better when she was tiptoeing around him after all. Less noise came out of her mouth that way. Dan exchanged a trepid glance with her as they followed Paul around to the front of the large shed. Sweat ran down his face and neck, and the thought of digging another grave made him sick to his stomach. The last one came at a price he wasn't willing to pay again. The pedestrian door to the shed had a window with drawn blinds on the inside that made it impossible to see what, or who, was hiding within, so Dan politely knocked. Wendy cocked her head at him, and he shrugged. Guns at the ready, he tried 2 keys before finding the right one. The door clicked open. Wendy sent the flashlight inside first, and there she was, Shelley 1. Dan gasped when he saw the jacked-up muscle car. They stepped inside the spacious outbuilding, the smell of motor oil and earth mixing in the air. A hulking green tractor sat on the other side of the shed, dwarfing the show car. Paul threw a wrench across the room. It banged off a steel wall and clattered to the concrete floor. When no one came rushing out to eat them, they went in deeper. Dust swirled in the beam of light. Would you look at that, Dan murmured, running a finger along the glossy black paint of a Chevelle 300 Deluxe that looked like it just rolled off the lot. He held his finger up to the light. Not a speck of dust. I dated a guy who had a car like this one time, only his was a 2-door and sunburnt orange with black racing stripes. Wendy swung the light inside the car. Took better care of it than he did me. Dan flipped through the keys on the corncob keyring in his hand, and the first one he tried unlocked the driver's door. Yes, he said, sliding into the black bucket seat and finding the ignition key. Dan shot them a wish-me-luck look and brought the throaty V8 to life, vibrating the shed walls and filling it with smoke. Would you listen to that? The car was sweet, but wasn't helping Paul's headache any. He threw back the bay doors and waved Dan outside. Shelley 1 rumbled out on shiny tires mounted on black rims, the gas gauge, Dan happily informed them, half full. After some heated debate, they decided to trade out the cop car and its cumbersome cage, which made passing food and water a nightmare, for the Chevelle. Dan pulled around front and, under the cover of dusk, they transferred their gear and food from the cop car to the Chevelle before backing it inside the garage in a ready-to-go position. Wendy parked the cop car around the side, out of the way in case they had to drive the Chevelle through the garage door in the middle of the night. Dan shut the driver's side door and whistled, circling the car like a vulture inside the closed garage.
Now that's some American muscle, ladies and gentlemen.
Paul blew out a tired breath and went back inside, not caring if anyone followed or not. On the living room couch, he curled onto his side and prayed for God to take good care of his wife. Then he cursed him for taking her away from him, saying he had no fucking right. Paul pictured Sophia's grave under that naked willow, alone in the cold and the dark. Through heavy-lidded eyes, he inspected the family's pictures and furniture and trinkets, a wave of nausea washing over him. Closing his eyes against the alien possessions, Paul saw his wife's scared face on the mint-colored couch instead. No, check that. Ex-wife now. A horn beeped twice in the garage, followed by the Chevelle's revving engine. Dan yelled something to Wendy that made her laugh, and Paul pulled a pillow over his head because the darkness was familiar, unlike everything in this house and the one before it. His mind shuffled on random. Sophia was gone, and they would never share a quiet Sunday morning over coffee and cinnamon rolls ever again, never swim in their new pool, never ride in their new boat, never have the child they so desperately wanted to have because Sophia was dead and no one would put flowers on her grave. He yawned, forcing his thoughts to a happier time, a time when the grass was green and the sunshine warm upon their skin. Huge rock formations jutted from the earth like elephant backs as joggers and bikers and people out walking their dogs strolled past without giving them much notice. Sophia always wanted to go to New York City, and last summer he surprised her with a long weekend on Madison Avenue. Unlike the pink handgun he bought her so they could share time at the range, this surprise she liked. After countless hours of shopping on Fifth and Broadway, they took a break to catch their breath in Central Park. Sophia's smile made her glow. There were no dead people and frozen apple pies, no strange houses with someone else's junk and nobody at home. It was just a beautiful weekend in the Big Apple. They shared an ice cream cone with a scoop of mint chocolate chip and one of Rocky Road. A light breeze tickled her silky brown hair, green eyes radiant with the city's radiant energy. She said coming to Manhattan made her feel electric, like she could fly. Paul leaned in and kissed her, leaving ice cream on her lips. She laughed and told him she loved him, laughing some more when a wandering golden retriever took a sneaky lick from their cone. Giggling, she turned away from the furry visitor, her eyes more full of life than Paul could ever remember. Undeterred, the dog went to him and licked the ice cream from his face with a tongue that was rough and wet. He and Sophia laughed in the sunlight, not a care in the world. Paul wished they could stay there forever because he loved the way it made her feel. Happy with his treat, the dog sat down and panted in Paul's face, breath warm and rancid. Paul wrinkled his nose and wiped the dog slobber from his mouth, cringing when he saw the slime coating his palm. When he looked up, Sophia was sitting 30 feet away on the park's lush green grass. The dog got up and licked Paul's face again. He pushed him back, and Sophia was even further away now. He opened his mouth to tell her to wait for him, that the last thing they wanted to do was get split up in the big city, but he couldn't find his voice, and it sent a bolt of panic shooting through him. She stared at him with a sad look in her eyes, as if he didn't care, as if he didn't love her. He knew that's what she was thinking, and it broke his heart, because it couldn't be further from the truth. He loved her more than anything in the world, and didn't she know that? The dog's breath smelled like it had eaten its own shit, and Paul shoved the persistent son of a bitch away, staring in horror at the fur sticking to his hand. When he looked up again, his wife was gone. His heart jumped, and then she was there, as clear as the alarm swimming in her eyes. Her lips moved. "Wake up!" Paul cracked open a single eyelid to find the balding man from the trophy picture in the garage bending over him on the couch, face glowing in the moonlight streaming through the living room windows. Warm slobber dripped onto Paul's face. Chapter 33. Snapping his eyes shut, Paul froze. The blood pounding strongly in his temples made it difficult to hold his breath, but he had to, or else. Despite the fact that the man was missing an eyelid and most of one cheek, Paul recognized him from the pictures in the house. Paul could hear the homeowner sniffing at him like he was a batch of fresh cookies just pulled from the oven, and it was nearly impossible resisting the urge to wipe the drool from his face. His mind raced. Where the hell were Dan and Wendy? He wanted to scream. No, correction, he had to scream. A long strand of saliva oozed from the slug's festering mouth and landed on Paul's lips. He tried not to cringe, surreptitiously sliding his right hand down his leg. The man's discharge was salty, and Paul wondered if he was infected. He wanted to open his eyes again, but fought the urge off as his fingertips hit cold steel. The car show spook licked Paul's face with a long, rough tongue, painting Paul's left cheek with a coat of putrid slime that made the bile rise in the back of his throat. He played possum, the impending bite out of his face looming just overhead. Barely moving a muscle, he drew his sidearm from the holster on his leg. The thing's breath smelled like beer farts, and when Paul opened his eyes, the man's jaws sprang back like a snake. Paul pulled the trigger and sent the gangly man of the house rolling onto the living room floor with a heavy double thud. Mockingly, he got back up, fresh blood seeping from the bullet hole in his side. The man didn't care, nor seem to notice. Paul sat up on the couch, trading a long stare with this terrifying creature that couldn't be real. Yet here it was in the silver light of the moon, staring him dead in the face, jeans caked with dried blood, polo shirt torn and stretched. "Do you know who you are?" Paul said, aiming the gun at the man's decomposing face. The man tilted his head to the left, skinny fingers curled into permanent claws. "What happened to you?" The car show guy answered with an ear-piercing shriek and stumbled closer. Eyes still foggy with sleep, Paul fired 2 rounds. The first shot drove the man back a step, the second found its nose and made an awful mess on the drapes behind him. The back door slammed shut and Dan and Wendy sprinted into the room with their guns drawn. Wendy inhaled sharply when she saw the gory mess inside. Dan stared at the listless body on the living room rug, Glock clenched in his right hand. He turned to Paul with saucers for eyes. "Are you okay?" Paul sprang from the couch and wiped the nasty slobber from his face with the Texan's blanket. "Can I not get 1 minute of peace around here?" he yelled, spitting the vile toxin from his mouth and wondering how long he had left to live. "I can't even take a nap without getting killed." He threw the blanket to the floor and put 2 more rounds in the man's face. "I thought the place was clear." Wendy searched the house with frightened eyes as if they weren't alone. "Where the hell were you?" We were out back for a minute," she stammered, gesturing with Sophia's gun. "Hitting some golf balls," Dan added. "We found a lantern in the shed." "Well, it must have been a long minute because that son of a bitch was licking my face for what seemed like forever." Wendy and Dan turned back to the mess on the floor, blinking in disbelief. "Where'd he come from?" Dan asked softly. Paul shot the big screen TV in the face. "Can't even watch TV anymore." Silence sucked the air from the room. "No more movies, no more going to work, no more fucking nothing. It's all over, all of it." Paul towered over the corpse, thinking and sweating, voice softening to a whisper. "All because of this guy right here." His brow went up. "But this is the hand we've been dealt, and what are the odds we live to see 40? Dan stared at him aghast. "Paul, we're going to make it, man. We're almost there." "And for what?" Paul screamed so loudly Dan stepped back as if he might shoot him next. "So we can live on the beach and sing 'How Great Thou Art'? Well, good for fucking you, Dan, but you can count me out." "What else are we supposed to do, Paul?" Wendy interrupted, tears cascading the bend in her cheeks. "Give up? Hide in the basement all day with the doors locked? Shoot ourselves in the head?" She sharpened her gaze and clenched her teeth. "There are still good days ahead of us, and I won't let you take them from me." His eyebrows pulled together. "Oh, I'm taking them from you?" he whispered, throwing his hands out. "Well, take a good look around, sweetheart, because everything's already been taken." She bowed her head and sniffled, slipping Sophia's gun back inside Sophia's hip holster. Dan looked up from the corpse. "Look, I'm beyond sorry about Sophia, and I don't know what the hell is going on out there, but I do know that you cannot check out on me now." He paused to find Paul's eyes. "I'm scared to death and I need you, man." You know who needs me? My wife. Your wife is dead, Paul. We're not. Paul's gaze fell to the floor. He pushed a jagged piece of the television aside with his shoe, eyes narrowing. Dan watched him bend down on one knee and run a hand across the rug. What is it? Paul brought his fingers to his nose. Mud, he said, following the muddy footprints down the hallway and into the bedroom that looked like a NASCAR store. He stopped, studying the still wet prints coming out of an open closet. I thought we checked this door. We did, Wendy replied. Paul looked back. Where are the prints leading inside? Dan's eyes swept the room. It's impossible. Paul stepped inside the small closet and slid a young boy's shirts back on the rail. Why did he take his shoes off when he came inside? I'm telling you, we checked that closet. Paul's heart sank. Slowly he looked up, pulse hammering when he saw the rectangular opening in the ceiling of the closet. He was in the attic, he whispered. Dan poked his head inside. Oh my God, but where'd he come in at? Does it matter? We're all fucked now. Paul, Wendy said, her voice cracking. We're not fucked. We just need to... Need to what, Wendy? He screamed. Be more careful? Take a look around. They can fucking hide, for Christ's sake. He pushed past them and stormed into the living room, the 7-Up Igloo display surging to the forefront of his mind. He'd kicked those 7-Up cans over to draw the infected from the grocery store's shadows, but for whatever reason, the butcher and pharmacist didn't take the bait. Same with the Kohl's manager and the chubby little redhead girl hiding inside. Paul collapsed onto the couch and stared at the ceiling, a weary sigh prying itself from his lips. If those things could hide, what else could they do? He found himself wondering if the flesh-eaters could, one day, learn to use weapons and tools, while Dan and Wendy checked the attic for the missing family members. He didn't know what they did next, and just before falling asleep in a pool of wet slobber that smelled like dog shit, Paul imagined those things shooting back. Chapter 34, Day 1. The patio door exploded into the kitchen, and a woman wearing an unzipped winter parka and brown boots entered the dining room, tracking snow across the carpet. With the hood up, it was hard to see her face. Her hands, however, told a different story. Bloody and torn, her bony fingers reached for Paul and Sophia from across the dining room table. They backed into a yellow wall and pressed up against it. A wet moan rolled from the woman's gaping mouth, sending a chill down Paul's spine. Her left boot caught on a table leg and she stumbled. Paul didn't squander the advantage and shot her in the crown of her head. First kill. Her forehead smacked against the table on the way to the floor, turning the carpet red. Paul pressed Sophia up against the wall and peeked through the curtains covering a bay window. His hopes sank. There were at least 9 of them out there now, probably more he couldn't see. Shit, he whispered. Sophia bent around him for a look he shouldn't have let her take. She gasped and flattened herself against the wall, eyes wide and jumpy. What are we going to do? Paul pulled his coat from a dining chair and slipped into it. We're leaving. What about Dan? He'll be here, he said, carefully stepping over the woman's lifeless body to reach his hat and gloves. Everything we need is in the Jeep and the tank is full. Be careful, Paul. He froze and looked down at the unmoving corpse, expecting her to grab his leg at any second, but she didn't. He bent closer, unable to recognize her. His eyelids flipped back when he saw her Iowa State sweatshirt. What's wrong? Slowly he turned to Sophia. She's pregnant. Sophia covered her mouth with both hands and burst into tears. No! Paul threw a wooden chair into the kitchen, denting the dishwasher. The wind howled through the broken patio door. Okay, he panted, pacing the room and trying not to look at the pregnant woman he just killed. We have to go. He jumped when a gunshot went off behind him. Spinning, he saw a dead man kiss the table. Smoke trailed from the pink gun clutched in his wife's hands. Her lower lip quivered as badly as her hands. I had to. I know you did, and that's my girl. You keep shooting if you have to, and we're going to... His words died with a horn honking out front. Paul yanked the curtains back to see Dan's Ford Fusion jump the curb and mow down the stiffs in the front yard like bowling pins. Come on, Paul said, taking Sophia's hand and towing her to the front door. Just remember what the guy at the range said. Slow and steady breaths. Squeeze the trigger. Don't pull it. She nodded, her entire body shaking with fear. He almost opened the front door but stopped short. And aim for the head. Okay, she whispered, brushing away a tear.
Let's go!
Dan hollered from out front. Gunshots followed. Paul took a few quick breaths, pulled the door back and stepped outside. A man hiding off to the left grabbed Paul's shooting arm and pulled the warm meat to his teeth. Paul shot him through the eye, and the man in a cheap suit and tie fell back, but his hand refused to let go. Paul shook the bloody claw, but it wouldn't release, so he laid the man down on the front porch and tried peeling the hand away finger by finger. He flinched with Dan's shotgun blast that decapitated a small woman lunging for Paul. Over his shoulder, he watched Sophia take aim on a fat man rushing through the fallen snow like a pissed-off linebacker. "Shoot him!" Paul shouted, wrestling with the dead man's hand. Sophia spread her legs, the shirtless man closing the distance in a hurry. Paul switched the handgun to his non-shooting hand. "Shoot him, baby!" She squeezed the trigger. The man's tennis shoes slipped out from under him, and he landed on his ass in the front yard. Bounding to his feet like a ninja, he resumed his charge, kicking up snow while Dan took out the ones closing in on the vehicles. Sophia's next two shots missed, and Paul fired with his left hand. The man took the porch steps 2 at a time, and Sophia's 4th round found his forehead. Head snapping back, the large man's momentum sent him crashing into Sophia at full speed. She smashed against the siding with a loud grunt bursting from her lips and fell to the porch, her gun disappearing into the deep snow. Paul put 3 rounds into the cheap suit and tie guy's wrist and stomped on the arm with his boot. A loud crack pierced the frigid air, and suddenly Paul was free. With the man's hand still clinging to his wrist, Paul helped Sophia to her feet before following her gun's trail through the snow and retrieving it. Shooting as a team, they carved a path to the Jeep where Dan covered them until they were all inside. "Holy shit," Dan panted from the back seat, drawing his Glock and taking aim at the people shuffling closer to the car. "Go!" "Buckle up!" Paul yelled, shifting into drive and swerving around a young girl with pigtails blocking the end of the driveway. They slid sideways into the street, and Paul gunned it, leaving their house and worldly possessions behind. He slammed on the brakes. A woman in curlers and a robe threw herself on the hood. She stared at them through the front windshield, the untied robe exposing her droopy breasts. "Please," she cried out. "Help me!" Paul rolled his window down a crack, letting in the snow. "Get in!" She followed his nod to the back door and came around the front end, screaming when a man tackled her against the SUV. The car shook, and Paul watched in horror as the short man wrestled her to the ground and bit into her cheek before tearing away a chunk of sinewy flesh. The woman screamed like hell, flopping wildly beneath the man's weight. "Jesus Christ," Paul said, trying to find his sidearm buried beneath his heavy coat. Dan rolled down the window. "Should I shoot him?" "Shoot him!" He shot and missed. The man turned to them with malice in his eyes and blood dripping from his chin, the woman weakly beating against his chest. "Go, Paul!" Sophia yelled, mashing an invisible gas pedal to the floor on her side of the car. The short man got up and Paul pulled away, watching the woman's flailing arms go limp in his side mirror. He pounded his fist against the wheel, the dead hand flopping around his wrist like some messed-up tribal bracelet. "What the fuck?" "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit," Dan cried, waving his Glock around in the back seat. Paul white-knuckled the wheel. "Don't you shoot me, Dan." "Dude," Dan pointed, the color draining from his face. "There's a hand on you." Sophia screamed, pressing up against her door. Paul blew a red light, power sliding onto Hickman Road with the tires spitting out snow. Dan pointed out the front window. "Over there, look!" Paul slowed down and came to a stop. Up ahead on the left, 2 men in bright ski coats ran like hell across a shuttered Kmart parking lot, madly waving their arms over their heads. Paul's eyes thinned. Barely visible through the falling snow behind them, a dozen shadowy figures gradually emerged. "Make room," Paul said, giving it some gas. "What if they have it?" Sophia asked, gripping her 9mm in both hands. Paul pulled over and watched the men dart into the street, sweet relief clearly visible on their red faces. They looked normal. Dan popped the back door open and scooted over. "Get in!" The taller of the two men offered a grateful wave, just as a red pickup came barreling out of nowhere with zombies hanging on in the truck bed, trying to get inside the cab. Sheer panic contorted the driver's face as she fought off the hands clawing at her hair. Sophia hit her imaginary brakes again and let out a guttural scream. The two men crossing the street never saw it coming. The pickup steamrolled them and disappeared back into the snowfall like nothing happened. Paul stared at the crumpled bodies in the road and ran a hand down his horror-stricken face, the severed hand dripping blood into his lap. And this was just the beginning. Chapter 35. Day 14. The next morning was overcast and cool. The American flag waved with a brisk breeze rushing across the front yard, still standing tall and proud in the face of defeat. The day looked like Paul felt. Turbulent, dismal, empty. Dan manually opened the double garage door and hopped in behind the wheel of Shelley 1, revving the beefy engine hard enough to vibrate the tools hanging from the unfinished walls. Paul took one last look at the picture of the balding man leaning against the car, wondering where the rest of his family went, wondering if he killed them before sneaking back into his own house like a thief in the night. "Paul?" His head snapped around to Wendy. She tried flashing him one of her pretty smiles, but fell short. "You ready?" He studied her for a few seconds, not anywhere close to being ready, wanting to run somewhere that didn't exist. His blank gaze swung out the garage door and got lost in the gray, exhaust fumes making his breakfast churn in his stomach. Those things were out there, hiding, waiting, and now they were going out there. "Ready," he replied, sliding in back while Wendy climbed up front with Dan. The car's exhaust rattled when Dan pulled out, and Paul couldn't help but feel bad for the car show guy. He had a good thing going here and didn't deserve to lose it all like this. "Are you going to sit here all day or what?" Wendy said, buckling her lap belt. "Gotta let her warm up for a minute," Dan replied, giving her some gas. "She's a classic." "Is she? I must have missed that the last 20 times you said it," Wendy replied, tying her hair back in a black scrunchie. "I treat my cars like I treat my women," Dan said, petting the dash. "Oh, so you're going to take the car to KFC for dinner?" "Ha ha." Wendy leaned back and laughed. "At least take her to Popeyes." Paul swallowed thickly. He felt like everyone had already forgotten about Sophia. "Hang on, bitches," Dan said, burying the gas pedal. The golf clubs and fishing rods shifted in the trunk as the car left trails of burnt rubber down the driveway. He fishtailed out onto the road, pelting the ditches with gravel. They didn't bother shutting the garage door and headed south on 2-lane highways that would, eventually, take them between San Antonio and Houston. There would be some unavoidable population centers along the way, but if all went well, they might smell the ocean by tomorrow afternoon. It was a new beginning. To what, Paul could only laugh at inside. They rode in silence, always on the nervous lookout, especially when siphoning gas or moving vehicles blocking the road. Barely 2 weeks in, and their daily chores were already taking a toll. And it wasn't just the physical exertion of doing everything by hand, but the mental drain as well. Always thinking you saw something move in the bushes, always feeling like somebody was watching. Paul thought he'd be more used to it by now, but if anything, it was getting harder. He just wanted to sleep and never wake up. "Fucking zombies," Dan uttered, turning the wipers on intermittent as the cold drizzle began to fall. Dan started spitting this phrase out during long moments of uncomfortable silence, and Paul wished he'd come up with a different tick. It was a crutch for when he couldn't think of anything else to say. Wendy's new tick of listing off foods she would absolutely die for was getting on Paul's nerves as well. It would take an entire farm with the ability to produce fresh cheese, sausage, and mushrooms to make a pizza these days, and talking about the impossible made absolutely no sense. Paul wanted to bring Sophia back to life, but they didn't hear him going on and on about combining electricity with human hearts because he couldn't think of anything else to say. No, he bit his tongue, even though that's exactly what was rattling around in his head. Bringing her back to life. Somehow. Who do you think looked more like a zombie before this crap began, Mickey Rourke or Janice Dickinson? Wendy laughed. Probably Mickey Rourke. I don't know what he was thinking. God hath given you one face, and you make yourself another. She looked over at him. Hamlet? Wow, she purred. If I didn't know any better, Dan Kipler, I might think you're trying to impress me. Dan grinned and stepped on the gas, flying down the winding road with reckless abandon. Dan and Wendy were lucky. They'd already left the Jacobson house behind, and he was still there, holding his wife's rigid body on that L-shaped couch. He could see them hooking up, and why not? Everyone else was either dead or almost dead. He snorted, fogging his window. What a kick in the ass the whole thing was. Now he would become the eternal third wheel, always in the way, always spoiling the moment. The thought of his wife up on that hill, alone in the rain, disrupted his moment of feeling sorry for himself. If disemboweled, his insides would look like the dark skies above. His distant gaze zoomed in on a UPS guy sauntering along the left side of the road up ahead. The skinny man heard the Chevelle's approaching rumble and immediately stumbled into the car's path, his brown pants and coat ragged and torn. "Hang on!" Dan jerked the wheel to the right. Shelley 1 swerved, wide tires angrily screeching against wet pavement. The front end bumped the man with a dull thud, and Wendy screamed. Dan laid on the horn and blew past, spinning the corpse in the car's dust. Despite the muscle car's speed, the UPS driver got up and hobbled after them. No longer delivering packages, now he was taking them. Dan turned to Wendy with a drawn face. "If that guy scratched this car, I'm going to be so pissed." 3 miles later, they passed a big brown UPS truck that had T-boned a blue pickup with someone slumped over the steering wheel inside. "Slow down," Wendy said. "You're going way too fast." "No, I'm not." "When do I get to drive?" "When you're ready to handle the power." Paul blew out a heated breath, studying a bank sign that normally would have told him the time and temp. Now, however, the dark sign told him that money was just as useless as everything else. Paul swallowed dryly. They were on their own. Dan slowed way down. "Damn, this is getting hairy," he said, carefully squeezing between a new Camaro with a crumpled front end and a yellow Hummer. Paul kept his eyes on the nearby houses, searching for signs of life. A loose dog ran from one yard to another. Raindrops fell on a framed garage that would never see its finish. A non-digital billboard for a country radio station came into view. The morning show's smiling faces made him shift in the back seat. Those people weren't smiling now. No, they were probably dead, and Paul considered them lucky if they were. He rested his head against the glass and shut his eyes. Why did he leave Sophia there like that? A deep-seated cringe tore through him. It was so stupid. Dan and Wendy would have been fine on their own. If anything, he would just slow them down. Look at what happened with the camper. He could have killed them. It would have been easy to stay behind with his wife. Peaceful. Just the two of them sharing sunsets and long talks up on the hill. Someone tapped him on the shoulder and he pulled his gun. Wendy's face soured. "Relax, it's just me." Paul slowly holstered the weapon, wondering why Wendy was looking at him like he was a wild animal, like he might hurt her. "Are you all right?" He blinked blankly and she passed him a bottle of warm water. "Drink." He obeyed and took a long drink before passing it back. "Keep it." Tires hummed and the engine purred at 70 miles an hour. Wendy stared out the front windshield, watching another small town slide past. She cleared her throat. "I can't even imagine what you're going through right now, and I won't pretend to," she said, without looking back. "Sophia was so nice to me, and didn't talk down to me because of where I worked, and—" Her voice quivered. "And I just wish I could have gotten to know her better." Paul fought back the tears, wishing she would just shut the fuck up already. She didn't know shit. Wendy twisted around like she'd heard him say that out loud. Where did you two meet, anyway? He looked down to his hands and shook with a bump in the road. At the gym, Dan replied, glancing at him in the mirror. That really happens? I thought only creeps hit on people at the gym. Paul ignored her ill-fated attempt at humor. How did you approach her at the gym? He didn't, Dan said, taking a curve too fast, tires squealing. She approached him when he got pinned under a 105-pound barbell on his chest. A bitter laugh shot from Paul's lips. Try 205-pound barbell on my chest, asshole. Wendy's eyes bounced between them. Did that really happen, or are you guys messing with me? Oh, it happened. Dan eased up on the gas pedal. Luckily for him, no one else saw it. The car's spinning tires filled the dead air between them. Seconds ticked off like minutes. It seemed like just yesterday Sophia had stolen his breath for the first time, and now she was dead and never coming back, and it was all his fault. Paul twisted his fingers in his lap. He should have never left her alone back there like that. He promised he wouldn't. Silence gripped the car as they grew closer to the ocean, Paul second-guessing their big plan with each mile that passed. He leaned his head back and shut his eyes, the road vibrating the seat. There was no future at the beach because there was no future without her. Can I ask you a question? Paul peeled his eyes open to see Dan turn to Wendy. Why is it that strippers like to wear those big clunky high heels? Her gaze narrowed. What? Dan sat up a little straighter. You know, those clear plastic things that look like something Kiss would wear on stage. I don't know, Dan. Why do librarians wear ugly flats? He adjusted his grip on the wheel and turned onto a gravel road. I'm just saying, why not wear some classy black high heels once in a while? If those clodhoppers were so great, how come you never see normal girls wearing them out at the bars and stuff? Normal girls? She said curtly. I see plenty of normal girls wearing stripper heels at the bars and stuff. Yeah, but I'm talking about those thick plastic... I know what you're talking about, Dan, and I don't know why they wear them. I think they're ugly, too. Dan stopped the car and got quiet, running his fingers over the leather steering wheel. Paul could hear him swallow. Were you a dancer? You can tell me. Oh, can I? She folded her arms across a brand-new V-neck t-shirt, hiding her assets. Thank you for the permission, but I already told you I waited tables and... did the books, he finished for her. Paul squinted at a 2-story house with brown siding on a large plot of land stretching into the twilight settling around it. Where are we? Dan studied the dark house with the engine softly idling. Close to Victoria, Texas. Where the hell's that? Probably 40 or 50 miles from the Gulf, not exactly sure. What? You were asleep for a while, man. We made good ground around Houston. Wendy turned to him and nodded her affirmation, but it wasn't possible. He just shut his eyes a minute or two ago, and now it was almost dark. Dan backed Shelley 1 down the long double drive and parked near the house's expansive deck and sprawling backyard. He shut the motor off, and the eerie quiet swept in with the bats above. Paul drank some water and surveyed a fenced-in area holding at least a dozen longhorns, all of which seemed to be faring okay. A big red barn sat in the tree-lined backyard, with what goodies lurking inside, only time would tell. The house was just as big, and the thought of clearing everything made him groan. He rubbed his face with both hands, pulling the skin down around his eyes. It's too big. Go somewhere else. There's nothing else around, and I'm tired of driving. Dan slammed a full magazine into his Glock and racked the slide. It's almost dark. Paul tried blinking the sleep from his eyes, his mind as thick as his tongue felt. The car show guy's slobber haunted his mouth. Would it hurt when he turned? Would any part of him remain? He hoped not. Quietly they exited the vehicle and approached the back deck. Paul's legs felt like wet sandbags. He was tired of these chores taking him away from his thoughts of Sophia. He needed to grieve, and they wouldn't let him, and it wasn't right. What didn't they get about that? On the wooden deck, Dan peered through a window with his hands cupped around his face, his Browning leaning against the house. "I think I saw something," he whispered. Wendy and Paul peered through the set of French doors, the kitchen inside cloaked in shadows. "It looked like someone just walked out of the dining room," Dan said. "Yeah, probably the same person who boarded up these windows," Paul replied, noticing the two boards running across the patio doors. "We should leave." "And go where?" Dan shifted in his stance. "Wait, are those candles smoking?" Paul and Wendy went to his window and observed thin streams of smoke rising from two long and skinny candles centered on a dining room table, as if someone just blew them out. "I see it." "I don't see anything," Wendy whispered. The hammer clicked back on a gun behind them, gluing them in place. "We already gave it the office," a gruff voice said. Instinctively they eased their hands into the air and slowly turned around to find themselves staring down the barrel of a .357 Magnum revolver. The man behind it spread a sly grin below his bushy gray mustache. He tipped his cowboy hat to them, a toothpick wiggling in the corner of his mouth. "Now, just keep your hands where I can see 'em and step away from the house." They did as requested, coming closer to the tall man standing in the backyard. "We were just looking for a place to spend the night," Dan said, reaching for the sky. "We'll move on." The man stared up at them for a bit, one eye thinner than the other, toothpick jiggling. Time slowed to a crawl. "Well, so far I ain't seen no talking stiffs yet, so y'all got that much going for you," he said, his voice as deep as the blue in his eyes. "No, we're not one of those things," Dan replied. "Not yet, anyway," Wendy muttered. He snorted, eyes landing on Paul. "Just the three of you?" Dan nodded. "We've been on the road all day." The French doors clicked open behind them. "Brock, put that goddamn gun down before you kill somebody." They turned to a pretty lady in black high heels standing in the doorway with her hands planted on slender hips. "Get back in the house and mind your own beeswax, woman," Brock hollered back, not taking his eyes or gun off the strangers. "Where y'all coming from?" "Paul and I came down from Des Moines, Iowa," Dan told him, glancing at Wendy. "We met Wendy in Kansas on our way south." The tanned cowboy eyeballed them with careful consideration, stroking his mustache as he mulled things over in his head. "And where to now?" "We're going to play volleyball at the ocean and start civilization all over again." A destructive grin slid through Paul's thick brown stubble. Brock chuckled a little. "Not a bad plan," he responded, tentatively lowering his weapon. "Bet you were freezing your tails off up in Iowa. Power's out there too, I take it." "Power's out everywhere," Dan said, dropping his arms to his sides. Brock made a clicking noise with his tongue and stuffed the cannon in a western drop loop that hung low and tied above his right knee. "Never seen anything like it," he stated, resting a hand on the butt of his gun and giving them the once-over. "Well, y'all look like you could use a hot meal. Come on inside." "Oh, we don't want to put you out," Wendy responded, nervously looking to Dan and Paul. Brock stepped up onto the deck and stopped in front of her, the ghost of a grin tugging at his thick mustache. "Not putting us out of nothing, miss. Only visitors we've had lately can't hold a conversation worth shit anymore, so we'd love the company." He nodded to the cattle mooing in the distance. "Gonna grill up some steaks tonight." He spit the toothpick to the deck. "Hated to waste an entire cow for just two people, and it won't be worth a hog's ass tomorrow," he said, giving up his back and clicking his cowboy boots past a long patio table with cushioned seats. The three friends traded uncertain looks, darkness staining the sky. Brock stopped at the French doors. "Well, y'all coming or what?" "What if it's a trap?" Wendy said under her breath. "Let's go somewhere else," Paul suggested, locked in a staring match with Brock. The last thing Paul wanted to do right now was make new friends over dinner. Small talk wasn't high on his list of priorities, and oh how they would talk. Talk about what they did before the spread, where they were when it happened, and how they'd narrowly escaped with their measly fucking lives. Paul could give two shits. Dan spoke in a soft voice. It's not a trap, it's T-bones. Paul and Wendy watched him head for the patio door, confliction in their eyes. Wendy turned to Paul and shrugged. With a heavy sigh, he followed her across the deck, the purple butterfly peeking out from her motorcycle jacket, reminding him of the night they spent in Dancers, the night Sophia was still Sophia. Inside the kitchen, Paul noticed two things inside right off the bat. A, it smelled delicious, and B, Brock's wife was tipsy. He could smell the whiskey and the cola she toted around in a rocks glass as she shook their hands. The way Cora carried herself in the kitchen reminded him of the women Sophia watched on the Food Network. Easy to talk to with a warm smile. Cora's shoulder-length hair, a mixture of chocolate and silver, bounced as she tended to 4 different things at once. Timeless black heels showed off her toned calves, and Paul found her black tight skirt and shiny red top a bit of overkill considering the situation. And was she wearing perfume? They must have had a special dinner planned for tonight, maybe one last big shebang before blowing their heads off for dessert. Packages of instant mashed potatoes, gravy, and cornbread littered the kitchen island, and soon the wonderful smell of charcoal filtered in from the deck.
Cora, where in tarnations you put those tongs, woman?
Brock hollered from outside. "They're right here, honey," she sang out, gracefully ushering them outside and planting a big kiss on his cheek as she handed them off. She glided back into the room, wiping her hands on a flowery apron. "Man would lose his head if it wasn't already attached," she muttered, the enormous diamond ring on her finger making Paul blink. "Shoot, might lose it anyway these days." Cora let loose with a wild laugh and quickly sobered, eyeing them as if one of them had just stolen something from her. "Now, let's get serious. What do y'all want to drink? We've got whiskey, rum, vodka, gin, and lukewarm beer and wine." Her hazel-colored eyes sparkled like copper pennies, desperate for any distraction to keep her mind from the calamity outside. Her bright gaze lingered on Paul. "You look like you could use a double, sweetie." They all went for Jack and Cokes, but later Wendy switched to a nice Cabernet to go with her dinner. As promised, Brock grilled up some fresh cuts right off the farm, and the smell alone made Paul's mouth water like a Seattle rain cloud. Red juices bubbled around the charred edges of the enormous slabs of meat taking up most of their plates. Paul hadn't felt hungry in the least, but ate like he'd just been rescued from a deserted island. They all did. Perched around a long dining room table made from heavy wood, they wolfed down the thick cuts, mashed potatoes and gravy, and canned corn under the trembling light of 2 tall candles. Cora even baked some instant cornbread on the grill. Gravy dripped from Brock's mustache, and he didn't seem interested in wasting time with the silk napkins Cora passed out just before dinner. He chewed with purpose, only stopping to take long pulls from a can of Coors Light, taking his time appreciating what won't last forever, while Cora refilled their glasses and warmed up more potatoes outside on the grill. Paul ate with his mouth shut, while the others eventually traded predictable stories about where they were from, and what they used to do, and who they lost in the spread, and blah, blah, blah. Wendy told Brock and Cora she was a waitress at the Cheesecake Factory, which prompted Dan to start choking on a piece of meat. Wendy dropped her napkin next to her empty plate and leaned back, rubbing her belly with both hands. "That was amazing. I feel sick, but thank you so much." "There's plenty more if you want." Cora flashed them a pretty smile. "Normally I would have made a nice chocolate cake to top it off with, but kinda hard to do without my precious oven." Paul stared down at his empty plate like he didn't recognize it, like he couldn't believe he was the one who finished it, like he could ever be hungry again. It was insulting to Sophia, and he pushed his plate forward, sickened by his lack of respect. How could he eat when she was dead? Asshole. He stared at his Jack and Coke, consumed with guilt. She should be here with them, enjoying this meal and looking forward to the beach tomorrow. It almost could have been fun, just them against the world, living on their own time and no one else's. But he failed her, and there was no do-over. Tipping his rocks glass back, he let the whiskey burn, wanting to be alone with his miserable thoughts instead of seated around this table like it was Thanksgiving. With her legs crossed, Cora nibbled on a warm piece of cornbread and said something about a solar-powered oven, which prompted Wendy to say something about a solar-powered car, and then Dan said something about getting a generator so he could watch movies and play his iPod outside of the car. Brock sat back and laughed, a toothpick in the corner of his mouth. Oh yeah, that's just what you want to do these days, go and stick an iPod in your ears so you can't hear any of those creepers sneaking up from behind. He followed that up with a loud belch that drew a warning look from his wife. I don't have to wear the earbuds, I can get a doc for it, Dan coolly replied. Brock leaned his elbows on the table and ran a hand down his mustache. The what's the who now? Never mind, Dan chuckled, shooting Wendy a sideways look. We need a generator, that's the bottom line. Brock lit up a thick cigar and blew smoke rings through the candles as he thought on it for a spell. You're absolutely right, Danny, he said, polishing off his beer with one last big gulp. Wish I had one now, but never had the need. Brock went on to inform them that he'd been a 57-year-old cattle rancher before the outbreak and was now just a 57-year-old. Cora, he boasted, was the best damn cook in the county and the prettiest woman in the whole wide world. Oh, don't listen to him. Brock likes to exaggerate, she smiled, getting up and grabbing his empty beer can. I'm certainly not the best cook in the county. She shot Brock a wink, and he tipped his head back and bellowed with laughter, swatting her on the butt as she pranced back into the kitchen. Lucky as lightning to have married her 32 years ago today. Wendy's eyebrows slanted. Today's your anniversary? He cheered her with his cigar and took a long pull, exhaling a gray stream of pungent-smelling smoke to the ceiling. Supposed to be in Barbados right now, he said with a faint shrug. I'm just glad we didn't end up getting caught there when the power went out. He patted his sidearm, which was more like a rifle on his leg. Would have hated to be away from the Undertaker during this shitstorm. Wendy traded a quick look with Dan. Well, happy anniversary. I'm sorry we intruded. Thank you, Wendy, and it's no intrusion at all. He leaned back when Cora brought him a new beer and took his empty plate away, his gaze hooking on Paul's wedding band. Slowly his eyes rose to find Paul staring back. Paul braced himself for the impending question that would haunt him for the rest of his miserable life, but what could he do? He sure as hell wasn't taking the ring off and hiding it in his sock. He almost buried it with Sophia, but couldn't bring himself to part with the platinum band she said was her favorite in the entire jewelry store. No, he would wear that ring to remind him of her every single day. When he rubbed it, he could sometimes see her face and smell her hair. Brock washed whatever he was thinking down with a swig of warm beer and took a slow drag, blowing more smoke to the dead chandelier above. He and Cora lived alone in the big house. Chuck, their only son, died in a tragic motorcycle accident 13 years ago when an elderly woman pulled out in front of him. The woman told the police she never saw him coming. Brock shook his head, watching the cigar burn. Said she didn't have the best vision around the edges. But that didn't stop the idiots at the DMV from giving her a license, Cora shouted from the kitchen, slamming some plates into the sink with a clatter. Dan stopped his fork and knife from scraping against his plate and looked up. Silence crawled into the room, hesitant and jumpy. Brock took a long drag off the cigar, the tip glowing red, and changed the subject, recounting how he'd shot their closest neighbor right between the eyes just over a week ago when Brock found the man eating their yellow lab named Jasper. I've been looking for a reason to shoot Ted for years. Another booming laugh shot out from beneath his mustache and slowly faded with the smoke rising into the air. His voice turned heavy when he told them how he buried Jasper under a sawtooth oak tree out behind the barn. He grew quiet, bringing Cora's light sobs in from the kitchen. She pounded the countertop with a tight fist, rattling dirty dishes. Brock took his hat off and wiped his forehead with a leathery hand, regretting even bringing it up. Paul sipped his Jack and Coke, eyelids heavy as hell. It seemed the Zompocalypse was a license to spill your darkest secrets to complete strangers, and he hated it. Hated their horror stories that reminded him of her. He'd be better off on a deserted island with just him and his thoughts. Hope you saved room for dessert, Cora said, back to her light and airy voice. She set a package of Pepperidge Farm chocolate chunk cookies on the table and a new glass in front of Dan. Brock has to have his chocolate fix right after every meal or he turns into the Hulk, even after breakfast. Brock proved her right by digging right in. Did you get enough to eat, sweetie? Cora asked, taking Paul's plate. There's plenty more. No, I'm stuffed. Thank you.
Well, you're very welcome, she said, sweeping their plates away. I'll put the leftovers in Tupperware and leave them on the deck to stay cool overnight. Help yourselves to more if you get hungry later.
Brock watched her disappear into the kitchen and turned to Paul, his bushy gray eyebrows dropping with his voice. So you're heading to the ocean tomorrow, huh? Paul nodded without expanding. They already went over this. Not a bad plan, Brock repeated, washing his cookie down with some beer. The warm air will be nice, and I don't know if the damn things can swim or not, but I doubt it. Sons of bitches can hardly walk as it is.
Except the fat ones, Wendy piped in, swirling her cab in the glass. They're fast.
A heavy frown pulled on his face. Guess I haven't seen a fat one yet now that you mention it. Dan pressed his lips together and glumly shook his head. Fat zombies suck.
Oh, I do love the ocean. Cora sat back down at the table with a fresh drink and crossed her legs before smoothing her skirt. We get down to Galveston at least twice a year to see my sister.
Be nice to take a bath, Brock grunted, then released a low, rolling belch.
Brock,
she snapped. He ignored her. A boat might be your best bet. Wendy grinned.
I've never been to the ocean before.
So you boarded up the windows? Dan stated, looking around the place. Didn't know what else to do, Brock replied, inhaling another cookie. Thought this all might blow over in a few days when the government got her under control. His chewing slowed and he stared at the package of cookies through faraway eyes. But I don't reckon that's the way she's gonna go. He swallowed thickly. Went to town to get some food 2 days ago and had to shoot Lester McConnell, our town sheriff. Turns out his bite was worse than his bark. Dan creased his brow. He didn't bite you, did he? Hell no, dropped him before he even got close. We saw what a bite from those bastards can do on the news before we lost electricity. He tipped the can back and finished the beer, prompting Cora to usher the empty into the kitchen. Brock leaned forward and spoke in a whisper. But I tell you what, going to town for supplies ain't the most fun thing in the world to do anymore. I bet, Wendy replied, sipping her wine. Scared to leave her here alone and scared to take her with.
Anybody else need anything?
Cora hollered from the kitchen. Wendy said she'd take some more wine, and Brock leaned even closer. If anything ever happened to her, I don't know what I'd do. Paul had an idea. Go batshit crazy for starters. He noticed Dan staring at him from across the table and looked away. Brock sighed. I'm not going to lie to you. I worry about her, he said gravely. Paul didn't like the way he kept looking at him, like Paul was the leader of this ragtag group of stubborn survivors. I hate to leave her here alone for even a minute, and if something happened to me... He trailed off when Cora re-entered the dining room with a new can of beer and a bottle of Cabernet.
Y'all will just have to stay the night, she said, passing out the drinks. We've got plenty of room and I'll make pancakes for breakfast. Brock likes chocolate chips in his, so we can do that too.
Brock herded them into a large living room with oversized leather furniture and a massive stone hearth. Thick pine ran everywhere. It looked like a steakhouse and smelt like one too. Giant potted plants dotted 2 corners of the room, while a huge flat screen battled the impressive fireplace for attention. Tall floor lamps with cowhide shades sat dormant as the group talked by candlelight while Cora rounded up pillows and blankets.
Y'all help yourself to anything you need, she told them. There's plenty of food and water out in the kitchen.
She hedged for a moment, resting her hands on her hips.
You sure you don't want to take any of the beds upstairs? The sheets are clean.
Dan shook his head and blew out the candles, lying next to Wendy on some sleeping bags on the floor. We usually sleep in the same room. Brock laughed drunkenly and got up from a huge armchair. Well, have fun with that, Danny boy. Me and the missus got some unfinished business to tend to. He shot Dan an impish wink before leading Cora down the long hallway. See y'all in the morning. She let out a soft yelp when he pinched her rear end. Paul stretched out on the couch and watched the moonlight slip through the boards running across the windows. Exhaling a tired breath, he dreaded going to sleep, knowing the same fever dreams would be waiting for him there. 1 minute she'd be with him, the next inexplicably gone. He decided to stay awake instead and steer clear of the traps set in his mind, resting his eyes for only a minute or two. He was pretty sure he could hear Dan and Wendy kissing softly just before falling into a deep sleep that would end with a scream. Chapter 36, Day 15. Gray morning light pried through the boarded-up windows, refusing to be denied entry. Paul woke up before the others, thankful to have his tormented night of sleep behind him. He needed the rest, but it left him with bits and pieces of nightmares floating around in his muddy head. Slipping out from beneath a blanket, he carefully stepped over Wendy and Dan, squinting at their entwined silhouettes curled together on the floor. Quietly, he threw his gun and vest on before going out onto the back deck, where he took a leak and then plopped down into a cushioned patio chair wet with the morning dew. Alone, he blew out a cold breath he could see against the blue dawn breaking on the horizon. Their new motto, "No one goes alone," was cramping his style. He kicked his Adidas up onto the patio table and leaned his head back against the chair, watching the dark clouds roll past like volcanic smoke. For now, it was chilly and peaceful in Victoria, Texas, sitting in direct contrast to the rest of the world. From here, he would never know anything had changed. The cows still grazed and the birds still sang. Even the oppressive quiet was probably business as usual around these parts. Paul watched the longhorns, wondering what the weather was like where Sophia was at this morning. He hoped it wasn't raining. He hoped it was...
"Sleep okay, boss?"
Brock said, startling Paul as he stepped outside and shut the door behind him. Paul turned to see the large man already dressed in a Carhartt coat thrown over a starchy button-down, jeans, boots, and his signature cowboy hat. "You mean outside of the blood-curdling scream?" Brock chuckled and fanned a hand through the air, his voice even deeper with a fresh hangover on his breath.
"Reckon we ought to get used to that nowadays, huh?"
Paul turned back to the pasture land. "Not much choice." Brock patted his belly.
"I slept like a rock. Full belly'll do that to a man," he said, filling his lungs with a deep breath of country air that smelled like cow manure. He combed his mustache with his hand, resting his other on the butt of his gun while surveying his spread of land. "Little nippy this morning," he concluded, zipping his coat higher and taking a seat at the table. Paul hid behind a thin smile, annoyed he couldn't get 2 minutes alone. "Cora will get some coffee going soon, or there's soda and whatnot inside." Paul looked down, glancing at his Beretta stuffed inside its dark canvas home. It seemed like a pea shooter compared to the Undertaker. "Well, Dan was right. That sure is some sweet ride." Brock leaned back, admiring the black Chevelle parked in the driveway. "I suppose we'll all have one soon enough." His eyes drifted out to the cows mooing loudly at his presence. 2 squirrels went zigzagging after each other across the brown grass, and Paul wondered if it was cold where Sophia was at this morning. Everything reminded him of her. Mornings, coffee, the way Wendy laughed at Dan's stupid jokes. All of it made him want to scream. "Listen, Paul," Brock said, stirring him from his thoughts. "I know we just met and all, but I like to think I'm a pretty good judge of character. Have to be with some of the people I hire to help out at the ranch. Half of 'em are ex-cons." He cleared his throat and clasped his hands on the table. "I also realize this ain't the world it used to be, and I'm man enough to admit it. That world is gone." Paul forced himself to stop twisting the wedding band around his ring finger. "And in this world," Brock continued, struggling to find the right words, "I reckon it's important to make good friends quick, because right now our enemies outnumber us 100 to 1, hell, maybe more. And like I told you last night, I worry about Cora something fierce." He leaned forward to catch Paul's unfocused eyes. "If something ever happened to me, she'd be in a heap of trouble." A small smile pulled at one corner of his mouth. "Even if something doesn't happen to me, she's probably in a heap of trouble." His gaze drifted back out to the cattle, wheels spinning under his hat. "Long and the short is, I think you've got a good plan, Paul. Good enough for now, anyhow. The ocean is the perfect place to figure out the next step, and if you don't mind, I'd like for Cora and I to join y'all on your trip south." Before Paul could protest, he raised a hand to stop him. I've got my own truck and gear, and I think we could benefit from each other's company. I'm no stranger to home defense. He smiled, tapping his holster. I know my way around a gun. Paul couldn't stop a grin. I've heard that before. It's the truth. I can help cover your backs, and Cora can whip up a mean batch of whatever she's got in mind to whip up, so it'd be beneficial to— Listen, Brock, Paul interrupted. We appreciate your hospitality, and you're right, we could use your help, but our group is operating on a 57% mortality rate, and that's no lie. We've had 7 people in our group over the last 2 weeks, and now we're down to 3. You may want to hitch your horse to a different wagon. Brock's gaze slid to Paul's wedding band. Your wife? Paul looked away. One of those things bit her in a grocery store a few days ago. Brock stared blankly at him for a long moment before removing his hat and running a hand through a full head of salt and pepper hair. He put his hat back on and exhaled a heavy breath. I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I really am. He paused before going any further. What was her name? Sophia. It sounded like someone else's voice when he said her name aloud. How long had it been since he said it? It seemed like forever. Brock nodded. Pretty name. Seconds dragged by like hours. A crow called out in the distance. You have a picture? Nope. Brock shifted uneasily in the chair. That's a horrible thing to happen to a young fella like you, Paul, and I won't pretend to understand it. He grew quiet, his heavy stare making Paul fidget. But don't start thinking the good Lord doesn't have big plans for you, my friend, because he does. Brock reached over and squeezed Paul's knee, voice softening to a gravelly whisper. There's something in your eyes, partner. I can see it. The comment took Paul by surprise, and his expression showed it. I know you want to give up, but this is bigger than all of us, and it's going to take all of us to beat it. Brock drummed his meaty fingers against the table for a while, eyeballing Paul like he was one of his lackey job applicants. I know a leader when I see one. Paul laughed. Think you need to get your eyes checked, brother. Dan spilled outside with a bounce in his step and 2 steaming mugs of coffee in his hands. Okay, who ordered the skinny vanilla latte? Brock leaned back and scrunched his face up. The what's the who now? Dan handed Paul a mug, grinning from ear to ear. Never mind, yours is coming, so what's happening? And I want to know everything. Well, Dan, Paul and I were just discussing the logistics of Cora and I joining y'all on your trip to the beach, if that was to be okay with everyone else. Dan sat down at the table, blonde hair curling out from a ball cap he took from Cole's. I think that's a great idea, he said, looking to Paul for corroboration. Brock smiled, a fond look softening his eyes. I think the bigger group of good guys we can round up, the better. As far as I can tell, the police and military lost the battle and we're on our own. He paused for effect. For now. Here you go, big guy, Cora said, cascading out onto the deck in a flowery dress and handing Brock a mug of black coffee. Paul noticed Cora's glass of cola smelled a lot like whiskey, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock in the morning yet. Did you boys sleep okay? She asked, resting a hand on Brock's shoulder and sipping her drink. Like a baby, Dan replied, shooting Paul a wink. She smiled warmly. That's good. I'll have breakfast ready soon. She kissed Brock on the cheek and floated back inside. Brock watched her go, and Paul suddenly felt like he was the only one who didn't get laid on the entire planet last night. Wendy came out next, steaming mug in hand. Good morning, she sang out, lighting up a cigarette. Paul's heart sank when he saw Sophia's pink gun on the hip of her tight-fitting jeans. She looked like a superhero, like Sophia had before. That's a bad habit to tango with there, little lady. Brock wagged a finger at her. My brother died of lung cancer 6 years ago thanks to those coffin sticks. Oh, you're one to talk, cigar man, she snorted, smoke rushing from her nostrils. Plus, I figure cancer just slid to the back of the things to worry about line. Brock laughed and stroked his stash. Guess you got a point there, Wendy. Hey, Brock, Dan said, drawing the cowboy's thin blue eyes. You and Cora get flu shots this past season?
His leathery brow wrinkled.
Hell no, can't stand needles. Besides, everyone I hire gets them and always ends up calling in sick anyhow. Why'd you ask? Paul's mom got one just before she passed on.
Brock turned to Paul with a raised brow. Paul dismissed it with a quick shake of the head.
It's just a theory, not that it matters now.
It could matter a lot. His eyes snapped to Wendy. Why, are you a geneticist?
Yeah, Paul, I'm a geneticist. Didn't you notice my lab coat and microscope in the trunk of the car?
Paul rolled his eyes.
Well, you better get moving on a cure a hell of a lot faster than this.
She sat down at the long table, trying to catch his elusive gaze.
If we run into someone who could create a cure, we can tell them what we know and it might help.
Paul tipped his head back and laughed. Brock grunted. Doubt we'll ever know what caused it unless someone gets the damn TV back on. We're all in the dark on this one. They sat there for a while longer, silently processing events and enjoying the calm morning. So far, Paul's flu shot theory was still alive and kicking, which was more than you could say for most everything else. After a long, quiet moment, Brock excused himself and went inside to check on Cora.
They're so nice, Wendy said, trading a furtive look with Dan.
Dan looked away and wrapped his hands around his warm mug without response. Her tapered gaze bounced to Paul for a few seconds before she got up.
I should see if they need any help,
she said, stuffing her smoking butt into an ashtray overflowing with burnt cigar stubs and purposely giving Dan a good look down her shirt. Dan waited until she disappeared before turning to Paul.
For the record, they're real and they're incredible.
Paul sipped his coffee, ignoring the comment. The last thing he wanted to discuss was Wendy's tits. Dan's smile faded.
How are you doing?
Paul glared at him over the rim of his mug, his blood beginning to boil at this stupid question. How did he think he was doing?
I think it's great they want to come with us. We could use a gunslinger like Brock, and Cora's cooking.
Dan shook his head.
What do you think?
I think they're good people, and we know what happens to good people around us. Dan's gaze wandered out to the cows, some of which were grazing on grass, while others fed from different grain troughs scattered about.
I know it's been bad, real bad, but things will get better. We'll get better.
A bitter laugh flapped Paul's lips.
Well, that's a relief.
Dan's eyes dropped to his new running shoes beneath the table.
I just need to know that you've got our backs.
Paul sharpened his gaze, blood heated to a boil now.
All I'm saying is that I need to know your head is on straight.
Oh, no problem, Dan. Do you want me to take a math test or set up an obstacle course to prove just how straight my head is on?
Look,
Paul slammed his fist down on the table, rattling their mugs.
Because the last time I checked, I'm the one who almost got killed because you and your girlfriend were out practicing your fucking golf swing.
Dan's face twisted in the gray light.
Girlfriend? Maybe you're the one who needs to get his head on straight.
Dan's baffled gaze fell to his shoes and hid under the table like a frightened dog. Even the birds stopped singing.
We have to get to that beach today.
And do what? Paul yelled. Dan threw his arms out.
I don't know, Paul. Something. Anything but give up.
Paul drank his coffee, watching a white cat drift across the backyard like a ghost. It dashed after something, froze with its paws locked to the ground, and then casually went on its way empty-handed. Dan sighed.
We can't give up.
Yeah, because I'd hate to miss out on all this. Dan set his jaw, the breeze rustling his curls.
I've got news for you, Paul. The shit hit the fan for all of us, and, like it or not, we need you. I need you.
Paul sipped his coffee and stared out over the backyard, unable to be bothered with such trivial matters like survival.
You may want to die, but I don't. I want to keep living, and I want humanity to beat whatever this is out there.
Paul grunted. Humanity. That was a good one. Sorry, Dan, but that ship had sailed. How many people were left in the U.S. alone? A few thousand? A few hundred? Humanity. Yeah, right.
You know what? Forget it,
Dan said, getting to his feet. got your back, Paul said softly, bringing Dan back into his chair. Happy now? Dan blinked out a rare tear and listened to the birds sing for a bit. I miss her too, you know. Unlike most of my other friends, Sophia was the only spouse who actually liked me. Paul refused to make eye contact, fearful his best friend would see the tears building in his eyes. They shared an uncomfortable moment, soaking up their foreign surroundings and sipping their coffee. I can't believe any of this is happening, Dan said, studying the Chevelle. Stealing cars and having breakfast with cows in Texas, how did it come to this? A sinister smile swept through Paul's beard. Because hell's full, that's how, he said, cheering Dan with his mug. Dan swallowed hard.
Boys!
They turned to see Wendy standing in the doorway.
Breakfast is ready, y'all,
she said, sticking her hips out and mimicking Cora. Dan went inside while Paul sat there and took another drink, not even close to being hungry. It sounded like Wendy was on vacation, having the time of her life, and he wanted to give her a piece of his mind. He took a deep breath instead, Sophia's beautiful lips telling him what he needed to hear. Calm down, Paul. It's not her fault. Help them get to the beach. Dan is your best friend. Paul was going to laugh in her ethereal face, but she pressed on. If you don't, they will die. They will anyway, he whispered back, getting up before she had the chance to counter. It was time to pack up and go. Besides, he was tired of being lectured to by a ghost. Chapter 37. After a hearty breakfast of chocolate chip pancakes, water, cokes, and blueberry breakfast bars, Dan and Paul followed Brock out behind the barn where they pumped gas for both vehicles from a small tank he used for the riding mowers, weed whackers, and 2 ATVs. With his gas-guzzling 2015 Chevy Suburban and the beefy Chevelle, they would have to stop more frequently for gas, but this should get them to the ocean no problem. If there aren't any roadblocks, we could be there in less than 2 hours, Brock said, pulling his zipper up with a hop after watering a dead bush. We'll pack the cars up today, have a few more good meals, and head out tomorrow morning. Paul stared at Jasper's fresh grave with unfocused eyes, throwing in a vacant nod of the head here and there to make it look like he was present. But he wasn't. He was up on that hill, with her. The clouds had turned even darker since breakfast, and the thought of her being alone in this gloom and doom made him shudder. If he couldn't be there with her physically, he would emotionally. We might have better luck finding a boat or a nice beach house in Corpus Christi, Brock said. Dan looked up, filling a large gas can. Don't you mean corpses, Christy? An uneasy laugh rolled from the cowboy. You're probably right about that. Either way, sounds like a plan to me, Dan replied, capping the can. Brock pulled a fresh toothpick from his crisp shirt pocket and stuck it between his lips. Not gonna sound like much of a plan to Cora. You haven't discussed this with her yet? Dan gasped. Brock hung his head and pushed the dirt around with the toe of his boot. She loves this house, born and raised in this town. He paused to survey the landscape, hands on his hips. This is home, he sighed, taking his hat off and mopping the sweat from his brow. He fanned himself with the hat, looking them over for a minute. Y'all want to see some guns? Downstairs in a basement office, decorated with a longhorn skull hanging above the doorway, tiny horse statues, and a framed poster of the good, the bad, and the ugly, Brock unlocked a tall black safe. Dan's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the handguns, shotguns, rifles, knives, and enough ammunition to keep Phil Spector happy hiding inside. Holy shit, you have an M16? M4, Brock corrected, taking the weapon from the safe. Got this from a friend a few years back. He ejected the long magazine, showed them it was fully loaded, and slammed it home. Guy was a U.S. Marshal and a hell of a drinker. Racking around, Brock shoved the stock into his shoulder and stared down a black scope aimed at Clint Eastwood's face. This'll make a mess of things real quick, brother. Dan couldn't shut his mouth.
Dude, that is some serious gun porn. If we each had one of those bad boys, we could do some real damage.
Brock handed him the weapon. Feel the weight. Dan weighed it in both hands.
Damn, that is light as hell.
Has a shorter barrel to ease close quarters combat, telescoping stock, and is capable of mounting a grenade launcher. Dan and Paul turned to him with the same looks branded into their faces. Brock laughed and laid the weapon on an enormous wooden desk with a tiny laptop on it. Unfortunately, I don't have that attachment, and this is the only M4 I got. A toothpick dangled in the corner of his mouth. Don't have much ammo for it neither. Oh, great, Dan murmured. Brock rubbed the hair riding his lip, studying the guns inside the safe. These'll do some damage as well. We should split 'em up in both cars in case we get separated or have to take off in one vehicle in a hurry. Dan and Paul looked at each other. Brock shrugged his broad shoulders. Just in case, he said, shooting Dan a wink and grabbing 2 nylon duffel bags from a closet on the other side of the room. After filling both bags and storing one in each vehicle, Paul left Brock and Dan standing in the driveway, where Brock gave Dan a crash course on operating the M4. Back inside the house, Paul caught Cora gazing fondly at a picture of Chuck propped up on the mantelpiece. She stared at it dreamily with a drink in her hand, not noticing Paul standing behind her. He almost said something, but continued upstairs instead. Gingerly closing a spare bedroom door with a light click, he leaned against it and soaked in the silence. The room was a perfectly normal spare bedroom, but felt perfectly strange at the same time. He draped his gun belt over a white rocking chair and back-flopped onto the bed, rubbing his puffy eyes until he saw stars. All those guns. Was it even worth it to try? What was Sophia's favorite song? Was this his family now? He couldn't see her face. Yawning, he decided he would go back to Des Moines and get their photo albums as soon as it warmed up. That was all there was to it. He couldn't see her face again, and it twisted his insides into wet ropes. His eyes were heavy, and he couldn't remember Sophia's favorite restaurant. Was it Centro or Americana? A gunshot jolted him awake. Throwing back the bedspread he didn't recall putting on, he peered around the room with sleepy eyes for a moment before snatching his gun belt and strapping on. Wendy screamed when he stormed into the hallway and pointed the Beretta at her face. He lowered it. "What's going on?" "I don't know. I was in the bathroom," she said, fastening her belt. He ran downstairs, careful not to roll an ankle, which would be a death sentence in this world. The echo of Wendy's shoes slapping against the hardwood floors followed him into the kitchen. It was empty, so they bolted through the French doors and spilled out onto the deck. A faint sobbing drifted around the corner of the house, drawing them down the steps and into the brown grass. They ran around the corner and found everyone gathered around a young girl lying in the driveway. Paul and Wendy lowered their guns, squinting at the girl's blood-stained lavender dress. Wendy threw a hand over her mouth while Cora stood crying beneath one of Brock's arms. Paul looked from what was left of the girl's head to a purple bicycle with training wheels turned on its side next to the Chevelle, tassels swaying with the breeze. "Lindsay Wagner," Brock said in a husky voice, holstering his .357. "Live down the way." "This isn't right," Cora mumbled. Brock pulled her closer against him and glanced at Paul. "I played poker with her father, and Cora was tight with her mom." The lines around Paul's eyes tightened when he saw the claw marks running down the side of Lindsay's face, the only side left. He looked to Dan, who still had the M4 tucked in his shoulder like the shit wasn't over yet. Paul looked all around, brushing his hand against his sidearm. "She was only 5, Cora said, her words muffled by the fist pressed to her lips. "Come on, little lady," Brock said, ushering her back to the house. "Everything's going to be fine." She shoved him away. "It's not going to be fine, Brock. She was just a little girl, goddammit." Cora swatted teardrops from her cheeks like they were pestering flies. "Who would do something like this? Who?" Slowly she turned her grief-stricken gaze on Paul as if maybe he had something to do with this. "You think flu shots did this?" His eyes fell back to the dead girl, heart breaking all over again. The satin bow holding back her yellow locks matched her dress and tassels. No one was safe, and it wouldn't stop until they were all dead. Whatever it was out for extinction.
Answer me, damn it!
Paul looked up, meeting Cora's watery eyes. I don't know what did this. She swung her pointed gaze to her husband next.
What are you going to do about this, Brock?
I'll take care of it. You just go back inside and calm down.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
He sighed and removed his hat, running a hand through his thick head of hair. What do you want me to do, Cora?
I want you to fix it, all of it. Everyone's dead, for Christ's sake. What are we going to do?
We have a plan, he told her, struggling to maintain his composure. She threw her hands up and feigned a bright smile.
Oh, a plan! How delightful!
Her eyes gravitated back to Lindsay, voice lowering.
Well, it looks like your plan is a little too late.
Let's go back inside, honey, and I'll tell you everything. Cora covered her mouth, tears smearing her perfectly painted mascara. Other than their deceased dog and neighbor, Paul guessed she hadn't seen much action up to this point.
I just don't get it,
Cora said, turning the corner with Brock and disappearing behind the house. The breeze ruffled Lindsay's dress, exposing Dora the Explorer underwear and a bite mark on the back of her left thigh. Paul rubbed his face, whispering an expletive into the wind. He wanted to shoot someone for this because somebody needed to pay, and he was just the man to deliver the bill. Dan did a double take at the show car, eyes thinning.
Son of a bitch,
he muttered, rubbing the driver's side door.
She rode her bike right into the side of the car.
His fingers traced a small scratch in the door. Car show guy's probably rolling over in his grave right now. Wendy arched an eyebrow.
First of all, who cares about the stupid car? You can get any car you want now. And second of all, we didn't bury the car show guy, remember?
Dan turned his attention back to the little girl, his voice dropping to a whisper. She rode her bike. Wendy squatted down like a detective analyzing a body found by a dog walker in a wooded park. They can't ride bikes.
No?
Dan looked up with a drawn face. Why do I get a bad feeling about this? Paul blew out a long breath and scanned the area for more unwanted guests, envisioning a dead farmer riding up on a big green tractor next. Could these things adapt? Learn? He took one last look at Lindsay before going back inside, cursing himself for the gruesome peek. It pissed him off, and Cora was right. She was just a little girl who deserved to grow old and experience all that life had to offer. Back in the spare bedroom, he could hear Brock and Cora arguing in the master bedroom downstairs. Mostly Cora, crying and yelling things Paul couldn't quite make out. He turned on his side and curled up on the small bed, staring at the white rocking chair across the room. He shouldn't be here. This was all wrong. He shut his eyes and tried to see Sophia's face, but couldn't, so he tried to remember the last TV show they watched together. Maybe that would spark something inside. His lips curled up at one corner of his mouth. Parenthood. She loved that show, and he hated it, but it made her laugh so he didn't mind. God, he missed her laugh. Someone tapped on the bedroom door. His eyes cracked open, bringing the rocking chair back into focus. It was almost dark now, and Paul rolled over. Yeah?
Dinner's ready,
Wendy said through the door. Paul checked his watch. Okay, he said, amazed 3 hours had passed by so quickly. Silence took root and began to grow. He could feel Wendy still standing on the other side of the door. I said okay. She stood there, not taking the hint, while Paul realized his wife was dead all over again. Waking up was the worst part. He gritted his teeth, anger rising inside. Why wouldn't she just leave? Was she really that fucking stupid? They aren't the Bradys. He'll be down when he's good and fucking ready to come down.
Okay,
she said, finally reading his mind. He listened to her footsteps fade down the hallway, Sophia's nosebleed springing into his mind from left field. He swung his legs out of the bed and caught a glimpse of his reflection in a freestanding mirror in the corner of the room. The wind fled his lungs like a punch to the gut. On shaky legs, he stepped closer to the man staring back. Paul didn't recognize him and reached out to touch him, to see if he'd really lost that much weight over the past 2 weeks, to see if those sunken eyes were really his. He threw on a ball cap to hide his messy hair before massaging the 2-week-old scruff itching his face and neck. It wasn't him. It was a bad impersonator, like you'd see at some small-town tulip festival. He left the room on heavy legs, taking one last look back over his shoulder. That wasn't Paul Hessler. That man, much like his wife, was gone and never coming back. Downstairs it smelled like a Texas steakhouse again. He took a seat at the long dining room table with the others, exchanging silent nods and staring at a giant platter of smoking steaks with charred stripes like you'd see in a commercial where everything is perfect. But this was far from perfect because Dan told Paul how Brock showed him how to kill a steer for one last big supper. Paul could only blink in response. 2 weeks ago, Dan was hawking iPhones and $50 leopard print cases for his bread and butter. Now he was killing livestock with his bare hands. I mean, there was blood everywhere, Dan continued, slurring a bit and washing the meat down with some Jack and Coke. Paul stared at the half-empty bottle of Jack Daniels sitting next to the platter of steaks, wondering how long they'd been drinking without him, how long they'd been drinking without her. That is so gross. Wendy scrunched her nose up and turned to Brock. How did you do it before the power went out? No, don't tell me, I don't want to know. Brock chuckled and chomped away on the delicious meat, making Paul's mouth water even though he refused to be hungry ever again out of respect for his wife. His eyes drew to Cora while Brock told a story about nearly getting gored by the very animal they were eating. Throughout the sordid tale, Cora quietly pushed food around her plate, her brilliant hazel eyes a heavy shade of gray. She wasn't busying herself with playing hostess like the night before, and Paul couldn't tell if she was upset about Lindsay or too drunk to form complete sentences. Probably a lot of both. Brock finished his story with a half-hearted laugh, and soon the quiet slowly resumed its place in the room. Paul could tell little Lindsay had hit home with Brock and Cora, and their little bonanza fantasy was headed to the slaughterhouse. Paul could see it in their faces. The worst part was that if those things were way out here, they were everywhere. Nowhere was safe. The oversized forks and knives seemed much louder than the night before, and Paul was grateful for the lull in conversation. His mind floated back to the hill overlooking a great valley of trees spreading below. He should have written her name on that cross. Stupid. Brock dropped his utensils to his half-empty plate with a loud clatter, jarring Paul from his thoughts. Brock looked up at the eyes staring back at him. Sorry, guess I'm not very hungry, he said, pushing his chair back and heading for the patio doors. I'm not leaving this house, Brock. Cora's words were slurred but stern nonetheless. He stopped in the doorway and lit up a cigar. Exhaling, he followed the smoke out into the night. Cora threw her fork down and whisked her plate and rocks glass out into the kitchen, while Paul forced himself to chew. Apparently, the plan hadn't gone over well with Cora, and Paul didn't blame her. They could stay here, but it wouldn't take long to deplete the neighboring small towns of their food and ammo. Plus, it smelled like cow shit here. Dan filled everyone's glass, grabbed the bottle of whiskey, and went out back to join Brock. Wendy wiped her mouth on a napkin and gave Paul a tight smile before taking her glass outside and leaving Paul to his intrusive thoughts while Cora noisily cleaned the kitchen. He ate more than he wanted and took advantage of the solitude to go back upstairs and fall asleep before anyone could stop him. His eyelids and legs had gained 100 pounds over the last few days, and all he wanted to do was sleep, until his dreams got their hands on him. Then he just wanted to wake up and scream. He jerked awake at 3:19 in the morning, fully clothed and needing to pee like a racehorse. He had hoped it would have been closer to 6 or 7 so he could put the nightmares behind him for another night, but he still had 3 good hours left to squirm beneath the Sandman's touch. Feeling his way through the dark, Paul slipped into a Jack and Jill bathroom and relieved himself in the bathtub, which, unlike the toilet, was still taking a drain. After that, Paul made sure his gun was loaded and tiptoed downstairs, mouth as dry as a cotton ball. He crept past Dan and Wendy, both curled up asleep on the living room couch, and went into the kitchen. Chugging a bottle of lukewarm water, his gaze hitched on the French doors where a thick fog pressed up against the glass. His Adidas shuffled closer. He set the water on the island without looking, not sure if he was seeing things or if somebody was really standing on the deck. A wave of fog rolled past, and the figure vanished from sight. Paul glanced behind him and then quietly removed the 2 long planks running across the patio doors. He held his breath when he unlocked the deadbolt with a soft click. Heart pounding, he pulled the right door back and let in the fog. Paul stepped out into the night, drawing his handgun and filling his lungs with a cool breath, while the mist coiled around his jeans like ghostly tentacles. He blinked to clear his eyes. A sliver of moonlight broke through a patch in the clouds. The silhouette was standing even closer now, spiking Paul's adrenaline. He opened his mouth to say something that didn't matter, but couldn't find his voice. The shadow watched him, bemused by Paul's incapacitation. A brisk breeze chilled him to the bone, freezing his feet to the deck. The silhouette moved, spurring Paul to take aim. Fog rolled by in a wave, shielding the shadow for a brief moment. Paul spread his legs and pointed the gun with both hands, breathing much too fast to be accurate with his shots. He remembered the camper at the gas station and refused to pull the trigger unless he was absolutely sure his mind wasn't messing with him again. The pale vapor cleared with a slight breeze, and the thing sauntered closer with that all-too-familiar hobble in its step. Not wanting to attract more flesh-eaters with a gunshot piercing the dead of night, Paul backpedaled into the kitchen and locked the patio doors. Holstering his gun, he pulled a knife from a butcher's block, the blade long and sharp. Tightly gripping the handle, he envisioned himself stabbing the thing through the skull. He would have to get close, but he could do this. They do it in the movies all the time. Granted, this was real life, but sometimes less was more. He forced his legs to take a step toward the doors when a teenage boy floated out of the fog and smashed into the glass. Paul tripped and fell to his ass, watching the pimply-faced boy in a Slipknot concert tee languidly claw at the glass door. Another figure dashed through the fog behind the teen and disappeared. "We've got company!" Paul yelled, scrambling to his feet and trading the knife for his Beretta. The gangly teen licked the glass with a charred tongue, desperate for a taste of Paul's flesh. He aimed for the kid's big nose, pushing the teen back into the fog and out of sight. The boy's sudden reaction triggered a frown to slide down Paul's face like a slow-moving avalanche. The kid seemed to recognize the gun's repercussions, which was impossible, wasn't it? Paul inched closer, pointing the weapon at the doors, the swirling vapor playing tricks on him. "What's wrong?" Dan asked, stumbling into the dark kitchen with his Glock out. Paul spoke in a chilled whisper. "There's at least 2 out there." Dan followed Paul's intense gaze to the French doors, blinking the sleep from his eyes. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, I'm sure," he snapped, the camper family slipping through his mind again. He could hear the doubt in Dan's voice and didn't blame him, but it pissed him off just the same. "Let's hold on for a second and maybe they'll go away." "Maybe we should put the boards back," Dan whispered, staring at the 2 planks lying on the floor. Paul nodded to the doors. "Lock the deadbolt, too," he whispered. Dan's face crumbled. "Me? I'll cover you." "No way, you do it." "I already have my gun out." Dan raised the gun in his hand. "So do I." "What's going on?" Wendy asked, pink gun clutched in both hands like she was on some primetime cop show. Paul put a finger to his lips and jerked his chin to the French doors. "2 of them out on the deck." "Seriously?" "There's nobody out there," Dan whispered, squinting through the glass. Swallowing against the lump in his throat, Paul knelt down and grabbed a board, sweat dripping from his brow. "There is." Wendy stepped closer. "How can you see anything? It's so foggy out." A nude man flung himself from the fog-shifting grasp and smashed against the doors, fingernails scratching against the glass. Paul jumped and dropped the board, watching the man bounce back into the curling haze and disappear from view. "Oh shit!" Dan took aim. "You weren't kidding." The three stood with their guns aimed at the patio doors, the quiet ringing in Paul's ears. It was the same kind of quiet just before an EF-5 rips a small town to pieces. Uneven breaths made his chest hitch, and he stiffened when a faint shadow rushed from one side of the deck to the other. "Did you see that?" he whispered. Wendy threw her hair over her shoulder. "See what?" Paul scurried over and replaced the boards. "They're fucking with us." Glass broke somewhere in the basement, and Paul spun around on his heels, pointing the flat black Beretta at the door next to the fridge. Dan holstered his handgun and grabbed the state trooper's shotgun leaning in the corner, while Wendy covered the French doors. Heavy bootsteps thundered down the hallway. "What's the score, boss?" Brock asked gruffly, fastening his gun belt around a pair of boxers. Paul guessed he slept in that hat because there was no way he would have wasted the time putting it on when all hell was breaking loose like this. But he had. Cora's satin-red robe glimmered when she crossed through a slice of moonlight, her bare feet slapping against the hardwood flooring. Her swollen eyes looked to Paul for clarification as Brock snatched a flashlight from the counter and tossed it to Wendy. He grabbed the other flashlight but didn't turn it on, keeping it just as ready as the smoke wagon in his right hand. "At least 3 of them," Paul replied, eyes bouncing between the basement door and the deck. "2 out back and someone's downstairs." Brock pushed Cora behind him and took up a defensive stance, white belly hanging over his hand-stitched gun belt. "Dan and Wendy take the basement door. Paul and I will cover the deck." It wasn't a suggestion, and without another word they waited in the glowing darkness. The house was dead quiet. Paul's skin crawled. They shared wide-eyed looks, afraid to breathe. "Maybe we should go downstairs and check it out," Dan whispered, pointing the shotgun at the basement door. Wendy adjusted her grip on Sophia's gun. "I'll cover you." He frowned. "Damn, why am I always the one that has to go?" Brock shushed them and tipped his hat back, searching the ceiling for something Paul didn't see. Cora, who looked half fucked up from last night and totally scared to death, followed her husband's roaming gaze. "What is it?" Brock looked down, face drawn and pale. "They're on the roof." "What?" Dan hissed. "I don't hear anything." "They're up there." "How?" "I don't know." "Can they get inside?" Brock swallowed hard. "We have dormer windows." "Oh, great," Dan whispered, grabbing the doorknob to the basement. "Well, someone is definitely downstairs. I'm going down there." "I'll go with you," Wendy said, falling in line. The angry teenager smashed into the glass door again, and Cora screamed. Brock lit the bastard up with the flashlight, drawing a bead on the worst case of acne Paul had ever seen. Red sores oozed yellow pus down the kid's peeling face, dripping to the deck in wet globs. Paul shot a hand out. "Don't shoot! They'll get in if the glass breaks!" Something knocked over and broke downstairs that sounded like a lamp, pulling their attention from the teenager. Brock swung his gun to the basement door. "They're already in." The flashlight trembled in Wendy's hand as much as the gun in her other. They waited, the calm before the storm ringing the air from their lungs. Dan looked back to Wendy and grabbed the basement doorknob again. "Ready?" She nodded. "Go." He was about to pull it open when 3 walking corpses banged into the French doors like bugs to light. It was the teenager and the naked guy again, now joined by a white-haired black lady still carrying a purse. The trio pounded against the doors, and Paul knew the glass wouldn't hold long. Someone smashed against the basement door, and Dan and Wendy fell to their asses. They didn't hear a single footstep come up those stairs, and Paul had time to wonder if the dead were launching a coordinated attack. The basement door burst open with the next crash, sending splinters flying. Dan fired a booming round from his butt, catapulting a fireman to the bottom of the carpeted steps in a heap. The man didn't get back up, but 2 of his firefighter buddies stumbled over his lifeless body like he meant nothing to them and took their rightful place in the dinner line, hats and all. Wendy fired wild shots, the 9mm jumping in her hands. The firemen absorbed the hits and kept climbing, while 2 red-headed teens brought up the rear with matching freckles and scratches on their faces. Paul couldn't tell if they were freckles or blood spots. He turned back to the patio doors, trembling beneath each bruising wallop from the corpses outside. "Jesus Christ, we're surrounded!" "Steady now," Brock yelled, keeping his gun trained on the glass doors.
Hold that basement, Dan.
Dan unloaded vociferous blasts down the stairwell, building a pile of firefighters at the bottom. The twin sisters cleared the bodies and kept climbing with what looked like grins cutting into their pasty cheeks. Dan pumped the shotgun and fired a dry click at their faces.
I'm out,
he hollered over Wendy's gunshots, throwing the Browning down the stairs at a decomposing hippie in a tie-dyed t-shirt pushing past the sisters. Brock stepped around Cora and blasted the man back to hippie hell, sending his blonde dreadlocks spiraling through the air as he joined the others at the bottom of the staircase. The lifeless mound of rotten flesh grew, barely slowing the festering slugs coming out of the woodwork somewhere below. Cora screamed when the French doors shattered into the kitchen, spraying her bare feet with glass. The teenager wrestled with the top board running across the doors, and Paul put a bullet through his nose, dropping the kid flat on his back and shaking the top board loose in the process. The elderly woman tripped over the lower board and fell into the kitchen. Brock blew her head off before putting a hole through the chest of the naked man removing the last board. A dark-skinned man with red eyes stumbled out of the fog and into the kitchen like he lived there, reaching for Paul with a hunger to his moan. Paul shot him in the shoulder, knocking him back a step, and then put a round through his face. The man dropped to his knees, revealing 4 more dead people standing behind him on the deck. "Fucking A!" Paul cried, emptying his magazine into the ragtag group. Wendy emptied her mag into the fiends ascending the stairs. "There's too many of them!" Dan unloaded his sidearm while Wendy and Brock reloaded. Cora stood in the middle of the room pulling at her hair, terror twisting her pretty face into something unrecognizable. "Let's get to the cars!"
Paul,
Brock bellowed, snapping the chamber shut on his .357.
we can't hold them off much longer. Head out the back.
"They're all over the deck!" Paul yelled over the gunfire, fishing a new mag from the pouch in his drop-leg holster.
"We gotta try."
Brock shot the naked guy again and grabbed Cora's hand.
"Come on, Dan,"
he yelled, towing Cora to the French doors.
"You guys go. I'll hold him off for a minute."
Dan popped 2 more zombies in the head and sent them tumbling down the staircase. He ejected the magazine and slapped in another.
"We all leave now!"
Paul stepped through the broken French doors, his gun going first. Brock, Cora, and Wendy followed him into the fog bank, where there was no telling who was human and who was not. Chapter 38. Glass crunched beneath Paul's shoes. He readied himself for someone to come lunging out of the fog at any second. Handgun blasts rang out from inside the house, the smell of gunpowder and decay hanging in the air. Cora cursed as she stepped on a piece of broken glass in her bare feet. Paul jerked his gun to a shadow, but the fog rolled past and no one was there. "I hope you got your keys, 'cause I ain't got mine," Brock whispered, barely visible through the haze. "I got 'em." Cora gripped the back of her husband's gun belt, inching forward and seeing things that weren't there. "Maybe you killed them all." "I hope so," Wendy replied, swinging her gun around. Carefully stepping over a dead woman, Paul saw her seize his ankle and bite into his calf, but it was only his imagination slowing him down. He released a pent-up breath when he found the stairs to the backyard. Brock ran into him from behind, nearly pushing him down the steps. The shooting stopped inside the house, and Paul took advantage of the calm to listen for movement. "I can't see shit," he said, feeling Brock's warm breath on the back of his neck. "Bad time for a fog out," Brock murmured, with Cora glued to his backside. "Let's just stay calm and get to the car." "Good idea," Wendy said, her head on a greased-up swivel. One at a time, they filed down the staircase and felt their way into the long driveway where the fog wasn't quite as thick. Shelley One's taillights appeared between the Suburban and Cora's red Mercedes. A claustrophobic silence enveloped them as they crept closer to the Chevelle. Paul looked over his shoulder for Dan, but couldn't see more than 10 or 15 feet behind him. Dan should be here by now. The shooting had stopped, and Paul wanted to call out to him, but he turned back around instead, the fog abating just enough to expose 3 spooks standing on the other side of the cars. Paul and Brock stood shoulder to shoulder and unleashed a flurry of bullets, making it unclear who shot who, while Cora plugged her ears. "We're clear," Paul said, glancing behind him. "Dan, let's go!" Something screamed and 3 handgun reports rang out from inside the house.
"I'm right behind you,"
Dan yelled back, firing off another 3-round burst.
Get the goddamn car started! Now, Dan! Paul dodged two corpses that popped out from the other side of Brock's white Suburban. One grabbed Wendy by the hair, yanking her head back. She screamed as the thing pressed its teeth against her forearm. Paul shot the stiff at close range, spraying Wendy with blood, and then he shot its friend, spending only 2 rounds in the process. Bullet economy was essential these days. "Are you bit?" he yelled. Wendy looked up from her arm, eyes wide and untamed. "No." "They're everywhere," Cora howled, one hand holding onto Brock, the other pulling at her hair. Paul stopped at Shelley 1, and Cora wasn't kidding. The undead were everywhere, limping, moaning, reaching. It was time to go. A fat man in a Carhartt bibs charged from the shadows, running at Paul with determined steps. Paul took a steadying breath as the thing sprinted closer. He knew he'd only get one clear shot before the man smashed him against the car and bit down. Paul squeezed the trigger and the man's head snapped back. He fell to the concrete, and Paul took out 2 more fiends behind him with Brock and Wendy shooting their guns in the background. Thanks to the whirling vapor, it was hard to see the living dead until the last few seconds, and the idea that they were using the fog for cover slipped through Paul's mind. He dropped 2 more ghouls, then 3. Crumpled bodies littered the driveway along with dozens of spent shell casings shimmering in the moonlight. It smelled like rotten eggs and burnt gunpowder. Footsteps raced up the driveway behind Paul, and relief shot through him. He turned to Dan, face slumping when he saw the heavy-set woman with short gray hair charging at breakneck speed. Paul shot her in the face, stepping to the side as she bounced off the car and crumbled to the ground. He fired at a skinny man shuffling from the barn, but the gun clicked dry. "Shit!" he cried, hopping inside the Chevelle and firing it up. Wendy whittled away at an unyielding pack of stiffs creeping out from behind the trees in the front yard, while Brock reloaded. "Get in the car!" Paul cried, slapping in his last magazine. Brock swung the chamber shut and yelled at Cora to get in the back seat, but she stood frozen with fear, watching the things close in around them. Brock took out a young boy and then a man in cowboy boots. "Get in the fucking car, Cora!" he screamed, firing the behemoth weapon like it was a toy gun in his big hand. Cora held tight to his belt. He tried shaking her off while taking aim at the horde stumbling closer. Wendy grabbed Cora and shoved her into the smooth back seat, sliding in behind her and slamming the door shut and locking it. "Brock!" Paul said, checking the rearview mirror for Dan. Brock's gun ran out of bullets. He turned to see Cora safely inside the car and tossed her a warm smile just before 3 men violently jerked him to the driveway. Cora screamed and tried to get out of the car, but Wendy held her back and locked the other door as Paul sprang from the car and raced around the front. Brock clubbed the bastards in the head with the butt of his gun. Paul took careful aim, not sure which stiff to shoot first, afraid of hitting Brock in the process. Heartbeat hammering, Paul squeezed the trigger. A man in army fatigue snapped backwards and stopped moving, causing one of his buddies to stumble off into the fog with Brock's left arm. Brock howled in pain, his gun clicking dryly as he kept pulling the trigger. Paul whirled around just in time to shoot some lady in the forehead before turning back to the man tearing into Brock's neck. Cora's screams made him lightheaded. He stepped closer, sweat stinging his eyes, and shot the man in the side of the head. Kicking the lifeless bag of bones off of Brock, Paul shrank at the sight of the cowboy's upturned eyes and the blood spurting from the bite marks in his neck and shoulder. "Brock!" Cora wailed from inside the car, fighting Wendy to get out. More of the smelly bastards floated from the shifting fog. Paul swore under his breath and slid across the car's hood. Climbing behind the wheel, he yanked the door shut just before a shredded postal worker grabbed his arm. He locked the door and twisted around in the seat. "Where's Dan?" he yelled over Cora's relentless shrieks. "I don't know," Wendy yelled, struggling to keep Cora inside the vehicle. Fists pounded against the windows, threatening to break the tempered glass. Paul searched the back of the driveway through wide eyes, praying his best friend since high school would shoot from the fog like a bat out of hell at any second. The front of the car dipped, drawing Paul's harrowed attention. His features twisted into an incredulous ball when he found himself face to face with an obese woman in flannel pajamas, perched on Shelley's hood like a silverback gorilla. The middle-aged woman looked fresh, like she'd just turned. She screamed so loud Paul had to cover his ears. "There he is!" Wendy cried. He turned to see Dan finally coming down the driveway, heart nearly jumping out of his chest with joy. "Come on, Dan, hurry!" But Dan was in no hurry. Paul's jaw fell open.
Wendy stared out the back window, bear-hugging Cora. "What's he doing?" Paul shifted into reverse and lit Dan up with white lights. Paul's heart stopped on a dime. His veins turned to ice. The gorilla on the hood drove a meaty fist into the front windshield, spiderwebbing the glass, but Paul didn't notice. He was too busy watching Dan hobble closer. "No," Paul said dully. Wendy screamed. Dan ran into the rear bumper and reached for them, quietly begging them to wait up, his face a bloody mess. The past flickered through Paul's mind. Iowa Cubs games with Dan at Principal Park, sunny rounds of golf, camping trips, games of Madden on the couch. "Dan!" Wendy shrieked, letting go of Cora, who quickly unlocked her back door and opened it. Paul shifted into drive just as the woman on the hood smashed her fist through the windshield. He threw an arm up to block the bloody hand from pulling him through the jagged hole, while Wendy snagged the back of Cora's robe with fingertips and pulled her back inside the car. Pajamas clawed at Paul's face, her yellow nails missing his nose by less than an inch. He turned his head to the side and moved the seat all the way back, giving him just enough room to take one last look at his best friend he wished he hadn't taken. Dan stared at him through his only eye, jaw hanging by a sinewy thread. "Fuck!" Paul screamed, turning around and putting a bullet through Pajama's hand and punching the accelerator. The woman rolled off the hood as he flew down the driveway. Peering through the hole in the windshield, he avoided the shambling screamers as much as possible, fearful of stalling the car. If they lost it here, they'd never outrun the fat ones. He glanced in the rearview mirror to see Pajamas join Dan and Brock in their newfound quest for flesh and blood. In a pulse of thought, Paul wondered if some basic instinct would cause Dan and Brock to stick together, or would they wander off on their separate paths to go it alone. "Look out!" Wendy screamed. Paul jerked the wheel to the left and Shelley 1 obeyed, barely clipping a UPS driver in torn brown clothing. "God damn, how many UPS drivers are out there?" "Paul," Cora bawled in the back seat. "Please stop the car." It sounded like she was yelling underwater as he white-knuckled the wheel and braced for impact when a tall man with long hair darted from the fog. Paul didn't swerve and hit him head-on instead, sending the man crashing through the cattle fence. The tires squealed as Paul swerved around a group of rotting corpses at the end of the driveway. Cora punched him in the back of the head, her diamond ring splitting his scalp. "We have to go back!" Paul slid the car sideways into the road out front, sending Cora crashing against Wendy and gravel pelting the zombies crawling out of the ditch. Speeding off into the night, Paul looked back to see the undead funneling through the hole in the fence. He turned back to the road, forcing himself to breathe, and buried the gas pedal to drown out Cora's incessant cries. Chapter 39, Day 16. Paul popped his eyes open and stared at Shelley's dimpled ceiling, the quiet buzzing in his ears like a swarm of bees. His heart sank as his throbbing mind slowly put the pieces together. Dan and Brock were dead. Paul sat up and rubbed the back of his head, wincing in pain. Twisting in the front seat, he squinted through the morning gray to see Wendy stretched across the back seat and sound asleep. A heavy sigh slipped through his chapped lips, the windows fogged over from their heavy breathing. Somehow they were still alive. His heart jumped into his throat. He turned and looked at Wendy again. Cora was gone. His eyes went to Cora's unlocked door. It was barely shut, just enough to turn off the dome light. Grimacing, he hopped out into a rugged dirt field and stumbled. The fog was gone, but the panic wasn't. Spinning in frantic rotations, he cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled her name, the echo carrying on the wind. A crow squawked back. He whirled in the soil and screamed her name again. Standing frozen, Paul held his racing breath, hands balled into fists. Jesus. Wendy popped out from the back seat, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, with dried blood on her face and clothes. "Where is she?" "I don't know," he said, surveying the rural landscape while grasping at shallow gulps of crisp morning air. "How long has she been gone?" "I don't know. I just woke up." "Well, where did she go?" Wendy cried, casing the countryside with him. "I don't know." He stopped doing circles, the motion making him woozy. "Fuck," he said, kicking the soil. The wind tugged at Wendy's long hair like it was trying to show her something off to the northeast.
She can't just be gone. We would have heard her get out of the car.
Stop walking. Wendy watched him scan the dirt field around the car.
What are you doing?
Looking for footprints. The ground was moist on top with dew, but hard and clumpy beneath, difficult to read. His own prints left faint marks, and he had at least 60 pounds on Cora. He tried recalling the shoes she'd been wearing and drew a blank filled with 1,000 other gruesome images. Paul swore and kicked the dirt again. Wendy looked to him with that terrified look in her eyes that pissed him off even more. It was too much pressure. He didn't have all of the answers. In fact, he didn't have any. Releasing a defeated breath, Paul linked his fingers behind his head and stared off into the distance. From here, you would never know hell had thrown back its charred gates. Even under turbulent skies, it was beautiful and serene, the smell of the ocean playing peekaboo on a light breeze. Brow knitting together, his feet uncomfortably followed his eyes to the trunk. He popped it, triggering a sliver of hope to pump an extra beat into his broken heart. The food, water, and duffel bag they'd packed the day before was another break. Son of a bitch, he whispered, not sure if he was happy or sad. The basic weapons would only prolong the inevitable, and the M4 was back in Brock's Suburban. Paul sighed. They could have used it with just the two of them now. Thank God, Wendy said, unzipping the bag and grabbing a box of ammo. If we would have waited until this morning to load the car. Dolefully, she shook her head and filled a magazine, teardrops streaking her filthy cheeks. We have to find her. Paul's gaze drifted back the way they came, wondering if Dan and Brock were still hobbling after them. Paul had no idea how far they drove last night, or in which direction. He just remembered driving to the sound of sobbing in the back seat, and God knows where they were now, let alone where Cora might be. Taking the duffel bag and some water from the trunk, he got back inside the car and angrily slammed his door shut. Meanwhile, Wendy mulled over their limited options with her hands on her hips before hopping into the passenger seat and locking all the doors. She took a long drink of water and passed it to Paul, who finished the bottle with greedy chugs. His mind shuffled like a detective. When did you last see Cora? Before I fell asleep last night. What was she wearing? A shiny red robe. Which direction did she go? No idea. Where would she want to go? Home. Paul started the car and reversed their path, or something close to it. With pockets of fog masking their surroundings last night, he wasn't entirely sure which direction to go. After a handful of miles, he began driving a poorly thought-out grid pattern, getting lost twice before finding his way back to the highway. He banged his fist against the steering wheel and swore, making Wendy flinch. They combed the area for several miles, the wind bustling through the serrated hole in the front windshield. Nothing. The gas light came on, ripping at his insides because this is when it would happen. On a gas run, just the two of them. He pulled over and turned the Chevelle off. Outside of a barking dog in the distance, it was noiseless, the kind of quiet you never want to hear again. Goosebumps rippled across his flesh as he pictured Cora wandering around out there by herself, cold and unarmed. Paul dropped his face into his hands. Fucking shit, he grumbled under his breath. When he realized he hadn't thought about Sophia in a while now, his anger flowered. These damn things not only wanted to eat them, but they wouldn't let them rest long enough to mourn, and that's all he wanted to do. The thought of siphoning gas with just Wendy made him laugh. Her eyes narrowed. What's so funny? He shook his head, afraid to tell her they were finished, afraid to tell her this was the end. Paul wasn't even sure he could get out of the car again. Every muscle in his body screamed with the slightest movement, while a dull thud rotated behind his eyes. We need gas. Her eyes darted to the dash. Do we even have a siphon? Paul nodded, surveying the open land around them. We made sure both cars did, he replied, the word we driving a knife through his windpipe. Wendy put her hair back into a ponytail and straightened her bloody V-neck t-shirt. Well, this ought to be good. Staring straight ahead like she was watching something play out against the broken window, something ghastly, She spoke in a weak voice. How long until we're next? I'm going to start heading south again. Her eyes snapped over to him. What do you mean? I mean, she's gone. Paul looked around. I'm not even sure where we are. You just want to give up? Cora is the one who gave up, Wendy. I'm still here. Wendy vehemently shook her head. No. She could be anywhere. We'll keep looking then. We've already looked everywhere. He sighed and lowered his voice. Look, we don't even know where we're at. She could be hours ahead of us or behind us. Or dead, he thought. His eyes scoured the flattened landscape around them. What else could they do? Even if they were able to find Cora, he was certain she would only do something stupid like this again, and the next time they would all die. After all, she left the car door unlocked, and in this world, that was the equivalent to leaving your door unlocked in East St. Louis in the old world. Without Brock, she was a loose cannon, and Paul knew the feeling. He started the car and turned to Wendy, who refused to meet his eyes. I'm sorry. Chapter 40. Paul siphoned gas from a beige Escalade parked in front of a convenience store while Wendy covered him from behind. The bigger vehicles had larger tanks and, usually, more gas. If the car doors were unlocked, he would have searched for a set of hidden spare keys. Thanks to pajamas, it was difficult to see out Shelley's shattered front windshield and chilly as hell in the morning air. In the end, he decided not to risk the noise from breaking out a window and bled the tank dry instead. What were the odds the keys were inside a luxury SUV like this? Not good. No, they would find a new car somewhere else, probably a dealership with a box of keys in the office and their choice of colors parked outside in the lot. They didn't speak while the last of the gas gurgled into Shelley 1 from the 5-gallon can. Paul stared at the shuttered gas station and caught a whiff of the old world going on around him. He could see the cars coming and going, people filling their tanks and tires, nozzles automatically clicking off. It would never be like that again, people going about their business without a care in the world. After emptying the can, Paul screwed the caps back on it in the car. What could do this? He tossed the can and siphon back into the trunk, following Wendy's gaze to a pair of bloody handprints on the station's windows. Jesus Kills smeared in blood just below. A number of answers rifled through Paul's head. Bioterrorism, North Korea, witchcraft, or maybe the world's anger had turned from hateful online comments into something tangible, something deadly. Paul slammed the trunk shut and got back in the car. At any rate, what could anyone have done to prevent it? Protest? March in the streets and flip over some cars? He grunted, leading the black Chevelle down a winding 2-lane highway under a sad sky. Like that shit ever did anything before but fan the flames. The wind howled through the windshield, ruffling his hair, and if it started to rain they'd have to pull over. The closer they got to the ocean, the more it hit home. Everyone was dead. Everyone. Wendy nonchalantly dabbed at an eye, fighting back more tears. She looked older in the daylight. Time was different in this world. 2 weeks equaled 2 years. He opened his mouth to tell her they would be okay, that they could do this on their own, but returned his attention to the road instead, too tired to even lie. She sensed his distress and took his hand in hers. We'll be okay. He replied with a shallow nod and slowed down at a pack of abandoned vehicles blocking the road. Coming to a complete stop, Paul surveyed the best way to go around when a man in a trucker hat emerged from the red cab of an 18-wheeler up ahead. Look, there's someone, Wendy announced, sitting up straighter. Paul watched the man climb down from the cab. He looks normal, Wendy said in a hopeful tone, eager to restock the ones they'd lost. The whole power in numbers thing. Maybe he needs help. But the closer the man came, the more Paul realized they were the ones who needed the help. The man stumbled and lost his cap, but didn't bother picking it up. Go, she said coldly. Paul studied the steep ditches bordering the road on both sides. It looked like a good way to roll the car, so he squeezed between a blue Prius and another car instead, scraping the side of the Prius as the man limped closer. The Chevelle wedged itself between the cars, coming to a jerky halt. The man reached for them, nearly to Wendy's door. "Go, Paul!" He gunned it and knocked the Prius out of the way with a long metallic screech, accelerating into the open road ahead. In the rearview mirror, he watched the man stumble after them. Palm trees and signs for different beaches rushed by in a dizzying blur, everything strange, everything foreign. Even Wendy seemed strange and foreign. Hell, he barely knew her, yet here they were, the last two people on Earth. "Do you still believe in God?" she asked. The day's gray light cast an eerie glow across her drawn face. He turned back to the road without answering. She frowned. "I mean, how could you after everything that's happened?" He drummed his fingers against the wheel and shifted in the seat, butt going numb. She folded her arms across her chest. "I'm probably already dead, and this is my version of hell." He looked over to her. "You're not dead, not yet anyway." "Oh, that's reassuring." The road droned beneath them, issuing a soothing vibration throughout the classic ride. Paul took a Jimmy Buffett CD from the glove box, the only CD in the car, and debated putting it in the updated Pioneer deck before throwing the disc out the window instead. "Hey!" Wendy shouted. He tried the radio again, and nothing, not even static. When he hit the seek button, the digital numbers flipped by without stopping. It was impossible to tell what even used to be a radio station. The dead air gave him the chills. Wendy watched the digits spin, hoping they would snag on something, but they just kept rolling, lost in a sea of nothingness. She turned to face him, her ponytail blowing in the wind. "I don't want to end up like one of those things." "We won't," he said, turning up the heater. "How can you be so sure? Look what's happened to everyone else. As far as we know, we're the last two people on the entire planet." "There are more people somewhere." He adjusted his seatbelt again, which kept getting tighter every few miles. "There has to be." But for all he knew, she could be right, and the fate of mankind was resting squarely upon their shoulders. If that was the case, mankind was in for some serious trouble. They passed a Ford F-150 with perfect windows, and Paul considered pulling over and trading out the battered show car, but was too tired to attempt such a brazen move without knowing if the keys were inside or not. Nothing was easy, not with just the two of them. "So what now?" she asked, breaking the silence. "We'll figure something out." "Something like what?" He didn't answer. Right now, he just wanted to drive, not talk. The ghastly image of Dan bobbed to the surface in his groggy mind, sticking him with poisoned darts. Dan turned so fast. How was that even possible? Paul's mom and Sophia took days to turn, but Dan changed in a matter of minutes, if not seconds. Maybe multiple bites could speed up the infection. Paul didn't know, but the unpredictability of it all left a sour taste in his mouth. With some effort, he pushed the image of Dan's dangling jaw back down and tried to focus on Sophia's heart-shaped face, which was hazy and missing some pieces around the edges, leaving him feeling claustrophobic and hopeless. If he couldn't be with her, he at least needed to see her. They rode in silence, passing through one ghost town after another. "Eventually, I'm going back." A quizzical look slid across Wendy's blood-stained face. "Back where?" "To Des Moines." "Iowa?" He nodded. "Back to my house." "For what?" Paul's Adam's apple bobbed. "Some photo albums." "Photo albums? Paul, it's not worth risking—" He pounded his fist against the wheel, honking the horn as they blazed past a shop selling boogie boards and bikinis. "I can't see her face. What don't you get about that?" She stared at him, slack-jawed and unnerved. "And what am I supposed to do?" "We'll find some other people soon." "Other people? And what, you're just going to leave me with complete strangers?" "Strangers?" he chuckled. "What's my last name again?" Eyebrows sinking, she opened her mouth to reply, but didn't. The quiet resumed its place as the car blazed past a CVS with shattered windows and a woman's body impaled on a metal handicapped sign in the parking lot. Wendy breathed out. "We're not complete strangers." Shelley 1 flew along as the sky darkened with an approaching storm system. Paul yawned and thought about being with Sophia on the picnic table the other night, just the two of them under a blanket of stars. "Where do you think the president is?" Wendy asked, taking her shoes off and resting her red-painted toes on the dash. "Probably flying around in Air Force One somewhere, looking for a safe place to land before they run out of fuel." "That would be horrible." "If he's even still alive." "Why do you think that, out of all the people out there, we made it? Why us?" He stared out the hole in the front window and shrugged. "Bad luck, I guess." She got quiet, wiping away another teardrop, making a break for it down her cheek. "Thank you for saving my life." He kept his eyes on the road. "Back in Brock's driveway," she clarified, rubbing the spot on her arm where a zombie had pressed its teeth the night before. If Paul would have hesitated for even a second, she'd be on the other team today, and he'd be sitting here alone. Wendy rested a hand on his, studying his strong profile. "The Chinese say when you save somebody's life, they belong to you." He took his hand back as they crested a hill and watched the ocean unfold before them like a springtime flower. It was a beautiful sight, the body of water running to the ends of the earth, its infinite mass breathtaking. Seagulls rode the frenetic airwaves above, and Paul remembered Mike asking if there were sharks in the ocean. Paul sat up straighter and stepped on the gas, driving Shelley 1 onto a smooth stretch of sandy beach near Port O'Connor, Texas. He shut the car off and sat there, soaking it all in. This was the end of the line and the end of the plan. Mike and Matt would have loved it here. They all would have. Paul exchanged a silent glance with Wendy before getting out and filling his lungs with a deep breath of salty air. She climbed out and pulled her ponytail free, letting the wind run through her hair while stretching her arms out and shutting her eyes. Seagulls cried out overhead and swooped down for a closer look, convinced Wendy and Paul had already dropped some scraps to the sand. As far as the eye could see, the beach was clear of people, dead or alive. Just the same, he retrieved a pistol-grip shotgun from the duffel bag in the back seat, thinking of Brock as he did so. Stopping in front of the car, Paul dropped into the sand and set the stockless weapon next to him, pulling his knees to his chest. Wendy sat cross-legged beside him and watched the waves crash onto the beach and throw spray into the air. They made it. Sort of. "It's so beautiful," she murmured, gazing out over the water. "Everything seems so normal." Squinting into the ocean breeze, Paul tried to remember normal. Valentine's Day seemed so long ago now, one of the last normal days on the planet. A day he and Sophia spent at a nice Chinese restaurant, where soft lights and low music set the romantic tone in her voice. She looked so beautiful that night, and she should be here with him now, not some fucking waitress from Kansas he barely knew. Fuck! The wind tugged at Wendy's hair. "What are you thinking about?" He redirected his attention to a small dock housing some large boats down the way. This was the end of the plan, and without Sophia and Dan, he had no clue what to do next. Without them, he couldn't think, couldn't see. Sophia's last words rattled around inside his skull like loose change in a dryer. "You're the only hope." The wind carried off his bitter laughter, sweeping it down the barren beach. Some fucking hope. A lot of good it did Dan. "I'm sorry about Dan," Wendy said, reading his mind. "You were lucky to have a friend like him. He made me laugh." Paul turned to find her soft blue eyes staring back. He nodded a little and swung his gaze back to the empty horizon, fighting the tears blurring his vision. He needed to focus. Not a single boat, plane, or pedestrian moved in any direction. His stomach turned. He didn't know what to do next, but he did know one thing. They were in trouble. "I miss my sister." Paul turned to her. "What was her name again?" "Tammy." Wendy let sand run through her fingers. "Maybe she and Joe made it out of town and got away." "Yeah, maybe." He followed her drifting gaze to some pastel-colored cottages down the way. They looked nice, but how long until another rude awakening struck in the middle of the night? Even if they boarded up the windows and doors, which would require some serious material and energy, They would eventually find themselves surrounded by dozens of those things, if not hundreds. Then what? 2 people could only fire off so many rounds at a time. He turned back to the dock. "Do you want to go back to Des Moines?" His brown eyes pinched together. "Because I'll go back right now if you want to." He watched the rolling waves, their thundering crashes loud enough to cover the grunts and snarls of any approaching infected. The hairs bristled on the back of Paul's neck. He twisted around to see Shelley 1 staring at him, looking like she'd seen better days, just like him. His gaze gravitated back to the ocean's pull. "Maybe when it gets warmer." She nodded, letting fine grains of sand slip through her fingers. "I wish I could draw. I'd sketch you a picture of her." A guttural scream went off in the distance like a siren, yanking their attention down the beach. Wendy took his hand and squeezed. He glanced at the funky-colored beach houses before turning back to the dock. The larger boats probably had a small kitchen and bedroom on board, maybe even a functioning bathroom, but the odds of finding keys seemed remote at best. Another scream rang out, this one from behind them. Paul glanced over his shoulder and blew out a long breath. Those things were everywhere. Wendy scooted closer in the sand. Sophia's words hunted him like annoying mosquitoes. "Help them get to the ocean and don't let anything get in your way." He turned back to the cottages. None were on stilts, and they sure as hell couldn't build anything better. His eyes flickered back to the boats. Most looked expensive and difficult to operate. Paul and Dan used to own a ski boat, but the ones parked at the dock were much larger, and he could only imagine the numerous switches and gauges crowding the dash. With the wind in his face, he closed his eyes and stopped thinking for a minute. His brain felt like it was pressing against the inside of his skull. He thought about using a corkscrew to relieve the building pressure. It would be a sweet relief. Maybe they should go back. Things had to have calmed down in Des Moines by now. They could sneak in and out. He needed to touch her things, smell them, sleep with them. When he opened his eyes, Sophia was standing in front of him with her toes buried in the sand. She was as beautiful as the first day they met at the gym. Giving him one of her uplifting smiles, she gestured to the boats directly behind her. His face sank along with his heart. She should be here, not a figment of his fucked-up imagination. Then, just like that, she was gone. He blinked, staring at the boats in the distance. Paul turned to Wendy. She was his family now, and the thought nearly made him cry. It wasn't fair. "You think they can swim?" Her gaze thinned. "I doubt it. Like Brock said, they can barely walk." "Ever been on a boat before?" She followed his line of sight to the dock. "Joe had a ski boat we went on all the time." He got up and brushed sand from his rear end. "Let's go," he said, helping her up. "Where are we going to find keys?" "Hopefully in the pocket of the first dead guy we come across." He scanned the nearby beach houses. Or maybe in one of those houses. She returned an uncertain stare as he made sure his guns were loaded and the safeties were off. Paul started across the beach, heart pounding harder when he saw his wife's footprints in the sand. Chapter 41. Wendy followed Paul onto the narrow dock, which was rickety and free of dead people. Without permission, he stepped aboard a large white boat with "Wine and Down" printed across the back. Leaning the small shotgun in a corner, he cupped his hands around his face and peered through a sliding glass door. It was perfect inside, with a living room under the helm and a small kitchen to boot. He grabbed the door's long handle and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. "Let's break it," Wendy said, nervously looking around with her gun out. Paul took a quick look around, dark clouds turning the day to night. "It can get pretty cold on the ocean at night. We need the doors and windows intact, especially with all the storms that pop up around here." He snatched the shotgun and jumped back onto the dock. "Let's check some of the other ones before we break anything. We might get lucky." Wendy exhaled a tired breath and followed as the thick raindrops began hammering the dock's planks, blurring the surface of the water. Lightning split the sky and thunder rattled their bones. "See what I mean?" he yelled over his shoulder. The heavy downpour turned her blonde hair dark, a purple bra now visible through her wet t-shirt. Paul stopped at a boat dubbed Aquaholic with a cartoon fish holding a cocktail glass in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Wendy laughed. "We have got to take this one." Lightning flickered, lighting up the cartoon's yellow eyes as Paul tried the sliding glass door on the back patio. Damn. He hopped back onto the dock, water streaming from the tip of his nose. Let's just keep going down the line. Thunder crashed, vibrating the wooden planks beneath their feet. Paul looked up, realizing it wasn't the thunder shaking the dock, it was the portly man running full speed at them from the other end. "Oh, hell," Paul muttered, anchoring the shotgun to his hip. Wendy positioned herself next to him, careful not to fall in the water and holding her gun in both hands like Sophia taught her. The bulldog of a man hunched over and ran faster, raindrops bouncing off his blue windbreaker. Paul curled his finger around the trigger, aiming for the man's bald spot. He held his breath, the dock shaking with each jarring footstep. Paul fired. The pistol grip recoiled against his hip bone, sending a white flash of pain through him. The shot missed and only pissed the guy off more. The short man increased his speed. The dock swayed. Paul tried steadying the weapon, but there wasn't time. They could already hear the man's grunts through the driving rain. Lightning flashed and Wendy unleashed a 3-round burst, like Dan taught her. The bulldog nosedived onto the wet wood and slid past their feet. Paul grabbed his belt just before he slid into the water, a tendon bulging in his neck as he pulled the man back onto the dock with one hand. They kept their guns trained on the crumpled body, watching the rain mix with the blood running into the cracks. Paul wiped water from his eyes and inspected the area for more rotting corpses, legs shaky and weak. Cautiously, he knelt down beside the dead man. Wendy widened her stance and tightened her grip. "Be careful, it's only a matter of time before these things start playing dead." He looked up, brow folding at the thought. She shrugged loosely. "You never know." Paul rolled the man over onto his back, eyes traveling from the man's khakis to the boat shoes on his feet. Paul punched him in the ribs, and when there was no reaction, he set the shotgun on the dock, the rain hampering his vision. "I'm going to check his pockets." Wendy straightened her aim as Paul patted the guy down. He felt something in a pants pocket and reached inside. His eyes rose to the man's gaping mouth, expecting the poor bastard to reanimate at any second. Thunder cracked. Paul pulled his hand back, heart stutter-stepping. He held up the buoy keychain and let the keys dangle. Bam! Wendy kept her gun on the corpse. "What's it say?" Paul turned the keychain for a better look, blinking water from his eyes. "Wavy gravy." "Wavy gravy?" Wendy looked all around. "Which one is it?" His gaze jumped from boat to boat, the rain pissing him off. He couldn't see for shit, and he didn't have time for blindness. "Has to be around here somewhere." "Paul?" He started walking in the direction the man came, imagining the poor son of a bitch getting his boat ready for a long weekend, or maybe an escape, when some white-haired man in a sailor's cap caught him from behind. It was easy to see. "Paul?" His eyes examined the back of each boat, lips mouthing the words "wavy gravy" over and over again. "Paul!" He spun around. "What?" he snapped. She nodded to the white boat parked in the slip next to where she was standing. Paul wandered closer, eyes thinning. "Oh, snap," he muttered, staring at wavy gravy, which was just as nice and shiny as wine and down. Chapter 42. Wendy screamed, her blue eyes bulging from their sockets. "Oh my God, look at how clean the toilet is!" His nervous gaze drifted from the white stool to a seafoam green shower curtain covering a tight stall. Paul watched his hand reach out for the curtain like it belonged to someone else. Wendy readied her gun and nodded. Holding his breath, he yanked the curtain back, the rings chattering along the rod. Wendy screamed again. "There's soap and shampoo!" He lowered the Beretta and pushed past her, releasing the breath. The next room had 2 red bunk beds and orange carpeting, everything clean as a whistle. "We'll be able to sleep in total peace tonight," Wendy said, testing the bottom mattress. The next room was a bit larger, with a queen-sized bed and a flat screen attached to the wall above a thin dresser bolted to the floor. "It just keeps getting better and better," Wendy muttered, shaking her head. "Would you look at that? We can live here." "Let's check the kitchen," he said, going back through the tiny living room. The rain drummed against the fiberglass roof, making it impossible to hear if anyone was on board or not. He held up a hand and Wendy stopped behind him. His eyes swept across a tiny L-shaped couch and another flat-screen TV. Mopping water from his face, he moved into a galley kitchen with a built-in mini-fridge and microwave. A tall and narrow pantry made him smile. He stared at the water, soda, beer, cookies, granola bars, chips, popcorn, and 3 bags of Starbucks coffee grounds inside. They had packed some dry goods in each car back at Brock's house, but this was way more than what they had on hand, and every little bit counted. Still, it wouldn't last for longer than a week, tops. "I feel like crying right now," Wendy said, opening a bag of Funyuns and crunching down on a big yellow ring. Like the rest of the boat, the mini-fridge was spotless inside and out, further supporting Paul's suspicions that the bulldog was preparing for a long weekend. Paul pounded a bottle of lukewarm water, watching Wendy remove a case of liquor bottles from a cupboard beneath the sink. She pulled out a bottle of red wine and studied it with her eyebrows raised. "Not bad," she said, slipping it back into the box and pulling out a bottle of tequila next. "Now we're talking." Paul slammed the empty water bottle onto the counter and sighed. "You ready to fire this thing up?" "You mean, are you ready to fire this thing up?" A slight grin snuck into his beard. He nodded to the sliding glass door, glancing at a pistol-grip shotgun he left lying on the couch as he headed back out into the rain. Up top, the control panel intimidated the hell out of him, sinking his spirits. They needed to get off this dock and pronto, but the numerous buttons and switches made that impossible, and the last thing Paul felt like doing right now was taking a boating course. Holstering his sidearm, he wiped his brow with the back of his hand, unsure if the liquid running down his face was rainwater or sweat. He felt dizzy and his head ached. The smallest key on the ring unlocked a glove box where he found the brutally thick owner's manual. Dropping into the captain's chair with the rain beating on the roof, Wendy kept lookout while reading over his shoulder at the same time. In extremely small print, the manual told them that Wavy Gravy was a 3-year-old, 45-foot Cabo Express with 800-gallon fuel tanks and a water tank capable of holding up to 100 gallons. She also had the vacuum-flushed head in the bathroom, an automatic anchor, and a big old twin diesel to get them where they wanted in a hurry. "This is so amazing," Wendy said for the 10th time, dancing from foot to foot. Paul wiped his face with his sleeve and inserted a key into the control board, with Wendy watching his every move. Turning the key one click, the instrument panel lit up with the power from 2 large batteries below deck. His eyes widened. "She's got a full tank," he whispered. "Yes!" Wendy shrieked way too loudly. "Start it! Start it!" "Hang on," he said, flipping another page in the manual. Wendy bounced around the upper deck like a kid after too much chocolate. "I can't believe it! We can live on this thing and nothing can get to us!" "Unless they can swim." She stopped dancing, eyes sobering. "Paul," she moaned. He ran a finger along a paragraph as he read aloud. Wendy threw a hand over her heart. "We should find an island. Can you imagine? It'd be like being on vacation. Does this thing have GPS? Will you give me a minute? Can it get us to Hawaii?" "No idea." "How far away is Hawaii, anyway?" "Wendy!" "Sorry." Water dripped from the tip of his nose, darkening the pages as he slowly repeated the instructions. He looked up and filled his lungs with a hopeful breath, lifting his chest. "Cross your fingers." She crossed her fingers and watched him flip some switches and punch some buttons before turning the key the rest of the way. The boat's exhaust pipes spit white puffs of smoke out the back end with a throaty rumble that vibrated the dash. Paul's heart melted at the beautiful sound while his eyes scanned the lonely dock. Even in the storm, Wavy Gravy was loud and wouldn't take long to attract decomposing onlookers. After coughing some more smoke out the back, Wavy evened out into a smokeless purr. Paul turned to Wendy with his first real smile in what felt like years. "How do you like me now?" She threw her arms around him and planted a wet kiss on his filthy cheek. "I like you a lot, and it's good to see you smile again." Wendy hugged him tight, her heart beating against his. He hugged her back, feeling guilty for taking comfort in the arms of another woman. "All right," he said, drawing apart. "Let's go get the stuff from the car and untie this thing while we still can." Once clear of the dock, Paul cranked the wheel to the right and pressed the throttle forward too hard, making Wavy jump. He stayed close to the shoreline in case he screwed something up and stalled the boat. The last thing they needed was to drift out to sea, as the Coast Guard was no longer answering their phones. Glancing at Wendy in the seat next to him, he gave it more throttle, sending the luxury boat slicing through the rough water like a hot knife through butter. The wind whipped at their hair and water sprayed their faces. Wendy laughed out loud, hanging on with each long, gradual bounce. A few miles later, Paul brought the boat to a smooth stop and turned it off. His eyes toured the coastline. Water lapped against the side of the boat. The combination of clouds and dusk turned Texas into a blue-gray blob without a single light in any direction. He hit the anchor button and the chain let out, smoothly plunging into the dark water below. His gaze caught on the radio, pulse quickening in his ears. Lifting the black handset from its cradle, he said a quick prayer. The boat was a huge break, and he hated to be greedy, but they would need more. "Do you think it works?" Wendy asked, her teeth chattering in the cold breeze. There was a light click when he turned it on. Tiny bright lights lit up his face as the boat rocked back and forth. He tried channel 23, the one it was already set on. "Hello? Is anyone out there?" Releasing the button on the mic's side, they listened to the rain slow to a patter on the roof, the radio casting a yellow glow across their faces. No response, not even static. He tried again. "Can anyone hear me? We're off the coast of Texas, copy that." They traded a disenchanted look, and Paul began working his way up to channel 37 with the same frustrating result, grumbling under his breath. Wendy turned for the steps. "Okay, I'm going back downstairs. I'm freezing." "I'll be right down," he said, trying another channel and then another. Using the webbing of his hand, he squeezed his wet face and peered out over the water. The sky had turned dark and sinister, like they just entered a place where the worst had yet to come. Defiantly, he spit into the ocean, and a muffled sound came through the radio, snatching his attention. His heart skipped a beat. He turned up the volume and clicked the black handset. "Hello? Is somebody there?" Paul let up on the button, eyes sliding to the shoreline. Someone coughed in response, prickling his flesh. Tightening his distant gaze, he spoke in a slow, clear voice. "If you can hear me, we're in a boat north of Corpus Christi. Do you copy?" He let up on the button, holding his breath, praying for one more miracle. Silence answered, and he could feel someone watching him. He glanced downstairs to see if Wendy was standing there, but she wasn't. More coughing drew his eyes back to the radio. Someone yelled something in the background that sounded eerily similar to, "Oh God, please." A shrill scream followed. Something shattered into pieces, and everything went black. Paul's chest heaved beneath his wet coat. He rubbed water from his eyes, everything a fuzzy blur. Lazy raindrops tap-danced on the rooftop as he waited for a response that never came. He gripped the microphone tighter in his hand, face glowing in the radio light, voice barely above a whisper. "Hello?" Water slapped against the boat. A fish jumped somewhere nearby. He stared at the radio through unfocused eyes, imagining the unimaginable. After a few more seconds of slow torture, Paul angrily racked the microphone and turned off the radio, plunging him back into the blue-gray. He turned to the empty horizon and stared for a while, eventually going downstairs with the hair standing up on his arms. Chapter 43, Day 17. Paul didn't remember coming into the master bedroom. The last thing he remembered was the voice coming through the radio the night before. He yawned and stretched out in the comfortable queen-sized bed as daylight pushed through a small porthole window next to the closet. Then he remembered that his wife was dead and never coming back. The revelation sent an ice pick through him, bleeding his will to survive into the mattress. He would wake up alone like this for the rest of his wretched life, and there was no changing it. That's the hand he was dealt, and it smothered the benefits of their new home on water. Quietly, he crept out into the tiny hallway and opened the door to the other bedroom to find Wendy curled up with a blanket in the bottom bunk. The boat rocked, and when he was positive she wasn't dead and going to come back to life and eat him, he shut the door and squeezed into the miniature bathroom. The clean toilet seemed like a mirage, and it was nice not to have to hold his breath for a change. It reminded him of home. He tried to be grateful for their fortune, but gruesome thoughts of Sophia and Dan wouldn't let him rest. He could barely fight them off long enough to figure out their next move. The food and water on board would last a few days, but they'd have to make a supply run soon. A big one. If they could haul enough back to the boat to get them through the next month or two, they'd have some time to reset mentally and physically and maybe make a stand. After brushing his teeth with someone else's toothbrush, he rinsed and went up top for a look around. The dark clouds from the day before had given way to the rising sun, lighting up one side of a colossal cruise ship barreling down on wavy gravy. Paul's adrenaline shot through his bloodstream. He tried to yell to Wendy, but fear turned his vocal cords to ice. Paralyzed by the sheer size of the massive vessel, he forced his hand to the keys in the control board. "Wendy," he managed to say, starting the boat and raising the anchor. The cruise ship bounced closer, full speed ahead and on a direct course for wavy gravy, with black clouds coughing from its periscope-like smokestack. "Wendy!" People ran about on the many rows of decks, so high up they looked like insects. "What's wrong?" Wendy cried from the bottom of the steps, hair in a rat's nest. "Hang on to something!" Paul jammed the throttle forward before the anchor cleared the surface, praying it was free of any unseen rocks and that Wavy wouldn't hook or stall. Wendy shrieked and fell as the boat shot forward, sending white smoke puffing out the back. "What is it?" she clamored, crawling up the short flight of steps on her hands and knees. The ocean liner looked much taller up close, like a skyscraper on water. At the top of the stairs, Wendy screamed and staggered with the ship's violent wake. Paul cranked the wheel to the right and floored it, watching people race up and down the decks, excited by he and Wendy's presence. Some wore straw hats and Hawaiian shirts, and some flung themselves overboard. Paul dodged the falling bodies like they were dropping bombs. A woman in a tank top and denim shorts caught her head on a lifeboat and flopped into the water with a bloody splash. Paul clenched his teeth and yanked the wheel, a tendon bulging in his neck. The zombies that didn't die upon impact splashed their way to wavy gravy but didn't get far. Paul watched them drown, wondering if they could learn to swim like some had learned to hide or ride a bike with training wheels. Wendy braced herself against the passenger chair as Wavy rose and fell with the mammoth swells closing in from behind. "Hang on," Paul said, fighting the wheel for control. Wavy lurched to and fro, threatening to roll. A man in a white captain's hat and short-sleeve button-down followed them along the top balcony as Wavy slid by. When he ran out of deck, he climbed over the railing and jumped, free-falling past rows of windows to a thundering splash that Paul could hear over the cruise ship's symphony of destruction. He turned the wheel sharply to the left and floored it. The cruise ship hit sand, sending a garish sound of twisting metal cutting through the salty air, the kind of noise you can feel in your bones. Once clear of the hostile waters, he pulled back on the throttle and turned the boat around, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. They watched the cruise ship slam into the beach, covering their ears to block out the horrible screeching as the ship dug pyramids of sand around the bow and teetered to the left, sending people and patio furniture catapulting over the railings to the beach and shallow water below. Momentum carried the cruise liner through a row of pink beach houses, turning the wooden decks and walls into airborne spears. Flesh-eaters hurled themselves over the railings as the ship docked into its final port with a massive explosion for its grand finale. Beneath a mushroom cloud of rising black smoke, Paul and Wendy watched the living dead drown. One after the other, they swam for wavy gravy and disappeared beneath the turbulent water. With one last groan, the powerful vessel and its terrifying racket came to a stop. Seagulls screeched above, angered by the ruckus or excited for some new scraps. Bloody passengers staggered up and down the beach like wild dogs, watching their shipmates drown, fixated on getting to Paul and Wendy one way or the other. He had an eerie feeling he'd talked to some of them on the radio the night before. It was hard not to imagine normal people still locked in their ship cabins, waving to Paul and Wendy for help through the tinted windows. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the glare, scanning the ship's numerous windows he couldn't see through. An earth-shaking explosion rocked Wavy Gravy from 200 nautical yards out, blowing Wendy's hair back and pushing them further out to sea. "Jesus Christ!" Paul cried, correcting their course. Wendy righted herself and watched the ship burn, unable to tear her eyes from the horrendous wreckage ashore. She holstered her gun and released a long breath, blonde hair blowing wildly behind her through the air. Well, so much for sleeping in peace at night. Wavy rocked back and forth against the anchor wedged into the seafloor below. Blue skies made an appearance for the first time in days, and the warm sunshine seemed like a long-lost friend, like it could make everything okay again. Wendy scooted closer to Paul, absorbing his body heat despite the sunlight streaming through the tinted cabin windows. After putting several miles between them and the thick smoke from the cruise ship, they spent the next 112 minutes eating microwave popcorn and York peppermint patties while watching Fool's Gold on a Blu-ray disc they found inside the player. To say it was surreal was an understatement. They'd gone from a massive catastrophe to Matthew McConaughey in the blink of an eye, and it didn't seem right, but it felt good. Damn good to step away from the horror for a minute and time travel into the past where movies and candy still played a role. Even Sophia and Dan faded to the back of Paul's mind as he watched the movie with one eye on the TV and one on the windows. They could see for miles around from the leather sectional, and Paul wondered when airplanes and space stations would start falling from the sky next. He took a drink of the cold beer they'd stocked in the mini-fridge the night before, seeing the colossal cruise ship barreling down on them at top speed in his mind's eye. That memory would trouble him for the rest of his life, but it would have to get in line. A wispy trail of smoke rose from the end of Wendy's cigarette as the credits rolled, her body heat flushing Paul's left side. "I don't care what anyone says," she said, lighting up a joint and passing it to Paul. "I love that movie." He took it from her and stopped it in front of his lips. "Where do you keep getting these?" "From dancers. Joe always kept at least a pound of the good stuff locked in the safe." He passed the joint back and she took a slow hit, looking out the windows for the same thing he was. But the water was calm, the temperature rising as fast as their blood alcohol level. She exhaled a rolling cloud of smoke through the sunlight. "Let's go swimming." "No way," he said, taking the joint back. "Why not?" "One word, sharks." "Oh, come on," she laughed, slapping his bare leg and getting up. "There aren't any sharks in there." "Look how far out we are. This is some deep water." He pointed to land. "No way in hell I'm escaping all those things on shore to end up getting eaten by a great white." Wendy snuffed her cigarette into an empty beer can and stretched, staring out into the sun-splashed day while Paul wet his fingers and put the joint out. "I can't believe it's finally March," she sighed, wiggling out of her jeans in the middle of the living room. "Whoa!" Paul shielded his eyes from her red lace panties with his hand. "What are you doing?" "I'm going swimming in the ocean for the first time," she casually answered, pulling her t-shirt over her head and throwing it at him. "I stink, and so do you." Paul peeked through his fingers, heartbeat quickening when he saw her matching bra. "Do you have to do that right here?" "Sorry, Paul, but I forgot my suit." Wendy planted her hands on her hips, striking the Victoria's Secret angel pose and pulling it off. "You coming or what?" "No way, that water is probably freezing." She grabbed his hand and hauled him off the couch. "If you think I'm going in there by myself, you're crazy." He grabbed his beer and followed her out onto the back deck. "Do you even know how to swim?" "Of course I do." Wendy set her beer on a patio table and stepped to the end of the boat, staring out over the glistening water with her toes hanging over the edge. She shivered in the sunshine. "I'm scared." Paul took a slow sip, studying the purple butterfly on her back. "Maybe you should wear your gun." "Are you really not coming in?" "I'm really not coming in." She shot him a sidelong glance and turned back to the ocean, balling her hands into white fists. chicken," she said, leaping forward with a high-pitched scream and splashing into a patch of sun sparkles. Wendy popped up like a cork, inhaling a sharp breath.
"Oh my God, it's freezing!"
Paul thumbed inside. "I think I'll use the shower. It's got a full tank and heat." She pulled her hair from her face, revealing a blue-eyed glower.
"Come on, Paul, get in."
He looked down at the clean cargo shorts and tank top he found in the master closet. I guess not."
"Just go in your underwear. They need to be washed anyway."
His lips pulled back into one corner of his mouth, Wendy's breasts floating like milky bobbers on the water.
"They're brand new. Found a whole pack in the dresser."
She splashed him. "Perfect fit, too."
"That guy obviously wasn't married because the only sign of a woman I've found in there is a stack of Penthouse magazines in the bedroom closet."
Paul spread a wry grin. "How lucky was that?" She rolled her eyes and splashed him again before disappearing underwater. He inspected their surroundings and tipped the beer can back, a seed of hope building inside. It was a clean slate, and those fucking things couldn't swim. Other than going on deadly supply runs, it would almost be like being on vacation. Something banged against the bottom of the boat, jolting him from his daydream. He leaned over the edge, seeing the cruise ship captain burst from the water and pull him in, challenging his entire theory on whether or not those things could swim. Wendy popped up instead and laughed.
"Scared ya?"
she said, quickly scaling the ladder like something was after her. Paul handed her a towel and sat in a patio chair, ignoring the way her wet bra clung to her breasts.
"That was so cold and scary," she said, toweling off. "I don't think I liked it."
He sipped his beer, eyes avoiding the way the sunlight licked her smooth skin.
"We need to find a Target or a Walmart and load up on as much as we can pack on board." "We should just get it over with tomorrow so we can relax for a while."
Wendy bent over and vigorously rubbed her hair in the towel.
"Can you imagine how much better this will be?"
"There's some fishing gear up top we can use, the good stuff too." She flipped her long locks back, sending golden water droplets spiraling through the air behind her.
"This is a floating house."
"Eventually we'll find a bigger boat." Her eyes lit up.
"One with a jacuzzi."
"And a grill." She took her can from the table and took a long pull, swallowing with a sigh.
"This might just be better than living in Dwight, Kansas."
He pressed his lips together and looked away.
"I'm sorry, Paul. I didn't mean it like that."
"I know." She gazed off to shore, clearing water from her ears.
"Where do you think everyone is?"
she asked for the 1,000th time. He followed her gaze to the empty beach a few hundred yards away. "Dead."
"Everyone?"
"We would have at least seen a plane by now if anyone was still alive. I mean, the cruise ship kind of solidifies things, don't you think?" She thought on it for a while and took another drink, water running into her cleavage.
"So, where should we go after we stock up on supplies?"
His eyes swung back to the distant shoreline, tightening around the corners. "Anywhere but there." She smiled and squeezed by, the smell of salt water in her hair.
"Let's shower and eat."
Empty tuna and beer cans littered the coffee table along with chip and cookie bags. Paul poured more whiskey into their glasses before topping them off with soda, reminding him of Cora. He passed Wendy her glass and raised his into the air, the smell of cocoa butter floating from their clean skin. "Cheers." She clinked her glass against his and tipped it back.
"I love day drinking."
Paul leaned back into the couch and stared at the darkened TV, listening to someone else's mix on an iPod they found stashed in a kitchen junk drawer. Water slapped against the side of the boat, testing the anchor as a nice breeze swept through the open sliding glass door, cooling the room in the afternoon sun.
"Dan told me you did a morning show on the radio."
Paul barely nodded and drained half his glass in one chug.
"I bet that was fun."
It was. She looked down to the rocks glass in her hands, ice cubes popping.
"Did you interview famous people?"
"Sometimes."
"Who was the best interview?"
His gaze drifted to the ceiling as he thought about it. Most of them aren't morning people, but Marilyn Manson is always entertaining.
Oh my God, I hated his character on Sons of Anarchy.
Paul smiled. Yeah, that got weird quick. I could never look at him the same after that. He stiffened when her fingers ran across his cheek. You look so different shaved. So do you. A bashful smile graced her lips. She ran a hand down a bare leg spilling from a pair of gym shorts that were so big she had to safety pin them. I feel so much better. My legs were beginning to look like tree branches. He tore his eyes from Wendy's long-stemmed legs, almost taking zero notice of the fact that she wasn't wearing a bra under a thin Disney World t-shirt she found hanging in the spare bedroom closet. Paul glanced at the red bra and panties drying on the patio furniture out in the sun. He didn't think it was possible, but he felt better. It was amazing what a hot shower and shave could do for a man. I wasn't a waitress at the bar. His eyes snapped back to her and zoomed in. I lied. Wendy looked away, a sheepish smile playing on her lips. I was a professional dancer. Paul frowned. She rolled her eyes. Okay, I was a stripper, or whatever you want to call it. Why lie about it? She shrugged. Habit. Twisting the glass in her hands, she folded her bare legs underneath her and bravely met his bloodshot eyes. I hope you don't think any... I don't. Taking a slow drink, Paul held her steady gaze as the boat gently rocked back and forth. What was your stage name? Wendy looked away, obviously embarrassed by the question. Sabrina. A short laugh catapulted from his lips. I don't know why I even told you that. The past doesn't matter now, he said, disbelieving his own words because the past did matter. If it didn't, he wouldn't be drowning in a sea of regret. Paul got quiet and stared into his glass. 2 nights before our power went out and all hell broke loose, I almost cheated on Sophia. Taken aback, Wendy cocked her head to one side. Almost? A seagull flew by the window, pulling his gaze out to sea. Her name was Rebecca. He grimaced as the name crossed his lips. She worked for one of the record labels that came through the station, trying to get us to play their new music and bands. He paused as the night painfully flickered through his mind all over again. But you didn't? We kissed. She blinked a few times. Why? He exhaled a weary breath. Sophia was out of town for a small business seminar, and we'd been trying to have a baby for almost a year, and nothing was happening. I felt like a failure, and I fucked up. He brushed a tear from his cheek and poured more whiskey into his glass, holding the soda back this time around. He couldn't see Sophia's face again, and it was suffocating, like being buried alive. I was going to tell her when she got home and beg her to forgive me, but by the time she got back, people were dying in Chicago, and Rebecca became a quick afterthought. Wendy took his hand and squeezed. Just a kiss? He looked her right in the eye and swallowed hard, pulse thudding in the hollow of his neck. Just a kiss. Paul, that's nothing to beat yourself up about. I found out my last boyfriend was sleeping with my best friend right under my nose. Now that's something to beat yourself up about. Was she a dancer too? Her face soured. Why do you assume all my friends are strippers? A loud laugh shot from him, and it felt good. I don't think that. I just assumed Candace was my boyfriend's dentist. She paused to squish her lips into the side of her face. Found out they were doing it in the dentist chair, too. Are you serious? Wendy nodded. You loved Sophia, didn't you? His eyes welled up, and he tried to hide it by turning to the window. I do, he said, voice betraying him with a slight crack. And she knew it. That's what's important. They shared a comfortable silence, watching the sea move and sipping their drinks. Paul got up and retrieved some more star-shaped ice cubes from the tiny freezer in the mini-fridge. He shouldn't have told her that. He should have buried it with his wife. Wendy stared at him when he sat back down. "We're going to be okay, aren't we?" He poured some ice into her glass. "Do you want to be?" She hesitated before answering. "Yes." A long breath left his lungs, deflating his chest. Time stretched like the water around them. He had nothing left to lose and nothing to gain. Sophia's last words echoed inside his head. He had fulfilled his end of the bargain, so to speak, and yet he could hear his dead wife asking for more. She wanted him to save this two-bit stripper he barely knew, and that selflessness is exactly what made him fall in love with her in the first place. What could he say? He turned to find Wendy watching him, the room moving around them. "We're going to be okay." She matched his tear with one of her own. "I'm sorry, I know things will never be okay, and that's not what I meant." She curled his hand to her chest. "I'm just scared you're going to leave me here alone." Her words coiled around his lungs and squeezed. "I won't. I know you don't know me, Paul, but without you, I'm as good as dead. I'm not going anywhere." Wendy started to say something else, but shut her mouth instead, examining his face for signs of deceit as her heart beat against the back of his hand. He could imagine the disappointment in Sophia's eyes if he gave up now. Regardless of his indifference, or in spite of it, she would want him to kick this plague's ass in her name and show the world the true meaning of the word perseverance. And she wouldn't want him to do it just for her, but for everyone else as well. And that was her spirit, her gift. Paul blew out a slow and low breath, gazing off to shore. No, he wouldn't give up. They would persevere in the face of annihilation, and he would personally see to it. No matter how many of those ugly fuckers came their way, he would keep fighting because he has a heart and those things don't, and because sooner or later, good always triumphs over evil, and this would be no different. He took his hand back. "It's not going to be easy." "I know. We'll need target practice on dry land during the day." She nodded rapidly and wiped away another teardrop, a faint smile brushing the corners of her mouth. "We should find some wave runners and tie 'em to the boat. That way if this thing breaks down, we won't get stranded out at sea." At the mention of watercrafts, Wendy brightened. "I love wave runners." He offered her a drunken smile and swirled his drink in his hand, ice cubes rattling around inside the glass. She clutched her drink to her chest like a cross, while Paul leaned back and kicked his feet up on the coffee table. It was settled then. He would kill as many of those smelly bastards as one man possibly could. If those walking cadavers could learn anything, it would be to fear his name. Wendy followed his distant gaze out the glass door, stripes of sunlight creeping across the thin carpeting. "There's a case of margarita mix under the sink." He furrowed his brow. "Seriously?" Chapter 44. 3 margaritas later, their spontaneous bursts of laughter skipped across the calm water like smooth rocks. The iPod playing through the soundbar mounted under the TV fueled Wendy's dance moves, and she was wrong. She wasn't a stripper. She was an amazing stripper. Hypnotic. Sinuous. Her bare feet cut through the last slivers of orange sunlight striping the cabin floor as she crossed the room, her curvy hips sashaying back and forth with the beat. "Come on," she said, hauling him from the couch. "Dance with me." "Maybe next time," he replied, moving to sit back down. "Think I'm getting seasick." Wendy snapped him against her warm body with surprising strength and stared up into his eyes as a slow song stepped in. "One dance," she whispered, wrapping her hands around the back of his neck and smelling of cocoa butter. "Let's just pretend it's not the end of the world for 3.5 minutes. We've been doing that all afternoon." She ignored him, her smile as unwavering as her hips. Paul exhaled a conquered sigh and put his hands around her waist, caving to her outlandish demands. He was too drunk to argue, and it's not like they were completely naked. He had cargo shorts on, and she was wearing a thin t-shirt with no bra. "Thank you," she smiled, resting her head on his shoulder. They swayed back and forth, doing slow circles with their breasts pressing against his chest. Everyone he knew and loved was dead, and here he was dancing with a stripper on some stranger's $200,000 boat. He could smell the guilt hiding beneath the tequila on his breath. It wasn't right. Wendy drew back and smiled. "Is this so bad?" He held her in his arms and stared into her eyes, the painstaking truth hanging on his lips. It was bad. Sophia just died a few days ago, but it seemed like years since things went south in Beecher's grocery store. Time was different here, and he could barely remember what she looked like. Paul stopped dancing. "Listen, I should..." Wendy leaned up on her toes and kissed him on the lips, tasting of lime and tortilla chips, cutting his sentence off at the pass. Chapter 45, Day 18. Paul opened his eyes, and it was a mistake, a big one. The sunlight entering the room agitated the dull thud pressing against the back of his eyes in lazy intervals. He turned to find Wendy stretched out next to him in the master bed, wincing when he discovered she was only wearing shorts. Checking himself under the sheet, he released a pent-up breath when he saw he was still wearing someone else's clothing. His gaze tripped over her tattoo, triggering painful flashes of the strip-bar dressing room where he and Sophia shared a tender moment on a worn-out couch that he wished would have lasted forever. They should have stayed in that shithole until it was safe to come out. If he could go back in time, he would do it all differently, and this time she would live. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes, unable to rub the guilt from his mind after sharing a bed with another woman. When he opened his eyes, Wendy was still there, and Sophia was still dead. Flashes from the night before skipped through his hungover mind. He wet his lips, tasting Wendy on them. Sadness morphed into hate, and he aimed it at her and her goddamn bare breasts. And Dan was right. They were amazing, with perfect nipple placement and all. Paul clenched his teeth against the stake stabbing at his heart, not knowing who he was anymore. Everything had changed, including them. He was no longer the wannabe shock jock getting everything for free even though he was making bank and buying whatever the fuck he wanted. No, now he was a cheating scoundrel who couldn't even mourn correctly. Now he was broken. "Good morning." Paul blinked at Wendy, bringing her back into focus. "Hey." She sat up and leaned against the headboard, hair shooting out in all directions. "Oh, my head." Wendy noticed she was half naked and quickly pulled the sheet up, cheeks blushing. "I don't even remember coming to bed." "Do you remember how that got there?" She followed his nod to the lamp on her side of the bed, slapping a hand over her eyes when she saw the Disney t-shirt hanging on the shade. A moment of awkward silence gave way to the water licking at the side of the boat. He swung his Adidas to the floor and started for the bathroom, headache exploding with the movement. "Does your head feel as bad as mine?" He stopped at the closed bedroom door. "I'm never drinking again." "I think we should eat popcorn and watch movies all day on the couch." "I'm never watching Fool's Gold again either." "Fine, we can watch Couples Retreat." He looked back over his shoulder, gripping the doorknob. "Hey, Paul?" "Yeah?" "Thanks for letting me sleep in here last night." The boat rocked, making him stagger. "Did I?" "I'm sorry," she said faintly, pulling the bedsheet up higher. He tried to think of something witty to say, but the thunderstorm in his head got in the way. "Me too." Here his wife had barely been dead for a week, and he was already sharing a bed with another woman. Paul felt like bashing his head against the bedroom door until he woke up from this endless nightmare, or died trying. A double thud snapped his gaze to the bedroom door. He let go of the knob and took a step back, heart rate increasing. "What was that?" Wendy whispered. Paul stared at the door without answering, his hand brushing the bare spot on his leg where his gun normally hung. His pulse quickened, and he put an ear to the door, begging his racing heart to shut up so he could hear. "I don't hear anything," he said, opening the door and stepping out into the narrow hallway. Blood pumped thickly in his temples when he saw the sliding glass door at the back of the boat. Tunnel vision set in, stretching the hallway like an old mirror. His heart sank. "Oh no."
What is it?
Wendy said, throwing the sheet back and springing to her feet. He darted back into the room, slammed the door shut, and locked it.
What's wrong?
She cried, throwing on her shirt. Leaning against the door, he stared at her through wide eyes, throat too dry to speak.
Paul!
He winced with her rise in volume and spoke in a choked voice that sounded like someone else.
They're outside the boat.
His words turned her to stone.
What do you mean?
Someone started hammering on the sliding glass door, and Wendy covered her mouth to stop his scream, but was a second too late. Paul scanned the bedroom, trying to clear the fog of sleep from his head so he could remember where the guns were. He started for the nightstand on his side of the bed, just as the sliding glass door gave with a loud crash. Wendy screamed again. He made it to the nightstand, figuring the locked bedroom door would buy them a few minutes before smashing in as well. Pulling the drawer open, his brow folded. Outside of some chapstick and Kleenex, there was only the Leatherman.
What the hell is going on, Paul?
Wendy shouted, hurriedly throwing on her tennis shoes.
The anchor must have come loose,
he replied, grabbing the Leatherman and scrambling to the porthole window.
What? How?
He squinted through the elevated window, gut twisting into knots at the sight of some nearby beach houses soaking up the morning sun.
We drifted to shore,
he said, opening the multi-tool to the lone blade hiding behind a can opener inside. Wendy pulled at her hair.
Oh my God!
Where are the guns? He asked as the first sloppy fist pounds reached the bedroom door, making them both jump.
Wendy!
Her wide eyes slowly rotated to him.
Where are the guns?
He repeated, yelling when a rotten hand broke through the porthole window and grabbed him by the hair. Startled, Paul dropped the knife to the floor and clutched the slimy wrist in both hands, fighting to keep the thing from yanking him through the tiny window and skinning him alive. He could smell the thing's rancid breath when it coughed. Pulling on the arm, wet flesh peeled off in his hands. Wendy grabbed the small lamp on her nightstand, but it didn't budge. She broke the brace connecting it to the stand and smashed it over the hand, catching Paul in the forehead in the process. The hand slipped just enough for Paul to break free. He grabbed the knife and stabbed at the arm until it retreated from the room. More glass broke in the main cabin and the boat tilted sharply to the right. Wendy stumbled into Paul as the pounding on the door grew in number.
What are we going to do?
She cried, frantically looking around the room. Paul searched the room with her, already knowing the bag of guns and ammo were stowed under the pull-up couch. He could also see their personal handguns hiding in a top kitchen drawer, useless to them now. The wet hacks and groans sounded like they were already inside the room, making it difficult to think. The clock ticked loudly inside his mind, headache and panic doubling his vision. Everything in the room was bolted down to prevent sliding around in rough seas, and they couldn't even barricade the damn door with the dresser. Shit.
Don't tell me we don't have any guns in here.
Wendy yanked her nightstand drawer open and threw an empty M&M's bag and 2 condoms to the floor.
Shit.
Paul stepped inside the small bedroom closet as the undead pulverized the door behind him. There had to be something they could use. His head snapped back around at one particularly strong blow, positive the door would give right then and there. When it didn't, he turned back to the closet and started rifling through the contents inside. Clothes flew out first, followed by some boots and stray tackle.
There has to be something,
Wendy insisted, helping him dig. Paul stepped back and looked up to the small vent letting light through the ceiling. As with the porthole window, only a cat or small dog could escape that way. His eyes scoured the room, searching for a hidden door or compartment that didn't exist. The primal grunts in the hallway got louder. Paul backed into a wall and slid down to the blue carpeting, pulling his knees to his chest. He wouldn't be going back for Sophia's pictures after all. She would remain alone on that hill forever, and no one would even know her name. She didn't deserve this. Damn, he said under his breath, rubbing his face. How could he have been so stupid? Shoes and hats and penthouse magazines flew from the closet and landed at his feet as Wendy continued her futile search. He didn't have the heart to tell her what she already knew. Suddenly she stopped digging and turned to face him.
What are you doing?
He stared at her through watery eyes with nothing left to say. His face said it all. He had failed everyone else, and now it was her turn. There was no escape from this scourge, and he was a fool to think they could outrun the inevitable, their complacency a cruel death sentence. A loud Hawaiian shirt slid from Wendy's fingers to the floor, along with her hope, crumpling at her feet. How can this be happening? She asked, no longer flinching with the crashing blows against the door. Stopping her hunt, she joined him on the floor against the wall, tilting with the boat as it shifted in the sand. Her sad eyes gravitated to the jiggling doorknob. How long do you think it'll hold? A loud exhale sunk his chest, the knife hanging loosely in his hand. Not long. Tears cascaded down her pallid cheeks as reality, once again, set its grubby meat hooks in and squeezed. I don't want to end up like one of those things, she said, her voice faint and frightened. Paul wrapped an arm around her, ignoring the blood running down his face from the gash in his forehead. I'm sorry, Wendy. I really am. She dropped her head onto his shoulder and cried. Without you, I would have been dead a long time ago. This is someone else's fault. He pulled her against him as another rotting hand reached through the window and snatched at pieces of air. She watched it through blank eyes. At least you'll have someone waiting for you. You'll have someone too, Paul responded on autopilot, not wanting this conversation to be their last. Those things would like that too much. I'm not so sure about that. What about your dad? She lifted a heavy head from his shoulder and met his eyes. My dad was a convicted felon. I doubt he'll be waiting for me at Peter's gate. She stopped for a sniffle. I'll be lucky to make it there myself. He rubbed her arm, his eyes rising to the bony fist clawing at the air, the blasts on the door spreading to the walls. This was their swan song, and it might just be the darkest one played yet. I wish I had the chance to know you better, Paul. He turned and lingered in her eyes for a moment, trying to find the right response, but her sudden kiss bailed him out. Her hand slithered around the back of his neck and pulled him close. She kissed him hard, the sweet taste of lime still on her lips from last night's margaritas. Overcome with feeling, he kissed her back, hating himself for taking solace in her warmth. She broke the kiss for air and stared into his eyes, the mangled hand writhing in the background. A splinter shot from the door and landed at their feet. The symbolic nature of that tiny piece of wood did not escape Paul. It was the warden, come to walk them to the chair. Another splinter landed next to the first. His eyes searched the room. There had to be something, anything. Another splinter. Dead man walking. Wendy brought the back of his hand to her lips and kissed it as if he were made of glass. Thank you for staying with me after Sophia and Dan. You didn't have to do that, and it says a lot about you. He ignored her attempt at some brave last words, mind spinning. There was nothing in the room to save them, turning their newfound fortune into a tomb. The mangled arm pulled free from the window and was quickly replaced by the owner's angry face. Torn strips of flesh revealed the man's high cheekbones and nose cartilage. He stared straight ahead and didn't notice them at first, slowly sniffing at the air. They watched his head jerk back with each snuffle, repulsion hardening their faces. Paul bit his tongue until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. If this was a bad dream, this was the time to wake up. The man stopped sniffing and, slowly, turned their way. Paul watched the thing's cold, dead eyes peel back in its rotting head. The middle-aged man's partial nose twitched up and down at them, internalizing his next move. Wendy buried her face into Paul's shoulder, refusing to let this be one of the last things she ever saw, but it was too late for that. The thing hissed like a pissed-off cobra and jerked free of the window. Paul was about to blow out the breath he'd been holding when the man's arm returned and started frantically grabbing at the air with a renewed spirit. A huge body blow to the door made Wendy scream. More splinters fell to the floor, sticking from the thin carpeting at awkward angles. Each fist pound fed Paul's voracious headache, fueling the storm behind his eyes. He turned to Wendy and lifted her chin with 2 fingers. She looked up at him through bloodshot eyes, the light coming through the vent above glistening off her colorless cheeks. We would have been good at this. He nodded to the writhing arm. Killing these bastards. She stared at him for a few seconds longer and then hugged him hard. He squeezed her back and closed his eyes, bracing himself for the door to give it any second. He wondered how long it would take to die beneath their gnashing teeth and ripping claws, how long he would have to watch them eat his organs and limbs before his soul left this fucked up world. It was weird. They say your life flashes before your eyes just before you die, but that wasn't true. Instead of his youth turning into a man, he saw Sophia's face clear as day. Her warm smile numbed his pain, lifting his hope and drawing louder grunts from out in the hallway. "Everything is about to change," she said in a voiceless whisper that easily cut through the demolition going on around him. The boat shifted and Paul relaxed into the vision pulling at him. She was so beautiful, just like the day they met. "You will lead them back from the dust and decay." A lump settled into the back of his throat at the thought of leading anyone anywhere. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. The door rattled, the hand clawed. Sophia's reassuring nod finally coaxed the words from his lips. "Lead who?" he said, reaching for her as she drifted backwards. Wendy followed his fixed gaze across the room, forehead wrinkling. Sophia blew him a soft kiss that landed on his cheek at the exact same time the bedroom door broke into pieces. Chapter 46. A baseball bat-sized piece of wood shattered Sophia's image and landed on the carpet. Wendy scooted back against the wall as rotten faces peered through the jagged gash in the top half of the door. Paul's heart raced. He wanted to shoot each and every one of them so bad it hurt. They had it coming. Any semblance of humanity was long gone, replaced with the acidic notes of darkness and death he longed to extinguish. The door shook. The arm wiggled. Wendy pressed against him on the floor. "I'm so scared." He stroked her hair, glaring at the bastard snarling at him through the broken door. "It's okay. I'm here with you and I'm not going anywhere." Another piece of the door broke off and Wendy shrieked as cracked hands reached inside and jerked at the knob. "Look at me." She stared at the reanimated, her body shaking as badly as the thin boat walls preventing their escape. "Look at me." She turned to Paul, her eyes filled with terror. "I will see you again." Wendy weighed his words with great care. "You promise?" He nodded his head yes, and a high-pitched shriek went off in the living room. Wavy gravy tilted hard to the left. A man in red swim trunks pushed to the front of the pack and stepped over what was left of the door, stumbling inside the room. Paul sprang to his feet and raised the knife. "Come on, fucker, let's go!" The man took him up on the invitation and hobbled closer. Paul jumped forward and drove the knife into the swimmer's head. The blade glanced off his skull, sending him teetering back into the others trying to squeeze through the broken door. Unfazed by the knife, he came back for more. Paul spread his legs and was about to pull the trigger on another arcing right when a gunshot rang out and the man's head exploded all over Paul and the dresser next to the door. His heart skidded out of beat like it just blew a tire at 90 miles an hour. He wiped the blood and brain matter from his face, wondering if he was infected. Another gunshot went off and the writhing arm in the window went limp. Motionless, it hung in the room as a bony elderly woman climbed over the dead swimmer. She got halfway over him and her head exploded like it was made of watermelon. Another ear-splitting round blasted through the closet and put a hole in the wall just above Wendy's head. She covered her ears and screamed. Another gunshot shattered the flat-screen TV. "There are people in here!" Paul shouted, taking Wendy to the ground and shielding her with his body. "We're still alive!" A man yelled something out in the living room and the shooting stopped, but the zombies didn't. "We're in the bedroom!" The bullets started flying again, this time slower, more methodic. The head disappeared from the shoulders of a teenage girl and her body fell on top of the others. A man with a white beard, a cross between Santa and Kenny Rogers, appeared in the doorway while his dipshit friends migrated toward whoever was shooting outside. Santa flinched when a round struck him in the shoulder, but he kept reaching for Paul and Wendy like some gruesome superhero, undeterred by such petty things as bullets. Paul and Wendy scrambled backwards, watching the man slide headfirst down the pile of bodies and spill into the bedroom. The things out in the hallway shuffled out of view or crumpled to their death with headshots. Clumsily, the bearded man started getting up. Running on pure instinct, Paul raced around the bed and speared Santa's head with the knife as hard as he could, but the blade bounced off his skull like it was made of porcelain. The man seized Paul's leg, squeezing so hard Paul thought his bones would shatter like fine china. He stabbed harder and faster to no avail. Wendy rushed over to help, stomping on the man's face with an unbridled rage. Paul switched his aim from the man's head to his neck, repeatedly stabbing like his life depended upon it. Wendy planted her foot on Santa's face and held him down while Paul cut the man's head off with the Leatherman. The man finally stopped moving, his beard turning red. Paul threw the head into the closet with a guttural scream and wiped the blood from his eyes. The shooting and the moans and the wet-sounding hacks and grunts stopped at roughly the same time. Paul's chest rose and fell in the silence that followed, a far-off ringing filling his ears. He traded a cautious look with Wendy, blood and guts covering their faces. More gunfire brought him and Wendy diving to the floor. They huddled together on the blood-stained carpeting, and when the shooting stopped, a man's deep voice called out, "It's safe now, you can come out!" They sat up, Wendy trembling in his arms like she had hypothermia. "I don't believe it," she said faintly, fearful of waking the bodies next to them. "We're still alive." Paul helped her up and then crawled over the fleshy stack of stiffs, seeing bony hands move beneath him, feeling them latch onto his ankles and wrists, but none did. Out in the hallway, they stepped over more of the fallen, inching toward the morning light coming through the living room windows. In the kitchen, Paul grabbed his gun and handed Wendy her pink one. They strapped on, and he motioned to keep her weapon holstered. There was no need making anyone nervous. If the voices calling to them from outside wanted to shoot them, they would have by now. Squinting against the daylight, Paul stepped through the broken patio door and raised his hands, irritated by his vision's inability to focus on the three strangers staring down at them from the backs of three tall horses. "Holy shit, would you look at that?" a younger man with sandy blonde hair said, ogling Wendy. "We just saved Kate Upton. This must be my lucky day." His devilish grin drew Paul's ire. The woman next to the man shifted in her saddle, her wavy hair cascading over her bare shoulders in chocolate rivers. "Are you okay?" Using his hand as a visor, Paul surveyed the dead bodies scattered on the beach. Wavy gravy tilted with another wave coming to shore. "Forgot to drop anchor?" the blond man laughed, causing his black horse to stir a little. "Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water." Paul glared at him in the sunlight. "It came loose. That's why we stay on land," the other man said, his voice as deep as his eyes were warm. He slipped his rifle into a leather scabbard that looked like a prop from an old John Wayne movie. "My name's Troy, and this is my sister Stephanie, and my brother Curtis." "I'm Wendy, and this is Paul." Wendy stepped out from Wavy's shadow. "Thank you for—" She gestured to the bodies littering the sand. "This. You're the first people we've seen in days," Stephanie said, holstering her sidearm. Curtis rested his shotgun on his saddle and gave Wendy a coy wink. "Yeah, sorry we almost shot you." His eyes darted to Paul. "Next time scream louder." Troy jerked his chin down the coastline, the wind ruffling his wavy hair that was as rich brown as his sister's. "We've got food and water a couple miles down the way." He eyed them closely while drinking from an old Western canteen. "Unless you'd rather stay here." Paul and Wendy exchanged a hesitant glance before he thumbed behind him. "We've got some stuff inside." Troy strapped the canteen to the saddle. "We'll come back with the truck before dark. Hop on." Arms wrapped around her slender waist, Paul clung to Stephanie as her horse raced down the beach with the smell of vanilla floating from her hair. Her thin black tank top allowed him to feel every muscle in her well-defined abs, and when she looked back at him with a pretty grin, he changed his grip. The beach houses they galloped past were beautiful, but the way Wendy held on to Curtis overshadowed them. Paul didn't trust the man, but after saving their lives, he would for now. What choice did he have? The horses slowed to a trot and eventually stopped in front of a tall beach house taking up a huge lot. "This is where you live?" Wendy panted, marveling at the 3 levels of balconies. Troy hopped off his horse and towed it to a black gate that had to be at least 7 feet tall. "This is home," he said, unlocking the gate with a large skeleton key. "For now," Stephanie added, steadying her horse while Paul climbed down. "And the best part, no anchors." Curtis shot Paul a playful grin before jumping down into the sand. Inside the fence, they left the horses untied in a shaded area with cushioned patio furniture and a massive fire pit that could double as a hog spit. Paul noticed Wendy's eyes light up at the surfboards leaning against some palm trees to the right. Troy locked the gate behind them with a loud clink, prickling Paul's nerves. Troy grinned at him. "Don't worry, nothing is getting in here." "Yeah, or out." "Hey, you're free to leave any time you want, pretty boy. Don't let the door hit you in the ass." Paul turned a pointed glare on Curtis that brought a wide smile to the man's tanned face. "Curtis," Troy grumbled. "Don't be an asshole." Curtis shrugged. "How do we know they're not going to kill us in our sleep?" "You just saved our lives," Wendy laughed. "Why would we kill you?" Stephanie snorted. "You haven't heard his singing yet." "Come on," Troy said, leading them up a steep staircase. "Let's get something to eat." Inside the 3-level home, walls of glass let in massive amounts of light that warmed the entire place and made Paul nervous at the same time. "The glass is hurricane-proof," Troy said, reading Paul's mind. "Those things couldn't break in even if they got past the fence." "Which they can't," Stephanie added, going into an open kitchen. Paul moved to a window looking out across the front yard to see a huge black pickup dwarfing a new Corvette Stingray out in the driveway. "All work and no play makes Curtis a dull boy." Paul turned to Curtis, wanting to smack the cocky grin from his face. Instead, Paul went into the living room and dropped onto a thin couch with straight lines, a sigh pushing past his lips. His adrenaline receding, lethargy seeped into his bones. "How long have you been here?" "Long enough to know we're all fucked." "Come on, Curtis," Troy said, keeping his eyes on Paul. Curtis laughed, and there was no disguising the contempt in his voice. "Oh yeah, let's throw a parade because we found 2 people. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Now it's 5 against 5 million. "Don't pay any attention to my younger brother. He gets grumpy when he's out of weed." Troy sat in a leather armchair with studded seams and linked his fingers behind his head, a cut-off Chevy t-shirt showing off his bulging biceps. "We've been here for a week. Came down from Kansas City after we lost power." Stephanie crossed the room and passed out some water, grapes, and power bars. She was a tall drink of water with oily jeans clinging to her long legs like body paint. "Almost froze to death in the process." "Thought we were the last normal people on the entire planet." Troy took a long drink of water before telling Wendy and Paul about the people they'd lost along the way and the numerous times they'd nearly died themselves. Curtis stripped off his shirt, revealing his tattoos and chiseled abs, and shared the ghastly parts with such detail it made the hairs go up on Paul's arms. The conversation eventually drifted back to former occupations. Curtis raced stock cars in the NASCAR Xfinity Series, NASCAR's minor league circuit, with his older brother Troy as his crew chief. Stephanie, she told them, was a personal trainer and a part-time cheerleader for the Kansas City Chiefs. She stopped her tail when Paul slipped upstairs and went out onto the top balcony for some fresh air. Pinching his eyes against the bright sun, he leaned against the railing and watched the waves explode onto the beach. This house must have sold for millions, and no one was here to stop them from taking it. It was uncanny, but this is who they were now. Thieves, pirates, cheats. Paul had cheated Death and cheated Sophia, and he blamed the wind for the tears in his eyes. He hung his head and ran a hand through his clean hair, insides twisting. Everyone was dead, and the only connection he felt to anyone in the world was a busty stripper he met last week. "Are you okay?" He turned to find Wendy standing in the doorway behind him. "Yeah." She came closer, undoing her ponytail and letting the wind run through her hair. "Well, that was a close one." Paul snorted, glancing at her when she stopped next to him at the railing. "I can't even die right." "Don't say that." Her arm brushed against his as they gazed across the sea, and he couldn't help but wonder what the weather was like under Sophia's willow. He hoped it was sunny and warm, like this. She deserved that much. "Who were you talking to back there anyway?" Paul gave her a frown. "In the boat's bedroom, you were staring at something and then you said, 'Lead who?'" Sophia skittered through his mind. At the time, with the incessant pounding on the bedroom door and the writhing arm in the porthole window, she seemed so real, so alive. "It's all a blur. Everything happened so fast." She studied him through dubious eyes, mulling his answer over in her head. "You saw someone. Who was it?" she whispered, the breeze quickly whisking her words away. He stared back, for how long he didn't know. "No one." Wendy looked down to the beach, unconvinced. "Do you want to stay here with these people?" He shrugged. "Do they want us to stay here?" "I don't know, but they seem nice." She twisted a lock of hair around a finger. "And if this place is hurricane-proof," she blew out a breath that ruffled her lips, "those things will never get inside." "If you want to stay, we'll stay." She stared up into his eyes. "I think we should try it out, at least for a while." "Okay." "We could make a stand from here." "Then we will." Her ocean blue eyes glittered beneath the sunlight. "I'm sorry I kissed you." He leaned against the railing and pushed his guilt down with both hands. Paul could see Sophia's face again, and she wasn't happy, and he had no one to blame but himself in another temporary moment of weakness. Wendy set a hand on his. "I'm still shaking," she whispered, blinking a tear down her cheek. "I can't stop seeing those people on the boat. We were so close to—" "It's okay to be scared." She nodded weakly. "Still think we'll be good at this?" A faint smile crept back into the lines of his mouth. "This is where we make our comeback, and you know everybody loves a good comeback." Her laughter was music to his ears. She grew quiet, searching his face as seagulls swooped down and waves crashed. "We made it, didn't we, Paul?" He looked her in the eye. "We made it." "So, what do we do now?" When he spoke, conviction filled his words like never before. "We're going to get it all back, and nothing is going to stop us. For every one of ours they take, we'll take 1,000 of theirs. I promise you that." Paul's face hardened. When there's nothing left to lose, it's easy to risk it all. Wendy gripped his hand tighter. "Thank you," she whispered, a fond look softening her eyes. "But first, we should probably take a few days off and learn how to surf." He shrugged. "In case we have to paddle our way out of here." She surprised him with a big hug, her abrupt bubbliness bringing laughter to his lips. They would be okay as one can be in such tumultuous times. There was a learning curve to this new world, and they would figure it out as fast as humanly possible. Those damn things would not win. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Startled, they turned to find Stephanie walking out onto the balcony. "It is," he replied, dropping Wendy's hand and turning back to the ocean. Stephanie stopped on the other side of Paul, the smell of vanilla mixing with the salt in the air. She stared out over the water, wind blowing her hair back like a model shoot. "We can win this war, you know, and that's what it is, a war." She turned to face Paul. We would love it if you and your wife stayed on to help us rebuild." "She's not my wife," he said too quickly, noticing Wendy take a step back in his peripheral vision. Stephanie's dark eyes dropped to Paul's wedding ring. He rubbed it with his thumb. "My wife died on the way here." "I'm sorry, Paul," she said softly, placing a hand on his arm. Much to Paul's relief, she didn't follow her condolence up with a loss of her own to level the playing field. Instead, she gazed across the glistening water and shared a comfortable silence with the wind tugging at her hair. "Rebuild what?" he finally asked. Stephanie glanced at Wendy. "Whatever we can. For now, we have solar power, warm water, and plenty of food and weapons." She swept a tongue across her lips, making them shine. "It's a start, but we'll never make it on our own," she said, nodding to the beach house. "Not with just the three of us." "We'll need more. Your brother is right. 5 will never be enough." "And we'll find more, Paul, just like we found you." He grunted. Hopefully not exactly like that. She flashed him a pretty smile that brightened her eyes. "We patrol the beach every day, searching for survivors and killing stragglers. This place is fairly free of danger, and with that fence, you can sleep at night." Paul surveyed the expansive fence and gate. It looked solid, and he couldn't help but wonder who used to live here. Obviously some rich person afraid of someone getting in. "So what, we just wait for more survivors to find us?" Stephanie's eyebrows went up. "Would you rather go to them?" "Hell no," Wendy answered for him. "We don't even know where anyone is, and this place is safe." "And we can stay as long as we want, Wendy," Stephanie continued. "The houses and shops around here have everything we need. These people spared no expense when it came to vacation time." She thumbed behind her. "You should see the bar downstairs. It's ridiculous." Wendy put a finger to her lips. "Which way was that again?" Stephanie laughed. "I bet you could use a drink after this morning. Or 7. Paul eyeballed the handgun riding on Stephanie's hip. "Where'd you get the guns?" "A cop shop 3 towns back. Place hadn't been touched either. Think everyone was called into the field when all this began, and none of them made it back. Unfortunately, most of the guns went out with them." Paul nodded, movement on the beach pulling at his attention. Stephanie followed his gaze to a lone figure stumbling across the sand. "Straggler," she said, grabbing a pair of large binoculars from a patio table and bringing them to her eyes. "We usually see 2 or 3 a day. There used to be more." She handed the glasses to Paul. "A lot more." He peered through them and rotated the dial in the middle, bringing a skinny old man into view. Clad only in a pair of dirty shorts, the man reached out with bony arms as he walked, like he was chasing some invisible ghost. Long skinny legs propelled him through the sand, one uneven step at a time, his lipless mouth opening and closing like he was talking to someone. Paul followed his determined gaze to the right, but sand and clumps of seaweed were all he found. Maybe these things weren't so smart after all. Maybe mankind stood a chance. Paul started swinging back to the old-timer when something caught his eye. Jerking the binoculars to the right again, he zoomed in on a grisly mob coming into view around the corner of a turquoise-colored beach house. The dead were moving quickly and heading right for the straggler. Paul twisted the dial in the middle, focusing on the zombie in the lead. Her tattered robe was hanging wide open, flying through the air behind her like a cape, and there was something off about her cadence. She was skinny as a rail, yet moving fast as hell across the sand, and that's when it hit him. His heart seized inside his chest. He pulled the glasses from his face to make sure he wasn't seeing things. He wasn't. "What is it?" Wendy asked, worry coating her tone. Paul put the binocs back to his face, confirming his sneaking suspicions. The woman wasn't running with the horde, she was running from them. With over a dozen of those things hot on her heels, her bare feet kicked up sand as she tore across the beach and screamed things he couldn't hear. He brought her twisted face into focus as she ran closer, breath catching in the back of his throat. She had shoulder-length brown hair with silver streaks and a 30-yard lead on the group driving her into the open arms of the old man in shorts. The binoculars slid from Paul's fingers to the cement floor and broke into pieces. "What's wrong?" Stephanie shouted, straining to see what had him so spooked. His wide eyes turned to find Wendy staring back at him. His hands shook, blood pumping too fast through his veins to think clearly. When he spoke, his words were barely audible over the crashing waves. "It's Cora," he said, dashing down the balcony staircase and drawing his Beretta PX-4 Storm. The end. About the author. Born and raised in Des Moines, Iowa, Sean Thomas Fisher graduated from the University of Iowa and is the happy husband of the most beautiful woman in the world. He's also the proud father of a sweet little girl who stole his heart and refuses to give it back, which explains his lack of compassion. Like Sean's Facebook page for future release dates, end-of-the-world forecasts, and safe house locations at Facebook. If you're listening to this, you are the resistance. This has been A Little More Dead, written by Sean Thomas Fisher, narrated by Mark Westfield. Copyright 2015 by Sean Thomas Fisher. Production copyright 2015 by Sean Thomas Fisher.